ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Well, we're going to get into it. I think we've resolved it. It's time for some activity. And, of course, my name is Sadokist. And alongside me is Hank G.
Hank G is in the house, and he's ready for a good game of Counter-Strike.
Hank G, the Yankee.
Yeah, that works. FaZe versus NRG. I would say, if you were to be a money down, you'd say FaZe are going to be the stronger team, the favourites, some would say. But you have to remember, NRG gave NIP a run for them yesterday. The favourites, yeah, that sort of works. We've done the knife. It's dust too. I do favour FaZe, but like I said, NRG, a team with a big heart, but sometimes big hearts break easy. And
I don't have a heart, so I don't know anything about it.
You just exist.
Yes, I do.
3 sets of armor for NRG starting on the T side here. We'll get some game sounds going in a second as well. And it's going to be 2 smokes, flashbangs. And we need to get in that game. Here it is. Let's go.
Well, we're in that game, and that game has Jacob pushing up the catwalk. Aggressively on the CT side, but down below it's going to be a blunder. It kills up an absolute flurry. As the T's start to fight back, Tabson with 1, but he's the only one to get a kill so far as Alu gets Peter. Jacob finally pops back out to take Tabson down, and it's on to Legia. And Legia inside of the lower tunnels, bomb down in mid, 3 players staring him down. Has it all to do with 4 HP as well. Quick little pop flash down. No one's going to move on that. Kerrigan as well inside the B site, watching to make sure he can't wrap back around and go toward that position. As such, Alu will get the final kill, and FaZe are up by 1.
But yeah, aggressive play from the CTs there. Pretty standard stuff for them, but NRG were willing to challenge it. They were ready to face it at the start there, but it was Jacob and Alu finding kills there with the USPs, and it's going to be 1-0 here on the CT half. No bomb planted, so NRG will be able to force buy into the second round. It's going to be a scout for Legia. It's a weapon I've seen him use quite a lot, actually, you know. I think he was actually main AWPer when Peter was not able to attend that counter bit event, if you remember. He was actually pretty decent. So we saw him use the scout quite a lot there, and he was doing pretty well. Anyway, let's get into this one, shall we? There are going to be, well, I think we've got 2 Deagles there, a Tech 9 and a CZ. They have 1 smoke. Normally most of these sort of buys end up towards short. You try and maybe run boost or smoke towards catwalk, flash over and try and get the bomb down towards short. It's the easiest way to get a bomb plan down. CTs won't normally challenge that position. They'll be waiting in CT spawn on the A ramp. And let's see whether Rain, who is in that CT spawn position, can hold them off as they make their way towards short.
Jacob's backing away from the smoke that's deployed at long. He's going to play the corner position on the blue dumpster, and with Tabson, Peter both heading in that direction. Not a bad position to be in. Peter starts to get toward the cave. No one up close, no one to see the shadow. He'll check the corner anyway. That shadow position would have given it away sooner than that. Jacob's going to get aggressive on this. He actually gets caught in the open as a result. Changes his mind late. It catches him off. Tabson now, and Fugly is going to follow up at Alu. Now they're down significantly as well. 5 versus 3.
Yeah, absolutely. The bomb will be planted on the A site as well. We said Rain had to be the difference maker here, and he actually can't find anything as of yet. Gobley's low, but Rain's now dead. Taps in and blows his head off. I would say he's the star player for NRG. Now will be at 5-on-2. AZ dead, and Carrigan, the last player remaining, he'll be towards short. So after FaZe win the pistol convincingly, they don't find a single kill on the second round. It's a force buy from NRG, sure, but that's normally quite a low percentage chance to actually win those ones. They can't even find a single kill. That's FaZe, and are they going to force buy in return? That's the question.
Seemingly not.
Oh,
we'll see if that's going to be truth or not. Yeah, no, they don't. They go for a couple pistols, but not really much. AZ goes for armory, so he puts a little more into the pot than the rest of them.
He's all in.
Yeah, he's down to 100. You're right. Jacob with armor as well. They go low, whereas Kerrigan and Alu stay at 1,700. 1250. I did that in reverse order, so it's Kerrigan at 1250. Molotov goes over toward the car. No one's going to be pushed out from that. Tabson just making absolutely sure of it. No need to make a careless mistake as to walk past someone. Flashes go out as well. That should just get far enough to catch off Jacob. It does. Blinded completely. Tries to fire blindly, as it were, and he'll go down. So too will Rain and Alu. Alu burning alive. It's going to leave it AZ and Kerrigan, rotating back around from the B site. And, well, AZ with armor may just want to sit this one out, and he looks to do so towards T-spawn.
Yeah, well, it wasn't much of a force buy from FaZe, but a couple of players fully invested. won't be able to buy into the next round, of course, but Carrigan and AZ trying to save what they have here. It's going to be Carrigan waiting outside long doors. He's only got a PT50. AZ probably wants to save the CZ and head armor. He'll be waiting outside the B tunnels. Actually, with a very deep position at that point, hoping someone will run into his crosshair. Not meant to be there because all 5 players for NRG towards long will be running off towards the pits, sticking together, using the buddy system, making sure they get out safely. Bomb will explode momentarily.
Carrigan waiting behind the door for anyone to go through. Not a bad position considering the pistol he's got, but no one's going to. Smartly don't want to give anything up. They know the situation.
Yeah, nothing given away, so why even hunt for it? It's fine. It will be round number 4 here. NRG. Decent start after losing the pistol as well. It has to be another eco here for FaZe Clan. AZ, similar situation though. Still has his CZ and head armor. They get 2 HE grenades. Will they go for any particular stack here? Normally you can nade for those mid doors if you wanted to cross. They're not going to be doing just that. They're actually going to be using those towards the long doors it seems, but no one waiting to receive them.
Fugly at the B tunnels. Corner. Good spot from Tabson. Just sees it. I had the X-ray off on my screen. That was very little to look at. He actually hits the shot. Reactions. Puts it now 5-4. That's going to do a whole lot more at the door. AZ goes down to 49, but he catches Offligate, who looks away for a flash. He's already too committed at that point. They didn't realize AZ was that close, so as such, they get a kill in return. AZ's not able to pick up the weapon, though. He's rotated back, in fact, to CT, which then can push Rain, who has full HP still, essentially 99, toward long.
4-on-4. Teased with a pretty significant advantage still. AZ was unable to pick up a weapon at that point. Double Molotovs towards the A side, one in the A ramp as well. And we'll see whether they can actually get on here cleanly. There will be CTs waiting on the A ramp. I think that's actually going to be Jacob. He's only got the silent USP though. Going to have a tough time taking down these terrorist players as Tabson finds a kill on AZ. Peter in turn finds Jacob as well. So 4-on-2. Rain and Ali remain, but low HP and just pistols. Rain finds 1 kill with the PT50, but that's about it. 3-1. And now this is where things get interesting. We should see Ali bring out the AWP. Does too. I would say it's not ridiculous to suggest this is his best map. I think he's very good on cash as well. But I like him on Duster. I think he's very confident and assertive. We'll see whether he can live up to the expectations here in round number 5.
Peter, AWP, looking immediately toward the doorway. Back spot. He wants to try and hit the jumpers. Hey, did he hit AZ? He's on 65. I think he must have caught him. I didn't quite catch that, but the nade deployed. It was low instead that they went. Good guess and reaction from Peter, but 65, how would that would have been a leg shot through the door. Is that mathematically correct?
It was a scout, right? Oh, they had a scout at the start of the round.
So it must have been the scout that hit rather than the AWP. That makes sense.
Yeah, there was a scout.
That's more believable. I was watching Peter's perspective, and speaking of Peter, it's not him, it's Alu with an AWP. Same weapon. You can understand the transition as he gets the shot from Carr. No smoke out. They wanted to go for the dry peek, and now they'll go a little bit further with that smoke. It gets them closer to the quad position, but Alu's backpedaled away. He's looking toward long to cover that off. Instead, it's Rain to pop back up. 1 already inside of the smoke, a second on the edge of it. He pops for a third, but Fugly's there. It's Alu to immediately return it as he's gone back to Carr, covering the catwalk, and he'll close the round. Very well controlled from FaZe.
Alu and Rain stepping up there, especially Alu. He finds 3 kills, opened it up as well, fell back, and then the terrorist just ran into the crosshair of Rain coming out of that smoke. It wasn't much of an execution towards the A side, just trying to use a couple of flashbangs and just kind of test the waters, I guess, and see what is going to be the setup presented to them by FaZe there. But you have to say, Carrigan, when TSM or Stralis.
That's better.
Okay. Were the best. Dust 2, they're probably the most formidable CT side because of how reactive they were. They sat on the desk. They're now playing exactly what Carrigan once is. So maybe we can see some of that glory come back. Who knows? As we go into round number 6, you did point it out. Peter through the door takes down AZ.
Speaking of through the door, Ali will spot one on the other side, trying to put him in a better position, himself in a better position. That's Tabson. Gobby's going to come back down catwalk as well, get closer to the corner and see if he can't help support the situation. But he's setting for a nade right now on toward the ace site, and he's getting a little bit closer to the stairwell. Peter's slowly bringing the bomb up as well. Kerrigan isn't in a position to try and peek that and catch it off. Tabson and he do a little bit more of exchange, but Kerrigan crucially has crossed over towards CT. And where Rain's playing Goose, Chickum's playing long, there is no car position this time for Alu. He's at B, trying to change things up.
Well, AZ still going to be any players drop for now. We can see NRG making their way towards A, trying to get some short control right now. God B, this could be a fake. He's actually smoked towards long crosshead. He's falling back as well. I think the mid split will be coming in, considering he's a player in the tunnels as well. That's Lagia.
And Legia's out. Alu can't find him just yet. He's still on the back platform with that AWP. What a shot, Legia, as he gets in. Takes him down immediately. Kerrigan, I said crucially, had crossed over to play more of a support role on A. With the fake on B, they have to save already because this is one gun and done. Energy's going to reset them after a 3-round spread.
Yeah, Legia did some great work there. It was a nice little fake you could see towards that A side. He was actually got B, got towards short, he smokes towards the crossover area, flashes as well, draws a Molotov on the side. It's enough as their teammates are getting ready to go towards the mid doors, but Legia does all the work there, sneaks in towards the B side. Alu's at the back platform as well. The smoke is enough. Just as Alu looks away, he sneaks into the side and actually manages to get a lovely shot there. And look at the T's, they're going hunting. They want to challenge the CTs who are saving. They know how big it will be if they do take the weapons out of their hand. It's Rain, Jacob and Carrigan to defend. Surely this is a kill. It's sloppy. Legia can't hit the shot this time, and Carrigan takes him down. Legia, I'm sorry, that was on a plate for you. Just poor aim. And that scenario means he can't find the frag. This could be expensive now for the T's. Gonna have to fall back.
Fall back. Indeed, they do. They do not go for any further kills. It's going to make it another round for Energy, though. 4-2 doubling up on FaZe's early score. Everyone with a kill in this game. As we get a quick look at the scoreboard from either Heather or DJ or Rushley. I'm not sure who. I wonder if Tab will tell me.
No, it says both of them.
It says both of them. Write it in, right? I know you wanted to. That would be something Rushley would do. Sapphire. She's smart. She's not obnoxious and covers up the entire map like Rush would, but either way, it's onto the B site. Fugly's got one immediately and trades back Kerrigan as AZ did open it up, and AZ tries to go crazy up close, but can't quite do it, and Peter, good fast reaction shot onto Jacob. And a little bit of lag coming in either way. It's a 4 versus 2 inside of the sites. It's going to be closed out. Tabson and Fugly the ones to do the honors without losing another body. So 4 players stay alive, 5-2, and FaZe Clan now will have guns brought up, but it's a desperate buy. Double op, sure, but it's 2 FAMASas in there as well. And Kerrigan's glass cannon.
But double AWP setups, especially Carrigan, that's quite a good note for this team. That was something they were struggling with when we had Kiyoshimi here. Obviously, he was lacking the secondary AWP. It was AZ that had to take the role out of the necessity more than anything. Now they have got someone who definitely does fit the secondary AWP role nicely, and just as I mentioned it, he gets the first shot as well. Peter goes down. His teammates, though, will be trying to avenge him as they make their way in towards the side.
Ooh. Little transitions between the two as we go back and forth. Kerrigan hits one shot, hits another shot. Legia's down that glass cannon, looking lovely. Tabson's trying to find it behind the barrels, and Kerrigan pulls it off. 4 kills in the B site, and FaZe get yet another round.
That's quite nice, isn't it? After I build it up, he gets a nice little 4K in the B site. Good work from Kerrigan, and like you said, glass cannon as well. Big round for FaZe to pick up. Hasn't quite broken the money of NRG just yet, but 3 AKs and a UMP. Peter does have the AWP though. We'll see whether he can start going toe-to-toe with the likes of Alu. Alu actually will be boosted up towards short this time. He likes to go aggressively. He's very confident in his play style. When we boost up towards lower B, it is facing towards top and middle, straight up. I'm not going to find anything for it. Decides to fall back. He sometimes smokes towards lower B and actually allows himself to stay a bit longer, but that Xbox smoke actually allows him to maybe outstay his welcome. Let's see what he can do here.
Well, it was a decent angle indeed, and he's going to find one. Peter jumps immediately out.
Into his
down he goes. Yep, very, very simply done. Tabson, Gobby now starting to push up to catwalk, and Alu's gone back to the drop shot position. Misses the shot, but gets the drop. It means he's back into safety, but if they go quick enough, oh, Tabson could have caught him on the ramp. There's no one to support him from the car. That could have been lethal. Alu knew it, so he stayed with his aim directed toward that position, hoping someone would drop into him, but no one did.
5 and 4. We still have execution potential here. You need 3 smokes to do a base execution. 4 is ideal. Flashbangs and Molotovs available as well, so Gobby drops the smoke on the catwalk. They could just try and get down towards CD spawner with the flashbang and see players with their backspace as well. Not going to be dropping down at all, actually just going straight up. This is quite simple once again, and Alu, he's just loving this. This is his bread and butter. Finds 3, burns alive towards the end, but Legia, he'll be the last man remaining. Alu's stamped his mark on this round, I have to say. That the execution, that wasn't good enough for them. That's Alu on the A ramp, waits for the flashes to come in, just picks them off one by one.
It's a shame he went down in the flames because the ace was very, very close to being a reality. Like, he has now got a chance to go back at it. As he picks up his 2nd kill, AZ the one to drop, but at this point in time, 19 seconds, bomb down the A site. He's just going to try and save it. Kerrigan over toward B. Is he going to be looking the right direction? It looks like he's watching out toward mid. He's going to hear him coming in now, though. This should. Kerrigan plays this right. Be a kill. Goes for the no-scope. That's a bit of a mistake, I must say. Legia makes him pay for it as well. Lovely shots, I have to say, coming up from him, but back-to-back rounds, we've seen the AWP do the bulk of the work. 8 kills for the double op setup over the last 2, over the 2 op players as well, 4 each.
Well, Legia doesn't win the round, but he takes down some very expensive scalps there for the CTs. They have to reinvest into this round, have to buy another AWP as well. They do get a decent buy coming forward. Just the position they'll be in the future will be a little bit more difficult. So NRG, very similar storyline for them. They save an AWP, they're going to force into this, try and see what Peter can do with the AWP. Here we're going towards the B tunnels. He's got a little bit of backup there, trying to get the fast pick towards the platform there, but no one going to be challenging him just yet. As I say that, Carrigan, this time he's the one to jump into the crosshair as Peter capitalizes. They won't be able to pick up the weapon, but they have the man advantage for now.
Alu pushed forward in the doors, looking for someone to rotate into lower and get caught.
This is the kind of round that the A executes perfect for. They have the smokes, the flashbangs, I was about to say the pistols as well, but Peter goes down to the hands of Alu, and that's the AWP dropped. Is it able to be picked up as of yet?
Yeah, Gobby's got it. They rotate back through T-spawn. Alu's not refacing. Now he does. Ooh. Tapson gone as well. What is this game? We're not seeing any rifle kills. This is just straight up AWPs. Aside from a Molotov kill, we've now had, let me do the math here quickly, 4, 4, 8, 3. Okay, finally we got a rifle in there, but then 2. So what's that, 11 kills from the AWPs before a rifle got back involved? Legia's got a pistol on top of it, so as soon as I say it, it changes, but still a remarkable string of AWP kills on the map as Legia and Gobby, bomb in the hands of Gobby, are going to go back toward middle, and Alu still staring that down.
Still a chance for NRG to do this. Yes, it's a 3-on-2, but Legia with the AWP. We saw what he could do in the previous round, smoke towards Xbox this time, and I tried to go towards short. They have got a little bit of utility left over as well. The AWP's the main part of this outfit, though, as they go out toward that area. Could go back towards mid, just use that smoke as a veil. But you can see Alu has spotted them now. Doesn't manage to inflict any damage just yet, but he's going to try and slow them down the best he can. The A side's actually pretty open, you know. You can see Rain, he's all the way down towards long, so this will be a retake if NRG decide to go toward A and short, but there's a player along as well.
You can't miss those shots, Rain.
Well, he gets away with it.
That could have been costly. Galby's going to get a plant coming in now out of this, at least for his team, to continue building money, but FaZe is going to tie this back up. Alu, the one to hit the shot. Third in the round for him again this time. And we'll go 5-5.
You could see what they're trying to build up at that point. Towards long, send the AWP, I'll get it in the pit. They can somehow get a long plant down. It's ambitious. But had maybe the gear got that kill towards long, that was the round 1. But Rain gifts him something there, and he couldn't take it. It's going to be 5-5. FaZe tie things up, I should say. It's getting a little bit long here, but it's going to be another. Is this a partial buy? Yeah, it is. It's going to be third save loss bonus. So NRG just with some pistols here. Body armor, head armor on Tapson, and Alu continuing his good form we've seen so far. He finds the opening frag once again. 13 kills with him, 6 deaths.
Well, down middle, out already, 2 in the B site. No one pushing from tunnels. They can focus to shut them down. It's basically a retake position from the T's trying to get the B site, and that's easily dealt with. In fact, not even a kill coming in as they get close to the doorways. Just a slaughter. And it's now FaZe taking back the lead. We're going to get one of our 2 timeouts in the half. I say that with a little bit of spicy, whatever. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm being a little bit facetious.
You started that well. But
I did. I didn't end it.
He didn't finish on a high. But yes, we had a bit of a problem in the previous game. 4
grain of salt.
4 timeouts in the second half there. It was kind of odd. No one seemed to address it. Didn't seem to be a problem. So maybe we just have as many as you want. I don't know. It will be the first. And I actually missed it. It was Legia who called it. So NRG will be taking this one. The money situation for them definitely can buy. Only Gopi has so far. And the AWPer. Peter, of course. Will he be buying an AWP? I'm not sure. His money right now is 5,900, can certainly buy one. And yeah, FaZe Clan actually winning 4 rounds in a row now. After some close ones, they got the double AWP set up. It'll be Carrigan and Alu. Like I said, Carrigan's certainly proficient with the weapon. Sometimes he was actually the primary AWPer for Astralis and TSM. That was the magical thing about that team. You never really get. They would change up the AWPer every single map, and it would change season to season. Who was kind of primary and secondary AWP.
Shots in middle are available. There was 2 teammates together on the CT side that were tempted to look out that doorway. Thankfully, they didn't. As the thought struck them, so too would a bullet in the face, which I wouldn't want to be struck by. I don't know about you, Henry. You're a little bit sadistic at times. That's why they call you sadonkist.
No, I'm called sadonkist.
That's true. Now they look over toward the A site. Seems to be more the bias this round. Less mid presence, less more of a standard default from NRG. So Jacob's gone up a little bit closer toward the long cave as a result in Rain. He'll go back to cover off towards CT, but Alu's in mid, crossed over, smoke in front, wants the shot toward Catwalk, can't find it. And he's got to make a decision. If he knows there's a presence on Cat, does he get the AWP back over toward A? Which can shut down Catwalk effectively, as we know.
Well then, 1 minute remaining. No kills or damage exchange as of yet. It's up to Peter. It looks like to try and find the first pick. He's actually edging his way up towards short as well. It's called Dirty Peak Pete on his gun. Let's see how dirty he can be towards the safe side. We know Kenny S has got that really nice lineup towards Goose. No one going to be waiting for him there. And with Rain actually, not actually challenging at all. He's just trying to slow the terrorists down towards the crossover. You can see he's just got a flash in. That's just to blind them up, maybe push them back, and once they try and go for that smoke. They've tried this a few times here. They're not a fan of the execution, but maybe a bit more so as we go to round number 12 here.
Tabson. Gonna get the shot to Alu, follows it up, AZ down. It's 2 kills for Tab, but the bomb just going in. It's going to be him dropped by Jacob. Bomb gets planted nonetheless, and now they've got to go with a man down on the retake toward the A site. Shots coming in from Rain. Can't find them. Switches to the AK. Still can't get the headshot available to him. And Peter and Fugly aren't even going to get involved. They stay long at Cat. They don't need to get involved. Now they may have to peek out. Now they've got to get the information. Kerrigan, a lovely shot on Peter, but Rain's there. Kerrigan as well. Fugly down, and the retake successful for FaZe.
Oh, it looks like such a nice little entry there to the bomb site. It's Tabs in to find 2. Molotovs all over the sites as well, saying they were lacking the execution going to that A site. They told me, showed us they have a few more tricks up their sleeve. The bomb's planted, but Rain and Carrigan, decent retake. Carrigan comes from CT spot as well, hits a lovely shot towards short, sets Rain up for a couple of kills himself. Bomb planted, maximum loss bonus achieved at this point, so NRG can keep buying now. As long as they keep planting for the rest of the game, FaZe starting to increase their lead, 7-5, all back in the hands of Alu. He's been great so far, 13 kills. And he's moved up towards short once again. Will he be doing the same sort of playstyle we saw in the previous when he goes towards that aggressive face top and middle? Actually waiting for Pete once again. Will Peter be waiting for him? Indeed, he is indeed. There it is. Oh, spots the barrel. That's it.
Can't get the shot though. Tries it, goes back. Still the angle doesn't really work in favor for him. Hopefully he's going to fall back slightly. Taps in at the bottom of mid, is trying to see over top of the Xbox. Any information on the other side will do. And they need a read. 5 versus 5 still at 1:10. And the CT's not revealing much. They do have a double play out toward long this time with Rain joining Jacob. It puts Alu alone on the drop position. No one covering off a ramp, and Alu's going to go early as he gets pushed back by a good utility, good usage of utility, and a pre-fire from Tabson. So he goes to Car. Meanwhile, over toward Beats, Kerrigan getting closer on the smoke. This should bring AZ back out to watch mid more closely, but he wants to stay inside the doors at this point at B. That might be the right call as they're already out, and there's no crossfire set from CT. So the safer he can stay in the confines of the site, the better he'll be, but he needs his teammate Kerrigan to stay alive. And he's down low. 5, flash comes in, blinded up entirely. And AZ lost to Peter inside the doorway on the AWP. It's almost perfect. You couldn't write it better for NRG.
Yeah, certainly. And he's going to be pretty much a savior at this point. FaZe, with the man disadvantage as well, and Alu going down to low HPs on 12. They're going to have to surely just hold on to these weapons. I'll have a look at their cash overall. They have got money, but this round's just not winnable for them. NRG making their way towards B with a nice little split there as well. The gear finds Carrigan. There's a lot of damage at the start of the confrontation, but manages to shut him down as it looked like he may have got away. But Alu and now just Rain as they way towards the A side. Alu hits another shot. At this point, there's not really much money available for the terrorists. They probably can't justify these hunts towards the end of the round. They're going to have to just sit back here. Fugly to survive. And the explosion comes in. 7-6 now. Still in favour of FaZe, of course, but still a very close game.
Very close indeed as FaZe takes the lead. We know Dust 2 to be close, though. That's not surprising.
Indeed.
Seems to be a standard state of affairs for the map.
Double up setup still, though, for the CTs. Carrigan and Alu once again. Alu seems to love this challenge towards mid. It's quite rare to see the AWPers at the very start of the rounds. It's for that reason, pretty much. It's going to be him taken down. And flat, you're very vulnerable to flashes and pop flashes as well. It's difficult to fall back, especially having a backup. So now B-Split coming in for sure. Poor old AZ trying to do what he can. Godby's going to find him. So great work here. Godby with a second as well. Headshot towards Rain. 5-on-1. It's quick as the round started, it's over. Jacob's the last player remaining.
He'll be found as well. They know where he is. He's got one. Gobby's immediately hot on the heels of his now deceased teammate Tabson, so it's an easy trade. 7-7. Money now starts to look a factor at the end of the half, but they're both actually in a reasonable position right now. The worse off for Ware's FaZe. They'll go for a UMP on AZ, but they've got the AWP on Alu. Unfortunately, it's going to be Kerrigan not being able to wield the second one. He's onto a Mag 7.
2 orbs here for an RG, looking to do some damage, presumably through the door to start. Happens. Kerrigan, did he get hit twice there? He must have done. Must have been a double tag for the doors. Like in his legs, and taking him down to 3 HP. That's kind of funny. Gobby gets the first kill. Gobby's playing really well towards the latter stages of his first half. He takes down Alu, and that's the AWP as well, so that's actually a massive kill for him to pick up. That was actually towards short as well, so Alu tried the mid doors, he tried short a few times, and he's actually fallen short a few times. And Gobby, he certainly is, and he's finding headshots all over the place. His second of this round, and looking like NRG will be able to finish this half off with a victory. 8-7. As we have AZ and Kerrigan left, the latter with only 3 HP.
Yeah, tough order of business. Kerrigan's about to go down shortly. I say that, and Tabson looks away. I thought he'd still be giving attention to that position. He wants to go search elsewhere. That should give up his position. What? I thought Tabson would turn around instantly, but he doesn't. So he's preoccupied trying to find AZ inside of the smoke, and it actually costs him, but it won't matter. It's the end of the half. 1 life, not a big deal. 8-7. Energy actually taking the lead in this. Remember, FaZe won the pistol and got ecoed. Energy did well to control the economy throughout this half.
Gobby, what a performance for those final few rounds there as well. Excellent stuff from him. Legia with a very good game overall, is actually looking pretty strong. Fugly's been very quiet for me, like he's expected to be one of the big fraggers here. Didn't actually have to say his name too many times there, but still, NRG winning the half, that's big news. We favoured FaZe Clan overall in this one, and we'll take a quick break at half time and see what happens in the second half. Dust 2 is anyone's game still at this scoreline.
Our Immortals Liquid game ended up close in the end, but this is the first time at a half that we've had a score that's dead keel. It's 8-7 in favor of NRG as well. Over top of FaZe Clan, who on the desk beat, they were bigging up, saying that this is the best tournament they've had in a while, that this should be straightforward affair, and they would be the ones advancing through. NRG's not letting them get away so easily.
Apparently not. I thought FaZe Clan were going to be the hot favourites here, but NRG seem tenacious in their approach. We'll see whether they can actually win the pistol here and actually have a solid chance of pulling off, I would say, an upset at this point. Obviously, FaZe new addition of Kerrigan, they're going to be up and down. It's never going to be a solid ride for them. We'll see what happens here. And it will be FaZe switching over to the T side now. I'll have a look at their buy and see what's available for them. It will be 3 sets of armor. AZ, he's the Superman. That means he gets the Tech 9 and the body armor. Kerrigan, smoke grenade. And we'll see what they decide to do. It's Rain with the Deagle as well. This is a very offensive buy on the T side, I would say, Matt. go for a lot of firepower instead of utility. One
Are
smoke
you
towards
offended?
mid-doors. No.
Well, you said it was offensive.
Yes.
Is it global? In the tunnels. They already spot Legia back in the sight. Oh, what a shot from him, though. He bests them. You said it would be offensive, and he's already being denied. Legia with 2 quick kills. Peter's come in and found another one of his own by pushing through middle and getting into the bottom of tunnels. They completely cut off FaZe and hold them in position. It's now Alu and Jacob with only 1 kill to their team's name, trying to make this round out of nothing.
Yeah, Legia back at the platform. Definitely a high risk, high reward sort of position, but he gets both headshots and sends them packing. Jacob down to 12 HP as well. Gives the bomb to Alu, who he's been upgraded to the Superman. He takes the Tech9 of fallen comrade AZ. Jacob, not really much I can do here. They've got a decoy and a USP, 12 HP, and Alu's taking damage as well. Somehow not dead. He goes down to 3. At this point, they're just like, you know what? Let's just plant. We probably can't win this. Let's just try and get a plant down. And there goes the bomb and the dreams as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a problematic situation. But again, even half means they won't get too far behind before guns are going to be drawn back up. Legia immediately goes on to an M4 after his good results.
No bomb going down for FaZe Clan though, so force buy in return. We saw NRG actually win this round in the previous half, I should say. Maybe we can see the same sort of storyline here from FaZe. It's going to be Adam, of course, just PT50. 1 smoke and a flashbang. 4 players, make it 5 now towards the B side of the map as well, but not committing. Maybe there's a nice little B split here with smoke and CT spawn. This setup, that would make sense, but don't have to commit at this point. Let's see what happens.
Couple quick shots from the Tech9s. Kerrigan looks to go through mid doors without much utility. In fact, now just 1 smoke deployed at CT. They're going to pressure Goppy and Legia. Alu needs to get through the smoke of his own. Pick up for Legia. Down goes Goppy. Down goes he. And now they have the site to work with. Fugly, Taps, and Peter all rotating over from CT. A little bit late on this play, I have to say, and now it's going to give them a chance to capitalize in the same way, the same fashion NRG did against them in the first half. Forward stance from Alu as well in behind the box. Already backing out of this. They're gone. They want guns in the next round. We are going to get another eco split.
Oh, would you believe it? There it is, towards the B side it is. You can see it being set up that fashion. They managed to get Rain with the Tech9, finding a couple of kills there. So deadly at close range, and he shows us exactly what they're capable of. As there's going to be 3 weapons saved for NRG, just trying to look to the future at this point. A lot of teams would force back in return, but at this point they managed to save a FAMAS, a Scout, and MP7 as well. So it'll be something to work with at least. Certainly can't do anything about this round as the bomb's about to explode, but there it is. NRG won the second round after losing the piss in the first half. FaZe do exactly that here in the second. 4 players surviving as well. They should be able to get a plethora of weapons, including AK-47s, a saved M4 as well. Kerrigan might stay on the Tech9 for now. I think he might just be doing that. It's definitely a viable weapon. Yes, he gets a little MP7 out. Interesting. A lot of teams, or players I should say, opt for the MAC-10, which is cheaper.
Alu downed through the door. Legia hits the shot.
B-rush.
So this, yeah, massive potential. More so if they read that play and take down Legia when he gets there after the rush. As it does bring us back to 4 versus 4. Jacob's going to fight reverse side inside the tunnels and cut off the rotation early. Bomb's already down, and they've got the weaponry facing down the wooden doors. Kerrigan's waiting inside the site as well for flashes to go over. Tabson way back toward T-spawn is far removed from the activity, and I have a suspicion NRG's looking for exit kills in this, and that's it. Because Tabson's getting further away, not closer. Fugly's rotating out of middle, and Peter's going to back up toward the A site. So this is another situation where NRG's going to try and save weapons. Tabson will spot Jacob up. That's going to funnel them the other direction. They don't want to lose any weapons at all. So back out toward middle, and Peter could face this with the scout. Looks like he may. Gets one. Potential for more. There's low HP on Jacob. Flashback in. Wants the shot. Bomb actually takes Jacob down as a result of his low HP. So they actually come out with more players left alive. But the round in the end does go to FaZe.
9-9. There it is. After losing that first pick, it's the straight up B rush from FaZe, managing to find a lovely headshot. I think it was Jacob that took down Legia and Rain. He's got the best spawn in the game. Dust 2. I said the game, best spawn on the map. And Dust 2 is one of the few maps where you can really rely on spawns to actually try and get the first picks. Rain will be taking it. You can see on the screen momentarily. He'll go for that first pick along. Flashes out, trying to see what he can do. And there's going to be confrontation, so Tabson finds him. Alu does get the kill in return. 4-4 for now. There is going to be still 1 player towards our blue bin. That is Alu. This frag's huge. Fugly, he actually picks it up. Like I said, he was quiet in the first half, but getting some influential kills here in the second half.
Shot coming in from Peter, but gone is Legia. So to the advantage that FaZe may have temporarily had. That's pulled back, though, as they get Gabi pushing through the door. Jacob's the one to do it, and Kerrigan again is inside the B site alone. This guy, if you're going to order a package on Amazon Prime, it's going to be Kerrigan that delivers it because he has dropped the bomb off timely fashion every time, every round in the B site. And Peter's just going to get to the door now. Again, Fugly far removed from his teammate, makes this retake a little bit more difficult considering they don't have kits because it's going to take some time for Fugly to get in position.
2-on-2. Bomb ticking away. We're getting to the point of no return in about maybe 6 or 7 seconds. They lose the first frag. Up to Peter now. That's it. He pretty much can't win the round at this point. Oh, okay. Jacob, that's a weird move. You want to bait him in a bit more than that. You want to be like hiding in the tunnels, making him go touch the bomb. He stands in a really difficult angle, and I think Pete's actually got it as well. That's a bit of a blunder from Jacob. I guess he assumed he'd be going to tap the bomb and try and bait him in there, but surely you want to be kind of working that out first and then committing. But still, I don't know. It was an interesting round, and Peter picks it up. Great work from him to win the 2 versus 1, considering he had no kit as well. Had to act very quickly, and maybe a time for a pause after that one, I would say, for FaZe. That was definitely in their favour. The real nades for the CTs on the retake, and just not played correctly in terms of working together as a unit there in the 2-on-2. Forced by, though, overall from FaZe, 2 Tech-9s, AK-47 and a Galil, and will be Alu, who looks towards short for now. He's got the real firepower there and form the AWP.
Easy smoke in front, watching tunnels, make sure no push through. Lagia is the one that's close on the other side. Flashback out toward middle, not really much of an effect on that as Fugly just deters them from pushing through any further. Peter, meanwhile, playing at cart. Try and watch the cross. Rain wants to go. They're getting set. He's backed away just a little bit. I imagine utility is going to be deployed before they do elect to make the jump, to make the push. And they've actually not gone that way at all. I think Rain. This could be a drop fake, but look at the push coming in from B tunnels. They're going to go back over to B thinking they're trying to lure them away, and they're already in the tunnels. Lagia hits a shot brilliantly on Alu. And AZ tries to fire back, but that just lets them retreat inside the site. Do they swing back to A? Because they're still in timely fashion to do so at 47 seconds. It's a possibility, but that possibility is about to be taken away as well because Gabi pushes up. Energy's taking every position available to them, however. Gabi missing shots is a massive problem. Map control was taken away, but snatched back as AZ hits the kill. And now they start to go toward the catwalk position. 1 smoke to work with. 2 smokes, I take that back. Jacob's got 1. They're going to throw them. They want to go with speed. They've got the CTs disoriented and all over the map, and they want to try and just fight them straight up as AZ finds a shot at Lagia. Traded back by Fugly, and Peter's going to step in and chime to take the last as well.
I'm liking these rounds. It's a bit of a brawl when it comes to the latter stages there. Both teams struggling with the economy, having some lesser weapons there, a few Galils, some Famases, and it's going to be NRG getting a firm lead at this point, 11-9. And I think at this stage, though, FaZe Clan are going to have to take a full eco at this point. Just the PT-50 purchase. I think that's it. Nothing else. I'm going to have to submit this round in NRG. I would be very surprised if they even gave away a single frag at this point. The objective for FaZe. Try and get the bomb down now. We always say that. 1 flashbang available when we flash in the mid doors. They're taking so much damage, though. Alu and Jacob going down very low indeed. Rain's not looking too much better. Towards A they go. Like we said, most T sides will try and do this. Simple frags to the CT, so not much to report as Incendiary denies the plan. Peter finds a kill and Fugly finishes it off. Not too bad.
12 now for Energy, 9 for FaZe, and a pause coming in immediately called by Kerrigan.
Good time to take a pause. That makes sense. You haven't really got enough for an AWP. In fact, you definitely don't. So 5 AKs. We know Alu and his team historically are at their best when he has got the AWP in his hands. Means he can work the picks on the T sides. But he's still proficient in the rifles as well. We've seen him have some fantastic rounds before. We'll see what he can do as we go into round number 22. Quite a pivotal round as well. They lose this one. They're not a maximum stage loss bonus. You have to be a 4th stage. So without a bomb, it could mean another partial by going forward. So FaZe discussing their outcome right now. What's going to be the play here? You only get 30 seconds to decide. There's Rain. No responsibility given to him anymore in terms of the in-game leader. That's why Kerrigan was brought in, for that reason alone.
It was definitely an issue the teams had for a long time, so this is a good solution for them to finally have someone that can take the helm, even if not helping them in this direct moment.
Well then, double orb set up here for NRG. I guess we call them the European side now as well, don't we?
Yeah, playing in the North American League. They're the only North American, or sorry, the only European in the North American League. Obviously the others are Australians, South Americans. It's really Europe versus the world, and even Europe's invading the world.
Yeah.
It's like medieval history.
Well then, here we go. Like I said, 5 AKs. Quite a lot of utility for the FaZe clan here. Default for now, clearing out the close sectors of lower B. Objective, maybe something towards Xbox and try and get it towards short, and then you can work out whether you want to actually be able to execute onto the A side, or maybe fall back and go for the mid split. That's what this team seems to be favouring right now. Flashbang comes in. Got smokes available for the A side. Still got 5 in fact, so they haven't had to waste one towards the Xbox at all. The full execution definitely is a possibility. No real aggression from the CT just yet. Legia though, orb towards B. You can see him looking towards the tunnel, so they've got that part of the map locked down. 4 towards A for the CTs here. Bit exposed from middle, but for now it's fine. It's looking very good for the CTs.
Peter's going to change his position slightly. He was playing car. He'll bring Tabson back on the ramp. We see it now. And he'll watch out toward the long doors with Gobby. But right now, slowed pace. As you say, they still have the utility. They didn't have to use any to steal Peter from that ledge. So they've got lots available to them. And the isolation smoke's been thrown. I'm sure I saw it bounce. Yes, there it is. Corner, top of the ramp. That'll cut off long. But it's actually missed it slightly short, so it's actually given Peter a bit of a window to play, and if he wants to push up, meanwhile it's Tabson. Peter hitting a shot as well above those smokes. Tabson that can try and thwart them, but he's taken out by Kerrigan. He now gets on the boxes. That's been heard. Surely Fugly knows he's there. Doesn't matter. Fugly's going to take him down with the help of Gobby. Alu way back toward the catwalk position. It's Jacob out in mid. Alu's got to hold this off alone. Jacob's got to deal with Legia. He's just going to bypass him. Forget that he's there. They've got to hold off this defuse, but Molotov's in their way. It's going to be a very tough order. They're already on the defuse as well. Fugly's holding it down, and they've got the defuse. Doesn't even matter about the 2 left alive.
Well, they're saving their WP. I guess that's something to take to the next round, but there it is. NRG just reading that situation very well indeed. Like I said, once they had the AWP aggressive towards the B side of the map, they actually took a bit of a gamble. 1 in city spawn and 3 on the A side, waiting for the execution to come in, challenging, and actually stepping up tremendously with the AWPs and crossfires with the M4s as well. You're about to point something out. What is that?
Well, back-to-back positives for FaZe. Kerrigan calls again.
Yeah, you can just take as many as you want these days, so it's probably fine.
Did they take 2 already this half? I know there was Alu called one that was dot ready, but I don't remember how long ago that was.
I think it's only 1 so far.
Indicators. 2 now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Since before this one.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to take 6. And when I play my game, I'm playing a little bit later on, actually.
Yeah, who are you playing against?
It's a good question.
Did you fly Bardolph in?
It's the only game I could win.
Oh, well. You try hard.
Not really. Sometimes, actually. Depends. I raged once when we were matchmaking.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, I was using your headset. I'm sorry that
Smash
it's a little cracked up about that one. I swear I hit him, all right? It was a steal moment. I was top mid, Mirage.
Anyway, let's see what FaZe bring to this round. 3 players, make it 4 now towards the B tunnel. Legia, Fearless, going to be pushing into the opening of the tunnel as well. Doesn't land a shot, but spots a couple of players there, and the AWP of Alu. So,
that angle's always so tempting to me because I had it, I should say, X-ray off. You can't quite see past it. It's a fraction of an angle that you can always see past. Inside the smoke. All right, Gobby, what do you got planned? It's dangerous waters to swim inside.
Well, let's see what Rain can do here towards lower B. Alu's going to be backing him as well. Not much ground covered or gained so far for FaZe. This is actually looking pretty good for NRG. 13-9. Double AWP set up on Dust 2 as well. Money's relatively decent for the next round if required, so we'll see what happens here. Running out of time now for FaZe. No nades required to actually walk out the mid doors, but 1 for CD spawn. That's where Tabson will be. It drops, but he drops on a return, so he can push through this. He can justify that as the gear is looking towards the window area as well.
Spot into Tabson, a little bit of damage dealt. They just preemptive strike though. They don't know that he's there, so they don't follow through with it. Regardless though, it's Rain. Watch Gob's position. Oh, he nearly makes it work. He got aggressive in that smoke, never pushed through. He was hoping they would do it in turn and he would be in disguise, but he gets disposed of immediately inside of the B side. It's down Fugly Peter remaining on the NRG side. Finally, FaZe after 2 timeouts might finally get around with bomb inside of the B side already. Alu taking Fugly, I think, confirms that.
It does indeed. Well, the slow, methodical start to the round from FaZe.
Every kill counts right now for Peter.
You're right. You're absolutely right there.
They themselves don't have a whole lot of money built up, though.
It's not as strong as I thought. I had a quick look before as I was saying that, and I think they've got 1 round in the bank. They don't really, but I think they can justify a partial buy here. They don't need to force into this one. That would be a bit of a nightmare. I say that because it's 13-10 if you were to lose a round, and allow them to have 1. You still have the 2 round advantage, and you're not completely destroying your economy at that point. You could still even win these partial buys, as I spit all over myself.
You're disgusting. Do you know what they say, Henry?
Hank G is disgusting.
Spitters are quitters. Goppy in lower tunnels. Going to watch for anyone to push through. Kerrigan top of the stairs. He pushes a little bit too aggressively this time. He will get caught in the trap. As the shot comes back through from the AK. Legia inside of the smoke in the tunnel on the other side at B. Probably thinks better of his decision to try and push in as well. Smoke's gone now. He's getting tempted. Meanwhile, it's going to be Rain with 2 quick kills. And there you have it. There's the one round from FaZe. They go back to an eco. They were looking 13-9, and if they lost that, back to a save of, again, 14 rounds, potentially 15. Now they can pull this 13-11 and actually make a game out of it still.
Yeah, well, NRG, like I said, they're being conservative at this point. I'm not going to use the word throw this game, but if they were to force that round and then destroy their own money, that could have been considered a throw. So actually, this is the smart approach to them. They still have plenty of money into the next rounds. They get 1900, so 6k on Peter, 5.5 for Fugly. It's not an amazing buy, it's still reasonable, but Goppy, he might just be on the SMG here, so a pause. This is a good time to take it.
Yeah, it's not a bad decision.
CS is a bit more like American football now, isn't it? It's a bit more stop-start.
Yeah, I don't really like watching American football, but I do like CS.
Yeah.
I don't mean to offend anyone that does like American football, but it's just not up to my standards and pace. I like 300 kilometers an hour.
Do you like tennis then?
Actually, I don't mind watching tennis. One of my favorite matches of all time was Agassi's last rally in, what was it, 2008? Can't remember when Agassi retired.
I think it was a bit before that. I don't know.
Might have been 7. I think you're right. It was 2007. But it was always a pleasure. And then I did enjoy the matches with Cold Zero's father in the front right. But I did enjoy the Nadal-Federer matchups for a while.
Well, you've got a different matchup here. FaZe Clan versus NRG. NRG suddenly the underdogs, I would say, in terms of the prestigious name of FaZe Clan. We'll see what happens as we go into round number 25. We thought this could go the distance. It certainly has so far. Big round for FaZe. If they can find this one, it will put NRG onto a certain eco. They've got a lot of money in the bank here as well. They've actually got the advantage overall. 4 AKs coming against the SMG of Godby as well. Peter on the AWP though, he'll be towards long doors this time. Actually taking a more offensive angle towards that. We'll see whether anyone decides to walk on the corner at this point.
Watch the catwalk position right now as well. Good time to swap to it. Thank you, Heather. It's going to be Tabson that was a little bit close up because of the push at long. He goes Alex to push on the cat. It doesn't give them any access to the A site, and it gives them time to rotate back if they do, if Tabson can get a 1-for-1. The one thing it does create is a void inside of middle. There's no one there to cancel off the push through the double doors, and that's exactly what happened. So they have to stay in the confines of the B site. They have to hold the choke points off, and they're trying desperately to do so, and they're going to do it. Legia turns back to find 2 at the end. That drops the bomb down, and Energy's got that 14th round, and the money's gone on the FaZe side again.
Another pause coming in.
We've got all the pauses. Kerrigan is not scared to take advantage of broken timeout rules. We've seen it multiple times. So thank you, Kerrigan. It gives me time to talk to my esteemed colleague.
You can't take on every round. Surely, that's what it feels like right now.
Yeah, something's got to be done about this. There's no question about it. This is a point in time where someone needs to clarify exactly what's meant. Those aren't even dabs. I don't know what those are.
We'll sort it out with the playoffs. This seems a little bit silly at the moment. Anyway, okay, let's have a look. Very good B-hold from NRG overall there. Actually managing to pick up a secondary AWP as well. Peter, he's having a pretty decent game. Top of the scoreboard with Legia as well. We normally say it's Tabson who's the headline actor of this team. He's actually bottom for them as well, but that's good. I actually like it when the players don't really mention that often manage to step up. It's a very good team effort overall, to be fair. And they're within touching distance now of winning this map. Dust 2 against FaZe. You'd normally say a map like Dust 2 lends itself to the star power of the FaZe guys. Lots of talented guys there. AZ, Jacob, Rain. These are, like the guest said, Rain's considered a world-class talent.
And speaking of that kill distribution and the wealth of talent, just to give an idea of who's contributing, Legia leads the way on 20 kills, but he's not that far ahead. It's 19 for Alu, it's 19 for Peter, and it's a push from Alu all the way through the double doors already. This is so aggressive. He's already down. We're not even 15 seconds into the round, and the T-sided AWP player is out the doors. Peter never saw that coming.
I don't think anyone did. It's certainly an audacious play there with the AWP going out first as well. But great shot from Alu to take Peter down. So still another AWP to find in the hands of Legia, but now they've got a lot of time to work with here at this point. The execution could come in.
It's a good read from Alu, by the way, because to him to make that call on the AWP means he hasn't seen much activity there early on, and they know they've been playing in the B site because every time they split mid, there's no one in mid directly.
Well then. Peter down. CT's have to try and reclaim some ground at this point. It's a very reactive map, and Fugly's doing a good job of it. Finds one kill, but taps in. His teammate falls next to him. Now it is up to Fugly on the A side by himself, trying to defend 4 very angry terrorists as they make their way towards the A side.
Kerrigan's going to wrap around toward Quad. He's low on HP. Good shot as well. That's bomb dropped. He was the carrier in that, not AZ. AZ's going to try and wrap down, back down the ramp and catch them off. Does so. Gets Legia. So now the bomb doesn't even matter because Alu can scoop that up on the way by. The problem is Gob could catch him in the process. Getting toward the stairwell now. Bounce flash goes in. He looks away. Spots him, but he's on the inside of the box. Smart call. As they knew he was on Cat, they could be careful here if they pop up and both heads show at the same time and line up, but it's Alu instead. And now we get the 12th round. That all started with Alu's audacious rush, as you said.
Yeah, it was actually, I guess it's one of those plays when you've obviously played a lot of rounds now. How many were into this one? It's like the 13th round. And yeah, you've got some tells that sort of their CT setup. They're most quite common to send 2 towards B inside the site. Then you've got 3 at A, so he's just going through, finds Peter in an interesting rotation. I can't believe Peter could even believe his luck at that point. Anyway, we're going to round number 27. A full eco for NRG. Still anyone's game, Matt. FaZe will win this round, and I'm sure we'll have a pause at that point, and then we can work out what happens in the next one. But this, for now, is going to be 3 USPs and just a Deagle fully gear up.
Smart hold from Rain. Taps and goes, commits, and that's the problem as Rain will take him down. Oh, lovely shot from Jacob. I know it's just pistols, but Peter was in a position to spot the shadow coming through, had first rights to the shot, and then a good reaction will drop him. Jacob hardly loses any HP as well as he goes to 83. He is going back toward Catwalk. He's going to try and catch them off to make sure he can push behind, but AZ still at the top of middle. Could do the same to him in return. So long controlled, established, taken away. And Fugly backing off the site. There's no reason not to go for this. All they've got is a Deagle purchased into the round.
Yeah, this is a redundant round, that's what we call them. That's when it's pretty much 0 chance that he's doing anything with it. It's almost impressive if they get a single kill. That's not going to be the case here. It's going to be FaZe mopping them up and all 5 staying alive. Their money's getting to a great position, but towards this stage of the game, it's not such a huge factor having tons of cash. You can't take it with you. And what's the play here? We got another eco from NRG. This is going to allow them to tie them up. I guess at this point, they're trying to make sure they go down with guns in their hand. They don't want to feel like they wasted the opportunity by trying to force into it. We see a lot of teams, especially this weekend as well, I should say this week, forcing in towards the latter stages of the game when they still have the advantage and you throw it away by forcing in like SMGs, shotguns, a couple of FAMASes, just to try to give yourself that match point. It's actually, I respect this from NRG.
Push in from AZ, catches off like he has. He'd already entered into enemy territory. Gotta be down below. The all for naught from Energy. It's Gobby. Does collect the kill on Rain at least. Gets an AK as well. He can start to back away, but he knows the smoke just came in down middle. Flash as well. He's got to spot one toward the top. Can he catch him off going toward long? This would be perfect timing, and he does. Well read, as he knew exactly what the utility meant. He drops down on Alu, and now they've got a man advantage to work with. No gun available from that because it's out toward long A, so it's far from the activity.
This is big. This wasn't a buy from NRG, you have to say. Now it's going to be one player going towards T-Spawn as well. That's Peter and FaZe. This is good time to bring up the minimap, thank you. Jacob, Carrigan and AZ towards long together. They have got an abundance of utility, so plenty of time to work with as well.
The important decision about Peter rotating this direction as well is because he knows that gun's down outside of long.
Indeed. Well, FaZe aren't giving anything away just yet. Good news for NRG is, though, Peter's in that position. He doesn't have to do anything at this point. He's actually come from T-Spawn. He's looking towards top and middle now. His teammates can focus on A. That's where the gun is as well. Fugly's going to have the AK looking towards crossover. Like I said, terrorists have Molotovs, flashbang smokes. I still favour them. We'll see whether NRG can finish this one off, though. Oh, lovely shot from Fugly.
They've hidden the gun, so Peter doesn't get it on the way by. It's Fugly, though. He's already tearing them apart. Taps it as well. He gets the shot in with the Deagle. It works out perfectly, and we go on to map point. All right, Kerrigan, I'm pretty sure you've taken the piss already with 3 in this half. I don't think... Did they take 1 in the first half?
Yeah.
So that's 5. Yeah, they're calling on pause already. On, that's enough. I get it, Kerrigan. I like that you protested it passive-aggressively against Na'Vi. I like that you did it against Fnatic, but now you're actually just stretching it a little bit thin, I think. This is too much.
It's ruining the experience of viewers at this point, yeah. I think. It's not cool. And we're just having it anyway. It seems to be fine.
Well, they called for the unpause. The problem is you can't unpause with it, the other team agreeing to do so, so... Tapson called it immediately. I imagine this is going to trigger them. This is actually something that if I was...
to be honest.
Yeah, no, if I was a player, I would instantly get up and go to the head admin. I'd go to Graham and say, what the hell is this? You guys got to fix this immediately. So they have called for the unpause now. We will get back into the game. 15-13, FaZe Clan Losing that round against pistols is so costly because now they play against rifles. They don't get it to 14-14, and if they lose this, it's all done.
Round here, 2 in the bag for NRG. A little bit of an aggressive push towards short as well. They're playing to win. Let's try and stay alive at this point. I like it. Boost towards lower B. Looks like a potential B split here. You can see Alan towards the B tunnels as well, trying to find that first pick. Has been good to it, but Peter, he's on short. No warp towards us B side of the map for the CTs. 2 M4s, and this looks like a commitment coming in. Here we go.
Gob caught, Rain with the kill. Lagia is trapped inside of the site, trying to get back into a position where he can find him. What is that shot? Oh, Lagia! He gets 2. That's so massive. I know he goes down right after, but look at the context of the round now, because Peter finds one in the AWP, and they've got a man advantage on the retake, and 3 kits to work with. He was swarmed in the site. 4 players entered in. They'd taken his teammate without a kill coming out, and he manages to still find 2 in a very tough position. It's Fugly, Tabson, and Peter on the retake. And the utility's already been thrown early as well. They've got a flash and a nade from FaZe to hold this off. In they go. AZ's waiting for flashes to come in and turn. Good position. Alu able to take 1. AZ's got the other. So the 3 is down to 1, and it's only Peter. Peter's going to back away. We're going to play the 30th round, and it might be overtime if they're not careful.
Well. After what seemed like such good work there from Lagia. You're absolutely right. Yes, he went down straight away after, but the impact he had with the rifles there after losing his comrade so early on. Another pause, of course. And yeah, good work from Alu and AZ, and the 2-on-2 managing to finish things off there. It was actually quite an impressive round for them overall. Money, not in a great position. They can bring out the AWPs. We're not going to whinge about the pauses again. It's getting boring to listen to us talking about it.
Yeah, I think we've said enough.
Yeah.
This'll be
it's fine. It's the last round anyway. Can't have any more at least, unless we go over time. Then
I may go seek clarification. I'm not that it's my place to interject, but I'm just curious as to what the interpretation is on this myself.
Yeah, but that, regardless, now we've had even more than 4 this half. It feels like. Anyway.
Well, we will await the fate of the final round. It's not like either of these teams are most known for having a coaching presence as well. Obviously, FaZe has flirted with it in the past. They've had multiple coaches go through the organization, but with Kerrigan coming in, he's the one at the helm. Gobby's the one on the other side. So it's not like communication's the issue. It's not like they're trying to pause to bring in a coach's talk. They're just doing it for strictly adaptation reasons, trying to get a read on their opponents and change things up. Last time we had a pause from Kerrigan's side, Alu pushed all the way through. Or rather, from our NRG side, Alu pushed all the way through. This time he won't. Tries to fire into a nade, and it's going to be a B play early. Bomb is still, though, in the hands of Alu, who stays at T-spawn, so don't look for a fast plant. They just want to get a presence inside the tunnels.
Well, then Gobby's down to the UMP. And the gear. It's an interesting angle to take. He's back up with his teammate. As soon as he pulls the trigger, he'll move to the right. His teammate will try and back him up. That's the idea of the play, at least in theory. Let's see if it works out for him. He's going to be challenged as well. The bomb's in upper B. He's edging in. Here comes the first exchange, potentially. Tension's rising now. 1 round required for NRG. But it's on the other side of the map. Peter finds Jacob. And they do fire a shot, but at this point, the CDs have the man advantage. They don't have to commit to this angle of B now. They won't be pushing in as Peter does the good work and takes down Jacob 5-on-4.
The one thing I think they might try and consider, and that is that the teammate with the AWP ran back, and they might want the, hearing that shot, think it's the AWP, so they stay with the angle. They get him, though. He goes down. Like you say, he didn't need to face to that. He didn't need to commit to it at all, and it gives them up because in the site, Alu and Rain find the close play in Tabson. Lagia falls. They're down a man despite finding the early pick, and it's Peter. He's going to rotate back over with the AWP. Last time, he was not able to penetrate through to the site with his teammates. Fugly trying to do what he can, and Peter's going to rotate, and they're both going to go from the tunnels. It's AZ at the mouth of them, trying to hold them off. He's on the low HP, 29 for him to work with as Alu and Rain are inside of the site. Bomb. It's been ticking for quite some time. There's kits on both, but FaZe is looking increasingly like this is going to put it into overtime, and they're going to go through the flames. They want to get aggressive. They're going to hear those tags. Alu peeks it, and it's overtime indeed.
Well then. NRG.
What's the rules for timeouts and overtimes, Henry?
Just like 6 of them, I think, per round.
Per round. Yeah. Every time someone dies, call a timeout. We'll play it like chess.
FaZe were actually pretty far behind at that point, and actually just took it round by round, and that last one especially could have gone either way, especially when Peter gets the first kill. But we do go into MR3 10K, and we'll see who can step up here. Nothing really separating them on Dust 2 so far, and first round is going to be indicative as to who's going to control the money. I'm sure it is 10K. 16K is very broken on Dust 2, so it is, yep, I've just had a look. It's MR3 10K, it's fine. So then, Alu brings up the first AWP. It's difficult to justify double orbs on the CT side in overtime because if you lose that first round, you're pretty much done for money after the first one. So you want to keep things a little bit more honest. That's why you see the CT's not buying head armor as well.
Gobby inside the smoke at the mid doors, wants anyone to push by him. He's trying to invite them in. But they're not taking the invitation. They don't want to go to his party. They want to go over toward A instead. It's Peter on the AWP at car. Thompson in front to watch drop. He's going to go down towards CT. And one-time flash. Peter can't peek. They're already toward the quad. Tabson, I think, has been spotted as well. Good pick early from Gobby, but it's AZ. Rather, excuse me, this Rain to find the shot and return immediately. Flames out on top of the position to plant. They can't quite get in. But they'll slow the pace. Gobby sitting on the boxes down below looking for an opportunity to try and get back into the picture. It's 4 versus 4 and bomb goes down, but Legia follows it up. Alu falls as soon as it happens toward the quad. Legia's going to go further than that. He'll find Rain as well. Jacob is going to stay at quad. So he can peek onto this position if they don't consider the fact that he's there, but the jump up spots him. They now know. AZ may find him in turn, but Jacob's going to have a hell of a time trying to stay alive with bullets spamming through onto him. They'll push around. They'll catch him off. AZ catches one on top of the bomb, but still the defuse is coming in, and it will be the round to Energy.
Yeah, it was a really nice smoke there, and a really strong round from Legia, I have to say. He's the one that actually dropped that smoke as well, so he finished wins the round single-handedly at that point. AZ does what he can toward the end, pushes through the smoke. Knows he doesn't have many options left, and it's huge for the CT to pick up that first gun round for this financial reasons I mentioned before. Good work from NRG, holding off the A approach from FaZe Clan, and we go into round number 2 of overtime here. Alu back on the AWP. If they lose this one, the money is in a difficult position. If you lose 2 in a row, you have a rough time. It's long. So Alu trying to get that first pick. He's setting fire. There's a ton of damage there. Goes down to 39 HP.
Peter, bottom and middle with the AWP, waiting for the smoke to dissolve. Has his chance to try and catch out Alu. He's on 39, but it's an AWP in his hands. Which means one shot, potentially one kill. That's the plan. Flash goes over and Peter forced to hide inside of CT, at least for the moment. And with him moved, they can start to take over mid. Baby steps. Get mid, get cat. Excuse me as I get a tickle in my throat. And then what's next after cat? Well, try and get onto the A side. Peter, shot and drop. He's going to fall away toward the cart. Thompson down inside of spawn. There's a bit of a vacancy on top of the A platform itself, so Peter's going to have to hit some shots, more importantly, because Thompson's now gone inside of middle. That's the support on the drop play, but this could be a split. This could be a drop, wrap back through CT, split onto B, because AZ's still waiting, and that's what it's going to be. AZ's still waiting in the tunnels. Kerrigan's actually going to go back through middle, and this is smart, because the players at long, if they want to rotate, he can try and catch them off. So it's Legia and Gobby in the site directly. They have to hold this flash over. A direct fight, and Gobby only manages one with it. Legia can't find shots, and FaZe, they've got a bomb site, and I think we're going to split 1-1 early on in overtime.
I think you're absolutely right. We'll see what happens here. 4-on-2, and Alu, he's already done the hard work, to be fair. He's found his frag, and it's going to be now just poor Fugly left in the 3 versus 1. FaZe Clan doing a great job in the second round to pull things back. B seems to be a very successful side for them overall, and Fugly just trying to save his weapon. Not that the teams will be hunting, but they've had a rough first round, so want to try and keep the money a little bit healthier. They might have to drop a weapon there. You can see 1400 on Alu. Same story for AZ as well, so just saving the weapons at this point will probably be key for their success in the third. But there it is, you're right. 1-1 in overtime there.
Ugly spots up the last player hunting him down, exiting that direction. It's going to be FaZe striking back, though, as we say, and there will be money on either side. It's possible you can have to save in the third round of overtime if you lose 2 with big investment, but here we go. Our first pause of overtime.
So
they unpaused. I imagine they were told to unpause. I imagine that the admins have said that's enough. No more timeouts, period.
I've been people tweet me saying it's 4 per map, which is I'm almost sure that's not the Valve rules.
The Valve ruling, as far as it was led to believe, was 2 per half. 4 per map is correct, but 2 per half.
Yeah.
Not 4 whenever you want to use them.
Yeah.
And they don't carry over. If you don't use them in the first half, you don't get to use them in the second. That was how it was originally explained and originally understood.
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't announced. It was a silent change. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's get into it, shall we? Round number 3. 1 apiece at the moment. A big round to finish things off. Both teams have weaponry. NRG, though, slightly more. They've got that double orb set up. Once again, Peter and Legia. We'll see what happens as we have got another default. Slowly but surely, it will be FaZe making their way towards the A side of the map, pushing up towards short. Alu going in first, looking for any CT presence there. Not going to be much. Tabson's down a CT spawn, looking for the anyone he can take down. Has a bit of utility, including an incendiary to slow them down.
Just to touch on that too, if it is 4 that gets carried over, I'm strongly in disagreement with that because you can see how much it breaks up the pace of the game. If it's 2 per
8 in one half.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of kills the flow a little bit. I think that the 2 per half gives us just enough to think about, but keeps the game going. Either way, Fugly pushing through, gets caught by Jacob. Headshot on the AK-47, pretty straightforward as Jacob actually succeeds in taking over long. That's not going to be a problem for the A site because Peter's getting pushed out already. Goes toward Goose, but Tabson's got to fight in the lane and he'll get caught as Rain immediately finds him. Shots out, can't find it, Peter down, but Goppy's the one to step up. Oddly enough, he's got 2 in this. Bombs down at long. AZ's suddenly got to pull this back too, and they go for the jump. They spot him up, they know where he is. They were going to boost on it as well, and they get toward elevator. He's got to commit a long way to find them. Finds them both indeed. AZ goes crazy, and we've got overtime done. The half, it'll swap over as FaZe gets 2.
Big round from AZ. We talk about him quite a lot in terms of the talent he does possess, but maybe not realized as of late, and that's a big round for him to pick up against NRG in overtime. 2 versus 1. Around it looked like they're tied up, both players in CT spawn, and he manages to blitz both of them. It's going to be 2-1, and it's the first to 19 if you are playing along at home. So FaZe with a firm advantage here as they move over to the CT half. 2 required, 1 to draw. Double overtime, always quite a possibility in MR3, but we'll see what happens. We've seen some long ones before, haven't we, Matt?
We certainly have. I think we've seen the longest at 78. I saw 69 with my brother from another game, Toby Wan.
Oh, okay, let's get into it. Alu.
Quick little stretch for you.
Yep.
Getting a little
limbered up. Yeah, no, just getting in the mood, you know. Maybe a B rusher, you know. This is looking loose. Straight in, Lagia going first. Has to run through fire. And can he find the first kill here? Fully covered now.
They're deep in the site already. They wrap around. Good play. Gobby with 2. AZ and Kerrigan gone.
Why not?
Could be knotted right back up on 17 before we even get into this overtime. Because this has hardly begun and it's going to be a B site. Yeah, they're already backing out of this. They're not going to go. This is incredibly fast.
Get in there. A couple of flashbangs. Got B. Brave as ever. He finds 2 kills. He had some really good rounds in the first half as well towards the end. I remember pointing that out. And he certainly delivers here. Wins the round by himself. He's the only player fragging this round.
That's incredible. And it's very fast, like you say, which could start to bid out some utility on the other side. If the pace is that quickly early on, bless you.
I did mute it.
I know,
you can probably hear it on your microphone.
That one was
quite a loud one.
Quite loud, yeah. Jacob is in behind cardboard. Makes a home for himself there. Takes down Gobby. Flash is coming through. Don't think they'll pursue. There's really not much need. Pick up the round. The rounds are all that matter at this point in time. There's money either side, so sit tight, boys. Patience will pay off. Patience will prevail. 17-17, like you said, 19 rounds. We claim a victor. 18-18, we do it all again.
Do they dare do it again? They've got a decent B spawn. Tabson and Fugly, actually the best you can get. Surely not. No, I don't think it's going to be. That would be a little bit too mad, would it not? Well, Ali back on the AWP himself. He'll be going towards short. Had a mixed bag of success. Sometimes found Peter, sometimes got completely destroyed by the AKs. We'll see what happens. He's flashed for now. Players in lower B as well. Needs to be very careful. Tabs in. Definitely no slouch this kind of shot. We'll see whether he can find him. Smoke's coming towards Xbox though. Ali
backs away ever so slightly on the catwalk.
Nade lands on his feet
though. Absolutely perfect.
There it is.
And he misses the shot through the wickets, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Gobby. He only got his testicles tickled, but it is going to be a shot for him in return. And as such, he'll start to push up on the catwalk. Jacob's inside of the smoke. No one pushing in directly. Spots him wide. Good response. Gobby on the entries again.
So
and it's energy looking great with a 5 versus 3. Very sick indeed.
Yeah, he wins the first round by himself, and he's looking to do more here. He does finally get taken down by Rain, but the bomb will be planted. That gives at least FaZe a chance to win and retake this situation. We'll see what happens as he's in CT spawn, waiting for the rotations coming from his team from AZ. CT spawn, bomb is going to be planted on A though, and a decent Molotov to slow them down even further. Another one as well. They're done for. Oh dear.
Yeah, say goodbye.
They have another one.
Pull out a marshmallow. Pull out a marshmallow. Roast it.
Keep throwing.
Yeah, forget it.
Oh, that's so cool.
That is great. And they do stack. Watch
another
this
one.
As well. Watch this. This is even better. There's a 4th Molotov comes down, and then they get the backstab in.
That's so good.
That is amazing. How frustrating is that for FaZe? Just sitting in spawn. Go.
Oh
no.
Man. What was so beautiful about it as well, normally obviously pincering the bomb site, and there might have been like quite fine if they were like killing, like locking one person out, but all three were in CT spawn.
I've come up
there
with
must
a
have been
solution.
5 Don't talk about dabs. Don't give them the attention. That's what they want, man.
I'm gonna hire someone to just.
Don't say that.
All right, keep going.
Don't say that. Get
going.
yourself in trouble.
Keep going.
And it's going to be 2-0 here. God B, more fantastic work. They pull out the auto snipers here, and the AWPs is going to be Carrigan, who gets taken down to 64 HP. But where's God B off to? I want to see what this man.
He's already
has
on
got
cat.
planned.
He's already on cat, and look, he's gonna go again. Oh my God, he's gonna go. Oh, all
I
right.
thought it was coming.
I really did. I thought it was the opening. It's actually the closer from Alu, which means now that's the man advantage for FaZe again. Last round of overtime, number 1, regardless of who wins it. That much is sure.
Well, it's just 1 round required from FaZe, and they have the man advantage for now. Then we get to double overtime. It's still a very real prospect here. B split looking likely. Utility available for CT spawn. Tabson will be smoking towards the left-hand side of mid, but Alu will be waiting for him here. The smoke's deployed, and this first shot, Alu can't pull the trigger in time. Tabson lives to see another day as he pushes up towards B. His teammates will be going in right here, right now.
It's quite risky from Tabson to actually push in and get the secondary nades out toward window, because Alu's still at an angle toward him, but he's confident he pushed him back far enough. He was right in saying so, but we are looking at double overtime. 5 versus 2 in the site, correct quickly. Peter's the last alive. 1 versus 5 gets it down, but immediately taken out, and it's going to be double OT.
It certainly is, after 2 fantastic rounds from the in-game leader, the old guard, God B. They can't find the final one. It was the first pick coming in from the CTs, and they managed to bring it to double overtime, Matt. So everything's reset once again, and I believe we're going to take a quick, short break here while we kind of just compose ourselves, and the players as well.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
We're back into it, double overtime. We will commence things immediately. We can already see our analysts standing by, waiting for this one to end. They've probably been waiting there for quite some time, undoubtedly. But we are into it. It's Energy's turn to start out on the T side. Again, MR3, 10K.
Double orb setup for the CTs for reasons I mentioned before. It's a bit of a risk. Still a very strong setup. You can see them getting no head armor. Only a couple of kits as well. Just trying to balance the books the best they can with this investment. Limited utility as well. Carrigan only gets an incendiary. You can see they've really thought about this buy going into this round. Let's see what Energy bring to the table here. No B rush this time. It's a pretty solid default. Lagia goes towards the upper B tunnels, makes his way towards lower. And actually his teammates waiting towards the top of middle. Flashes go in, trying to work out if there's any sort of presence there from Alu. We know he has played towards mid before with mixed success. He's actually towards short this time. Not offensive, just looking for that first pick and could get it. Doesn't pull the trigger at the correct time. That's the full back at this point. This could be a chance for Godby to find that opening frag once again. Can't quite get it. Manages to get away as well.
Absent, waiting on Cat. With his teammates, trying to get up toward the position inside A site. Rain and Alu going to be the ones stacked against that. Remember, Jacob is always out toward long. He's the one that anchors the position, and it's an important one on retakes. Quite the stalemate we've got here, Henry. A shootout. As Tabson's going to walk out toward mid. Molotov toward Firebox, as it's aptly named, but not Smokes. In fact, they stack those in case anyone is there. They leave the gap open, though, and that allows Rain to take advantage of it. Sprays through. AZ's going to pop out from inside the B site, as to with Kerrigan. AZ's gone, but they've gotten a 4 versus 2 out of all of this, and Kerrigan's going to make it even better than that as he closes out on everybody. Another great round inside the site for him with an AWP, 3 in total.
Well, you could see it was quite a passive default there at the start from NRG, making their way towards shorts. Godby trying to take matters in his own hands. He looks like he's confident right now. Good flashes going to the A site. Can't find that kill on Ali, though, and they go for a pretty lackluster mid approach, I have to say. Didn't really get much done there. Didn't really get in towards the bomb site at all. Locked down from that double orb setup as well. Looked pretty comfortable with the CTs overall. FaZe Clan do take the first round here. Long take coming in. The Molotov doesn't land, though, so FaZe can actually try and retake this one. Flashes come in. Jacob looking like the first one to strike, but Legia gets a double kill. Both headshots. Here we go. 5-on-3 as he successfully takes over the long part of the map. Alu is still there with the AWP, though, and the Molotov misses. Once again, it's not deep enough, so he can stay in the position of Car. And that's to their detriment. That's huge. In fact, he manages to stay alive here. They do shut him down. That should be the round, but that could have been really costly for them.
He's going to wait inside of the smoke. Peter thinks about watching the backside to make sure no one's going to wrap back in. Smart, because Kerrigan is here. And he's got an AWP spotted. Takes back the chance. If he could have found one, reset himself, it would have been possible as AZ gets positioned on top of the ramp. FaZe, if they can get 2 in a row, that would be something to marvel at, because we got a 1-1 split in the first overtime. Flash comes through, AZ looks away, no gap in the smoke, at least to the very side of it, and then the secondary flash is going to be timed with the bomb already crossed over. He won't be able to do anything about this. Nade up on top of the site. Legia is low, but he's not on the receiving end. In fact, Legia is all the way down toward the pit, so
indeed.
It's Kerrigan on AWP on Cat. If they pull this off, I'd be very impressed.
I don't think it's a possible outcome for them, to be fair. There's one player that drops. It'll be Kerrigan getting one in return, trying to save his AWP, but Legia's waiting on the other side. Doesn't matter, he's low HP against the AWP. And we see Kerrigan's trying to sneak in here.
He's got a kit. Oh, okay, there it is, Tabson. He's got a kit. And there was low enough HP, and Tabson was the high HP player, so he stayed close to the bomb, but it could have been interesting if he caught 1 kill there.
Well, that ties things up at 1-1 once again. NRG managing to get Legia out of the long doors there. Double spray down. Like you said, Alu potentially could have been a thorn in their side with that missed Molotov, but not meant to be. Double upset to finish things off in the first half. And maybe the B rushed once again. They're setting up for it. It was powerful before, Matt. Can they prove some results here?
Shots coming through. AZ, Rain, and Kerrigan to follow it up. Now FaZe have something to roll with, but it's going to be Godby to take back the AWP. And Godby, oh, I thought Peter hit that shot. It is going to leave 3 alive. If that was a connection, then we had a massive rounds on our hands. And the fact Energy would have been in control of it. They still are inside of the site with bomb going down. Molotov thrown to cover off anyone pushing the window immediately on the retake. And you have to put your attention slightly toward the tunnels right now, because coming in from that direction, it's Jacob. Flash in. He's going to be blinded up. Can't find the shot in return, but they're distracted. He's got the aggro, and that should let them in. Peter's held his composition to find 1, but he's got to find a second, and Jacob's already there. It's going to be FaZe at least claiming the 2 versus 1, or rather the 2-1 scoreline in the second overtime.
Yeah, the B rush this time doesn't work out as well for them. They don't get those initial kills required. It's quite an equal exchange. Comes down to the 2-on-2, and FaZe managed to pick it up. Jacob and Ali working in tandem, and like you said, 2-1. We go to 2019. This is double overtime. You are just joining us after quite a stretched out game with all the pauses we had, but still been a very entertaining one. It's been quite a brawl here on Dust 2, and that's why I like it so much. It's very different to every other map we have in the pool. It does provide you with more of an open playing field to just go with your gut instincts and try some experimental stuff out. Some highlights for me was the Molotov round towards City Spawn from Godby and Co. Like, was it 4 Molotovs and an incendiary as well to lock 3 players in City Spawn? I'm sure that's going to be on Reddit because it was so cool to watch. I'm sure it's already there.
It's probably already there. buried by threads of complaints about timeouts.
Yeah, of course. Well, it'd be good to get some clarification if we are
We
wrong.
did. Flying DJ said it's 4 per game, not 2 per half. I always understood it, but it was explained to me going into New York by admins and players alike that it was 2 per half. Apparently that was never stated. I think it's the dumbest rule in the world if it's 4 in a single half. That's just too much. Breaks the flow of the game entirely, and I'm not for it, unfortunately. I don't get to say anything to Valve because very few people do, but it's, yeah, I'm in disagreement with that. I like the 30 seconds if it were 2 per half. Ligia is going to take down Alu, start this round off. That does mean Alu's AWP is down and it's on to just AK-47s, but win this, win it all for FaZe. Or sorry, get themselves on that point because it's double OT, so it'll be 22 to win it all.
Exactly.
My math failing me.
Well, so far it's NRG doing a good job to find that first frag. That was Ligia having a great game so far. Really come to life here in the last 10 rounds or so. 29 kills. Towards shore they go, there will be FaZe, and they have got Carrick on the AWP this time. Obviously, Alu's gone down. Not much separating these two teams. We have got the AWP towards the car area. It's going to be Peter waiting for them. As an execution is not really possible. They've got one smoke, a couple of Molotovs, and some flashbangs here. So the city's in a fantastic position to hold them off with the man advantage as well. The flashbangs come in, and who's going to be getting the next frag out?
Flashes in all directions. Rain's going to capitalize, doubly so. Jacob now has to turn back and take off catwalk. Fast rotations come in, and Gobby and Fugly have capitalized tremendously on it. AZ now 1 versus 3, top of the site, smoke out. He's going to use that to get toward the goose position. Long is covered off by Fugly. He doesn't want to move too soon, give that away. Ligia's on the op, and he's back out toward mid, just getting on the Xbox now, so they'll wait, they'll coordinate. They've got one kit, it's in Fugly's hands. Now that's the problem, he's out toward long, so he actually gets to advance in this. He can't just hold the angle, doesn't even matter. Gobby's going to hit it, and we go 20-20.
We do indeed. AZ there in the first overtime managed to go huge in the 2 versus 1. This one was a bit too much of a stretch. Nice smoke on the side there. You can see the idea using the step to try and see above it. Didn't quite get the angle he wanted, so he had to face a little bit of a wider angle there. Gets taken down. Definitely a player that could deliver in those situations, but unable to find the frags required here. 20-20. It certainly is going the distance here as we go into the next round. Double up setup still for the CTs. As it's round number 5 or 6. They're trying to keep track. I had to work it out quickly. And it will be Ali back on the AWP. He's in towards suicide for now. No rushes. Oh, okay, but Ligia, he committed. I was just trying to work out who was committing from the CT side. It's certainly Ligia. He goes towards top of mid by himself as well. It's an all-in play and one that does not pay off. He gets sent packing, and a 5-on-4 established for FaZe pretty early on in the round. They don't have to commit right now. Wait for the reactions. Dust 2 is one of those maps. If you lose any sort of map control or possession, you need to be reclaiming something else. And we'll see what the reaction coming in from the CTs will be. As right now, we'll set up in a 2 towards B and 2 on A. Separated from each other, I have to say.
Quite fastly separated indeed. Rain will start to work onto the catwalk position. The only one inside of the site to confront him is Tabson. Not that he's not worthy of a fight. 20 and 28 his score. There's massive scores on everybody here. Alu 33, 32 Gobby. Those are your cream of the crop. Nice shot from AZ as he takes down Fugly. That opens up long. Now Tabson's got real problems. And FaZe look very poised to take this site away. Kerrigan waiting bottom tunnels, is waiting for and hoping for rotation. And Tabson gone immediately. Not surprising with so many players coming in onto him. There it is, perfectly done from Kerrigan. Waits for exactly that push through the doorway, and Peter's now left in a 1 versus 5. I think, Henry, we're going to have a lead for FaZe to try and potentially wrap this up in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. And Manny's not going to be in a fantastic position. It was certainly enough to buy. But this round was looking almost a little bit too comfortable for FaZe there. It was Ligia pushing up top of mid by himself. As I said, this is a big game for both teams, and in these situations, you want to be throwing a spanner in the works every now and then. I'm not sure that one fit the socket, though, because he got up there by himself, and Halle was just waiting for him, and he ran into the crosshair, unfortunately. It's a nice idea. Unfortunately, shut down, and at that point, the round fell apart. So NRG going to the last one here. They said the money's okay. They got a double up again set up, but it's going to be Gobby with the UMP. Some players have proven this event that that's not really a big deal. Nico especially has shown how deadly that can be in certain situations.
Do you remember the period in time about 6 months ago when Flusha was using that in gun rounds?
Yeah, well, so was Nico today.
Trying to build, yeah, it's true, but he was buying it intentionally to build up money so he could drop for teammates. Ligia missing 2 shots. That's crucial because they're in the site already, and Alu's got Ligia down. Normally he's been good in those positions, but FaZe have the site. Do they have the game? That's the better question. 5 versus 3. Tabson's going to pull one back. And watch for the bomb to go down, get planted. Minute 23, it's in AZ's hands. He's locked in closet. There's smokes at door. They can't get by. They don't have the information to do it safely. It gives tabseN a chance to try and think about going through the tunnels, but as soon as he does, a smoke is there, and as such, it's just a matter of waiting for those smokes to dissolve at the doorway.
Molotov does not actually land in the window there. That's actually kind of a big deal. That one's a bit more successful though. Deep, and it's going to be the T's pushing out, not even going for the bomb though. Buckley finds two.
That's risky. This goes down to a 1 versus 2. They could have planted a lot sooner by throwing the bomb, potentially. They didn't want to take the risk, but AZ pushing out instead of taking the safe play leaves this as now a 1 versus 2. Kerrigan's not left the B site, and AZ, I think he's expecting tabseN to push through. AZ's gone to A, and tabseN's read this. He's in the open. If tabseN gets this kill, oh, he's made too much noise, and he gets caught. Kerrigan nails it. I don't even think he was sure when it went down at that point. He may have considered it to be B with that drop.
I think it was a safe play. It wasn't a short punt from AZ there. I don't think he had awareness there. It was an interesting decision to push out like that, but they win the game regardless. A great showing on Dust 2 there. Some very exciting rounds and some interesting decisions from both sides, I have to say. But still, I liked it. It was a good game overall. And FaZe, we did expect them to be the stronger team going into this one, and I don't think that's fair. I think NRG put up a really good fight. God be especially Legia, players that maybe aren't as celebrated as some of the other big fraggers in the team, showing a great performance overall. And FaZe definitely didn't get through that one easily.
Not at all. And I mean, again, a long game, double overtime. FaZe were the favorites, but you highlighted it very well. Energy played extremely well, and well, we had a long game as well because we had a lot of in-between. I know our analysts have been standing by for quite some time. I don't know if they're 100% ready. They may have fallen asleep at the desk, but we'll see if they're still awake. Alex, please let us know.
It doesn't get easier for NRG as they have it taken away from them in overtime. FaZe, through thick and thin, do close things out. Some questionable decisions that I'll be dissecting with my friends here on the desk. Of course, Chad Birchall and YNK standing by with me. I think the first thing we have to acknowledge is that NRG have fallen again after holding the lead, and of course, and then getting so close yet so far, pushing another T1 opposition. First, we saw it versus NIP, now we see it versus FaZe, and I mean, admittedly, it didn't look like their chances for getting out of the group stage were high. In fact, they were incrementally minimal. However, there's not much worse of a loss you can concede like that, Yenko.
Yes, Alex. This game reminded me of college a little bit. Just a string of bad decisions, one after another, pretty much. Good game for Henry, of course, in the end, but for me a bit questionable. I think that last round depicted it perfectly. 4 players in the B bomb site. Let's not plant the bomb. Let's try and go towards the A bomb site.
I didn't get that. It's one of the hardest bomb sites to retake once you've got it. You have 4 players in there in a 4v3 situation and push out the doors.
Right. Okay. So you know what? Before we dissect any further, maybe Kerrigan can tell us why. He is on the stage. Kerrigan, why did you guys not plant on B? Maybe you and Bia can answer that question for us.
Kerrigan, after losing twice, you played really well against Dig, NRG in this tie match decided in overtime. How was it?
It was an exhausting match. I mean, NRG played really well, and they show also how good team they are when they played against NIP. So I'm just happy we came on top and we're still alive in the tournament, so yeah.
And to be alive in the competition, the only option is win. How do you handle the pressure?
It's going to be a tough match against NIP, so we just have to play our own game and learn from mistakes. We did a lot of mistakes this match, so let's just learn from it and keep on be positive. That's the only thing we can do right now.
Thank you and good luck. Alex.
Thank you, Bia. Awesome stuff. So, Kerrigan. Yenko just told the best joke.
Oh, he's a funny man.
This guy. Yeah. Honestly, he's funnier when the mics are off. So
resident sleeper when they're on.
That's right. The discussion. Yeah, you're definitely a cap of pride when they're off. But we do need to start talking about the fact that.
Why are they whistling at us?
I don't know. Is this us? Do we just look really good today?
I know we're handsome.
Definitely not, Alex.
Just for us?
Definitely not.
Thank you.
There you go. They're up and about.
These guys are charmers.
So I'm going to theorize why they made that really bad decision.
Okay, go.
They
Let's
wanted to go to
brainstorm it. Let's
another
brainstorm it.
overtime.
It's all about the overtime.
Thankfully, that
Yeah.
didn't happen. But yeah, the only thing that would come, that would make sense was some bad comms saying that all of the players are tunnels. So let's just why don't. But still, I mean, it's a questionable decision.
It truly is. But 22-20. The decision we were talking about, by the way, it's only one round of the many. Let's not forget there was a whole lot more gameplay, and actually there was some positives to both sides. Admittedly, yes, it was a little scrappy. One of the positives highlighted by the casters was that a real solid performance from someone that wasn't Tabson. Tabson, yes, maybe at the top of the scoreboard, but Legia pulling his weight with all rifle. NRG do have some. Why are you pulling a funny face?
Tabs, you meant Gobby.
No, Legia was 29 frags alongside Godby.
Yes. But
Oh,
said
I'm sorry.
Tabson.
As in, basically someone other than Tabson was performing.
Okay.
What the
I
point I was trying to
understood.
make. Yeah,
Sorry.
you did. Okay.
It's English second language.
It's okay. SK are on the stage.
So about NRG in that game, Alex, I think it was super interesting how Gobby took matters into his own hands like a true captain and leader and decided, yes, I'm going to take cat control by
Didn't he?
myself
Yeah.
and win us this game. Managed to do it one time on B, one time on cat, third time got killed by Alu, round lost of course. Dreams shattered.
These
Let's
are
go
the
home.
risks. These are the risk in-game leaders take, right?
Yeah. I mean, he did kind of take the ball by the horns in
Yeah.
those last couple of rounds, deciding that it was not done just yet. What have we learned then from NRG's performance across the tournament? Because this is it. I mean, that's kind of, we're waving goodbye to them now. We will not be seeing them progress to the playoffs. Admittedly, then we do have got another game to play. But what can we take away?
They have problems finishing.
Finishing, yeah.
Yeah, I know those feelings.
Yeah.
There's one thing that I noticed, and this is from a perspective, I had issues with this as a player. It's very emotional, and you see it on Tabson. The way that he was playing, he was just putting his hands on his head, the way that he was reacting after he died in certain situations, or the team losing situations that they shouldn't. It's off-putting for the people sitting around you, and my teammates told me, you have to stop doing it, you have to try and control it and stuff. And I don't like when Happy just does this one. But if Happy is just going to do this one instead of like throwing his arms about and throwing his headset around and stuff, that's much better than being a distraction and potentially bringing the mood of your team down. So that's just one thing that it's not like emotional players. I want to see people invested. I was hugely invested and I was hugely emotional. But if it's bringing like the team, I don't know what kind of impact it has.
Sure.
This is me just speculating and talking about my experiences.
It's our job.
It's not usually a good thing. When you're winning and somebody's getting hype and they're getting all excited and yelling like an idiot like I used to, awesome. It lifts the whole team. But these are the highs and lows of it, and there's pros and cons, and you need to know when to just calm it down.
Okay. Yeah, I know. If we were talking for longer, I would ask you whether you can have the highs without the lows. Can you be the cheering, loud, yes, we're winning rounds, but then when you stop losing, that absence of that, do you not feel that can also...
I think you can. It depends on how nervous, I suppose, you are about the situation and how badly you want it. If you have a coach behind you keeping one of the looking after that player, keeping them level-headed, then it seems a bit easier to deal with and mitigate.
Well, there's no doubt there is going to be a whole lot of hollering and loud noise coming into this next game because, yes, you can see they have walked onto the stage and the crowd erupted just because they're here. It's going to be SK who are going to be doing battle versus Dignitas. This is going to probably be the game of the day. A lot to look forward to. Dignitas looking phenomenal. One of the teams to be keeping your eye on as the months do go on. And, of course, SK standing in their way to defend their honor after falling short just a while ago in Russia. If you want to understand exactly what did happen at Epicenter or what's happened in this tournament as well, you can be sure to check it out over on the Score Esports application. It helps you keep track of every CS event under the sun, all the good stuff there, including stats, news, and even articles on teams that have been eliminated, reflecting upon how they did concede those losses. So you go check that out, and when we do come back, we're going to be talking SK Dig. It's going to be a good one. You do not want to miss this.
The Mountain Dew League is definitely the biggest thing that's giving us exposure. And that's basically what this kind of league does. It just promotes growth in smaller teams, and you can really make a name for yourself. We definitely have a possibility to raise some eyebrows, and people are going to be surprised.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent! The galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. No! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, triple on that!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Two-time major champions SK have proved time and time again that they are a team destined for greatness.
It's a lot of time, not a lot of time, but about 15 seconds to make a move.
He's gonna move right up here with it. Just the Glock picks up a kill. Now one more to go. He's gonna go for Nitro, and the flick right onto Nitro's body shuts it down.
After placing first at the Season 3 finals, SK have been remaining dominant throughout this season, their record blemished only by Immortals, Team Liquid, and Renegades.
SK Gaming here in Brazil to defend their title, this time on home soil. Yes, the defending world champions of the major, but also the defending champions of the ESL Pro League. It was Season 3, they took it in London. Now they stand here in Brazil to try and get just a little bit closer to doing it again. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson. I'm joined by Janko Wynke-Ponovic and Chad Birchall to discuss what could very well be the big game of the day. Gentlemen, you feeling good about this one? Chad, I'm looking at you. You feeling good about SK Dig?
It's going to be a great match. Two really good teams. SK on home soil. Dig on the rise to an elite level squad with two huge stars of Magic and Config. Looking forward to this one.
We can't really stop talking about them, really. It's like literally within every sentence, within every breath of Dignitas, Magic and Config come in with them. So we'll leave them on the back burners for a moment and actually spend the majority of our opener talking here about SK, because it is such an intriguing premise to see just how crazy these Brazilian fans are for SK. Every player walked on stage, it sounded like they just got a 1v5.
I mean, definitely. Imagine, Alex, the best team in the world at Counter-Strike is from your own country, and you're playing in that country. There's certainly going to be people happy about that.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, Janko downplay it, that's fine. That's just kind of how things go. But I do want to kind of address the power on this roster. Look at this. 5 players with a whole lot of love.
And I think Chad can bring a lot of input here because they have 3 caps.
Yeah, I think that if we get stuck into that ruling, we might get Reddit up on fire about that one. But I think Taco can't wear his patented beanie, so we might see him with a cap on.
No. Well, while you are talking about rules, and before we do get into the nitty-gritty, I heard a discussion, and there has been a bit of a fruitful discussion about the current pause ruling from Valve. I know you've got the exact literature in front of you. I want to make sure that we do vocalize it now before Sadakist and Henry fill your ears with lies any further.
Yeah, just a bit of housekeeping. So the wording from Valve is, during a match, the coach may only communicate with the players during warm-up, halftime, or during one of 4 30-second timeouts that the coach or player can call. So
there's no specification.
You can do that whenever you want. You can do it in the first 4 rounds. But there's no point us debating the rule.
No,
that's the way it is.
We're simply explaining.
And I was just saying, because I would have got stuck into it, and I would have told my opinion. And we don't really care about that. We care about this match. So that's the rule, people. Deal with it. And SK versus Dig.
And I think we start with the fact that SK seem to have been going through some personal strife as of late. It's worth highlighting that this roster, through no change of roster, admittedly there have been some ups and downs for them outside of game, but it shows that it's not just gameplay that affects a team's performance. There's so much more going on.
Of course, atmosphere plays a big part in any team, and you can tell how SK, yes, they have been having issues, but you can also see how they're trying to resolve those issues. I think the difference between day 1 and day 2 in how they handle themselves throughout the match is apparent. They've been trying to hype themselves up much more, and it worked wonders for them on day 2, 2 convincing wins.
Yeah, different approach, like you're saying, to the hype, and obviously a positive influence for them. Something which I'm very interested in is the crowd and how that's going to influence Dig, because we've seen that they're an elite level team and that they can play at this level. The problem is this is the first time that these kids have had a crowd against them. I say kids because to me they're children.
Granddad
but
chat.
this is the first time that they're going to have a crowd actually cheering against them.
Well,
so
I mean, at Epicenter they had to play first against Na'Vi, then against VP, which were probably the two home teams at an event. Although I have to be honest and say that crowd was not as loud as this one, so I think here it's going to have a bit of a bigger effect on that.
Yeah, perhaps a detrimental effect on Dignitas, and we will be talking about the Danes after we do hear from SK themselves. They took time to take a quick interview before we did jump into this game, so let's go hear what the SK boys had to say about getting to these finals.
For us, it's going to be a new experience. We never played in Brazil, at least in the CSGO days, on such a big tournament. Even if you don't think there will be extra pressure, I think it's natural to feel a little more desire to win something for a home crowd. So I think it's natural to really want to win, and there is a little bit of more pressure, but we try to handle it the best we can. Because we have been on the top for quite a while, people are kind of creating their game and trying to focus on how to beat us because they want to be the best as well. So sometimes some plays that in the past would catch people off guard. Nowadays they kind of expect it already. So trying to innovate, trying to play a more fundamental game is some of the things we have been working to try to proceed and win a lot again. I think at these playoffs, NIP and Dignitas are the teams to be looking for. And of course, you have Envious, who are showing a great game with the new player. You have other teams that can as well be difficult. And you can take out the American teams. I think the American teams are sometimes underestimated, but they have been doing pretty good lately on the LAN tournaments.
Did not have any problems with the North Americans Cloud9 yesterday, but now SK face a different opponent, and Fauna has already acknowledged in that interview that Dignitas could prove to be a bit of a challenge. The Danes who've looked so good recently, these are the faces of the five that will be doing battle against both SK and the crowd. Magic, Rubino, MSL, Config and Cajun B. Cajun B came into this one as the more seasoned veteran of the five, however, they've gone and grown together and experienced plenty for them as they continue to gather it here in Brazil. But we do have to make sure we have ample time to talk about the arena by which these two teams will be doing battle. It is, of course, the Mount Veto. 7 in the pool, and now we are going to start talking amongst ourselves regarding it. Is this one as clear-cut as some? I know that you found NRG easy to call.
I think this is where Dignitas has the advantage of picking actually the map which is going to be played, because SK kind of has to veto Nuke, has to veto Cobble. Cache is a map they don't play at all. That's their go-to veto, so I think that's pretty clear-cut for them. Dignitas, on the other hand, their veto will be trained for sure, as we can already see. So out of the remaining 3 maps, Dust to Overpass in Mirage, it's up to Dignitas what they want to face SK on. They have the ability to choose, and I'm not really sure what they're going to go for.
See if they got shaken by yesterday's Mirage performance, that could affect them. But at the same time, you just saw SK have a really good Overpass performance. And then Dust 2, it's one that has only, when I say recently, but only since Cajun came into the team that Dignitas have been playing Dust 2. It was a map that MSL used like to veto a lot in the past, and it's a new thing in their tool shed,
You would probably want them to play Mirage, because even though they were defeated yesterday by FaZe, they lost both pistols. Config was having a bit of a quiet game. On Overpass, it's one of those maps they do play, but they have a lot of aggression on the... Alright. SK doesn't decide to veto Cobble.
Yeah, right. They're not afraid.
I'm surprised by this, because this is Dignitas' best map. This is the map where Dignitas is at this point probably even the best team in the world at playing Cobble, and SK was looking really shaky on that particular map recently. Like they were running out of ideas on the T side, so it's either them having, a team talk and saying, okay, this is what we were doing wrong, we weren't executing everything we had, or just having, a way of playing against what Dignitas has to offer.
At this tournament, they played NIP on this very map. It was a 16-10 scoreline in favor of NIP. Let's not forget that. And of course, perhaps Dignitas would have seen that.
I can tell you what I think they were doing wrong, not going to the A-bomb side at all. SK went towards B like, 90% of the rounds. The Immortals did the same, so maybe it's just a Brazilian thing. But A, for me, it seems very easy to take mid control and corridor control with a few simple flashes, Molotovs and smokes. And then once you have that, you can dictate fakes from there.
It's going to be intriguing. Now, I mean, Dignitas, the world's best team on Cobblestone, surely, Yenko, we have to assume SK have been looking at the world's best team on Cobblestone and have come into this one prepared.
That's the thing, but it's difficult to, anti-strat Dignitas or something of this sort, because they play fundamentally strong Counter-Strike. You need to take risks against them, you need to try and be aggressive, and Cobble is not a map where you want, where you're able to do that in many ways, especially on the CT side, and seeing how SK, when they get off to a good CT side at start, they can just basically stomp their opponents and run away with the win. Cobble, it's much harder to do it on the CT side.
Now, I think this is going to be one of the more intriguing prediction segments. It's going to have to be a quick one, unfortunately, just because these guys are raring to go. Chad, first of all, it's Cobblestone. Dignitas surely coming into this one as favourites.
I think on paper, definitely, but you're not really factoring in
Brazil
and the arena we have right here. For me, I'm going to have to back SK. There's no reason that they would have let this through if they hadn't prepared themselves, right? And if they're a team who's just, they would have known this was coming. They would have prepared everything they needed to. It would have been a shock to Dig. Dig would have been sitting there thinking, this map's banned. We're looking at the Mirage, Overpass, or Dust 2. Yeah. And now they're probably happy. They're going, okay, sweet, we got Cobble. We know those guys have been underperforming, but SK are the ones prepared, and they have looked at all the right things. So I'm going to back them in.
Unless Dignitas gets stunned by this crowd or something of the sorts, I am going with Dignitas. They've simply proven to be the most practiced team on this map. Playing against VP, they would constantly get reset on the T side and still would be able to rack up rounds every time they would have enough for a gun round. So Dignitas for me on Cobble.
All right, desk is split. Dignitas are looking to bounce back after conceding a surprising loss versus FaZe just yesterday. SK were on the rise yesterday, 2 consecutive wins for them, and so this is going to be a huge determining factor of how Group B does look at the lay of the land. We're finding out how things do go down on Cobblestone in a very short moment. After a quick break, we're going to be jumping into Dig SK. This is going to be wild.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
playing versus Team Dignitas, and we're going to get our first preview of SK now on their home field advantage in the big arena as well. Moses is with me. Now going into this map, of course, the map Vito taking an interesting path, and we go to Cobblestone for this first one.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, it's definitely. I agree with Chad in the sense that if SK is going to let this through versus Dignitas, they have to have some kind of plan against it. But I mean, it is a little bit scary to think about. You know, we've seen some of the Brazilian teams, even the North American teams. I know C's tweeted about this too, as just a few days ago, how the general tactics of the North American and South American teams is a lot of hits towards the towards the B bomb side, excuse me, like 80% of the time. And I mean, I don't know if I agree with the percentage or if I don't even really know the percentage that I would say for it, but I mean, it does seem to be an overwhelming hits go towards that B bomb site for these guys. And some of the most success that we saw them have in the matches during, the previous days of Pro League was success towards A. So, I mean, it is a very weird thing where it feels like some of the tactics of SK on this map seem a little bit I don't know, just confused or misguided, I guess maybe is the right word.
I'm trying to remember if it was SK themselves or Immortals that we saw that was just constantly hitting the B-bomb site, and it was actually after they had successfully succeeded to get themselves into the site and actually won around that they finally decided to change it up a bit and go towards the other one, and that was after like 7 or 8 rounds of not managing to make it into the site. So it is a bit of a weird strat, and it seems to go across all the Brazilian rosters with SK and Immortals, and we've even seen it for some of the lesser teams too when they do go over to Cobblestone. So a bit of a weird trend, and they remain very consistent to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the interesting thing about this match now is this is where we kind of really do get to find out like how deep this slump is going for SK, because we've seen them, to start out this tournament a little bit shaky, and in some recent tournaments they have been losing to some of the best teams in the world, but they just didn't look like the SK we know and watched win 2 majors this year. And then just yesterday, I'm not going to say they looked at that level because it was against Cloud9, but definitely they seem to be much more confident in how they were playing as a team and what their teammates were doing. They seem very much more comfortable with themselves. So. I mean, if the SK that was here yesterday shows up, this is going to get very interesting because they have such a tall task right now. I mean, Dignitas, you could even argue. I mean, you can't say they're the best team in the world, but you can say they're playing like they're the best team in the world right now. Yeah, and at the same time, of course, we have both of the big, really on both sides of this one, both teams have really their big stars showing up to the table at the moment. Coldzera's been performing pretty fantastically at this event. Fallen's been having a good event himself here too, but on the flip side of that one, Dignitas, Matchboy obviously hasn't been affected by the food poisoning at all. He's been an absolute all-star here, and then following that up too, Config has been having an absolutely fantastic performance. So it's going to be the clash of all these players across the board here amongst all 10 of them, and it should prove to be a really interesting matchup with that factor in play. Yeah, absolutely, but a lot of it will come down to that defense of the B site, since we know there's going to be a trend there. Even when you switch sides, I mean, even Dignitas there's always focus on that B bomb, so that is the main focal point. It's just a question of how do they manage when the opposing team juggles back and forth between the bomb sites. So this is going to be cool to see. Obviously, drop zone. I think SK on this map tactically on the terrorist side is one of the most creative in how they utilize drop control, because we see them plenty of times try and split up towards the A bomb site from drop, split into the B site towards drop. They can do it in both different ways, and sometimes, I mean, this is the cool thing as well. They have the confidence, and we've seen it in the past. Just the ability to just straight up call, walk up mid and walk into connector. We've seen them do that. Maybe just 1 or 2 players, and that can really throw defenses off if the timing is just a little bit wrong. I think an interesting thing, too, with Team Dignitas that we maybe haven't seen enough of just yet is a little bit more from Cajun B. He's been a little bit quiet so far from this event compared to some of the stuff that we've been seeing from him over the past couple of weeks now. And, I mean, overall from the course of since him joining this team, he actually came out as one of the bigger fraggers in a lot of their online matches and their appearances here and there at LAN events. But so far here at the ESL Pro League, I think he's been a little bit more quiet, wouldn't you say? Yeah, perhaps. But, I mean, he hasn't really had to do anything. I mean, they did drop 1 map, obviously. But, for the most part, Magisk and Config just carried him through a couple matches. I also think it comes down to a big factor of Rubino and MSL seem very much more suited now that Magisk and Config have hit this level with what they do in the game, with their actual play. They seem a little bit more comfortable, and they're putting impact in that we didn't see previously in this lineup. So I mean, that's all going to help things, and Cajun just has to be steady. I mean, that's basically when Astralis was one of the big dangers and Cajun was on the roster. That's kind of what he did anyways. He was just kind of steady. He didn't really blow up, and he had like his 1 match out of every like 6, 7, or 8 maps. He would just like carry them him to a win, and then he would just be steady again. So that's actually a very important tool to have, even if he's not, blowing up every single match, and he's not lighting up the scoreboard, and he's not getting all the highlights.
And we don't know the side starts just as of yet. So we don't know whether we're going to have Dignitas starting off on the city side trying to fend off that consistent B aggression from SK, or whether it will be the reverse situation to begin this match. But let's go a little bit more into predictions for yourself here. I mean, who do you think is going to end up taking control of this match? Is it more dependent on who ends up getting the edge at the start, or do you think it could really go both ways, regardless of the sides?
I mean, at this level of play, I don't think it doesn't really matter what side you have, especially a map like Cobble, which, regardless of whether you think it's T or CT sided at the moment, the scores, are generally pretty close to even. It's usually like around a 9-6, is kind of the expected. So I don't know. I think I would have to take Dignitas just because of the level of play. Still a little bit shaky on the SK side in terms of which SK we're going to see, and just that lack of confidence in the SK that we saw yesterday coming up to play tonight maybe tends me to lean more towards that. Also, I mean, it has the benefit of Magisk and Config, definitely the best duo in Counter-Strike right now that we have in the professional scene, and certainly Magisk seems to be one of the best players at the moment. In this one moment of time.
Yeah. So I think the only other question remaining, if things go the opposite direction here, and we actually see SK taking control of this match, is who could possibly stop SK now? Because now we've gotten out of the ESL arena as well. We're here in the big stage, and they almost, well, I mean, without a doubt of argument, they have the home field advantage here by a big degree. So what teams in this event still would be able to stop them if they can take down Dignitas, who just claimed the biggest event prior to the ESL Pro League finals?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Because now that we have gotten into the arena, we do have this crowd. We saw how it changed Immortals as a team, how much better they played in front of the crowd with the crowd behind them, and oftentimes you want to. It's hard to really quantify the impact a crowd can have, but I think from what we've seen so far, this Brazilian crowd, I mean, even when SK just walks in the room, even when Henny just waves at them, they go nuts. So you can't really just discard that kind of fact. So definitely going to help SK. Dignitas is a team you would look to do it. I still, coming into this event, especially after the Epicenter win, I had Dignitas pegged to win this map, or this entire tournament. I think there are a lot of teams that can do it. It's just Dignitas is the only one that's shown consistency, in my opinion, over like recent months to have like good amount of faith in them actually doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we've been seeing some good performances from a lot of the other teams here too. Like Mal's really stepping up, of course. Lowell showing up for the first time since he joined the roster. Of course, Chris J has been having some good performance over the past couple of weeks, turning that over from E-League now. So they're another big contender, I think, as well. And Envy showing up pretty heavily to this event too. So maybe some surprises there with that team. But still waiting to see for that one. And as you guys can see now, still warming up, still waiting to get into this match now. As the teams are just sorting some last few things out here.
Yeah, we're starting to have chicken.
Yeah.
Why don't they have the hello? Oh, is it because they roll back the update for the sounds? They don't have the pumpkins.
Yeah, they don't have the pumpkins because of the sound bug.
That sucks.
So,
we saw a chicken with a pumpkin on it in like day one. On this very map, I believe.
I think it was the Immortals. I think they were having fun with it too.
Yeah, they were shooting at it. So I mean, yeah, you can call that fun. Not fun for the chicken. But yeah. Little bit of a bummer that we don't have the pumpkins on our heads. Either way, obviously we're getting good shots. Now it's me walking.
Foul physics, of course, top notch.
I like it. Yeah. So this is. I think the interesting part of this map, I think the one player for SK that has to have a good game. I mean, obviously you can throw out the name like Cold, you can throw out Fur, like one of those guys, the riflers. But I think Fallen on this map for SK on the T side, especially with his style of opping, with the kind of playmaking op that he can lead with at times, that we've seen him be so effective with in the past. I think if they're going to have that quality out of Fallen in this game, that's going to make this definitely a scary game for Dignitas. That could actually turn into the advantage of SK. What?
There's a pigeon head. Someone in the crowd.
Why not?
I've seen the horse head before. I haven't seen a pigeon head before.
Well, we've got a new one.
It is crazy though, just how adamant the crowd is for the Brazilian fan base and whatnot against SK. I was out watching one of the games earlier, and SK came out into the crowd, and they weren't really like in the midst of the crowd. They were hiding like on the side in one of the darker parts of the arena, just the side of the stage, and we saw some of the fans just running over to them, jumping over the barriers and whatnot, just to get autographs and whatnot. So it's crazy. Yeah, they're so adamant. They're so passionate about the Brazilian fan base, and I imagine it will be tough for any team that doesn't hail from Brazil to not feel that in the matches, even with like the soundproof headsets and whatnot.
Oh yeah, no, the soundproof headsets are not going to stop anything when it comes to the roar of this crowd. So yeah, I mean it's it's nice and all, but definitely going to be difficult for opponents of SK in the rest of this tournament who have to play again in front of this arena. So that's sick. They've been absolutely crazy. I mean, even just going outside and talking to some of the guys, the fans that have shown up to watch, it's just they're all so happy, so excited to have an event here in Brazil. Even the players, you could tell, like talking to Zeus earlier, talking to some of the SK guys, I mean, this means a lot to them to be able to play in front of the home crowd because. I think Val even said it in that interview. They hadn't been able to play in front of a home crowd in Brazil in years since I think he said the Source days, where I mean, obviously Counter-Strike wasn't at this level. So a cool opportunity for the Brazilian fans to see their team play.
Looking at this match, though, and again, the other important players who have been somewhat hit or miss over the past couple of weeks or so is coldzera is one that draws attention to me, who obviously has been the huge carry in certain situations for SK, and where if he drops the ball, known of course for him to be very, very consistent across all of his maps, but if he shows up to this one and he's not really bringing that fire to the table, I am not exactly sure what else on SK is going to make up for that. And you mentioned Fallen, that certainly if he goes off and we go to where we were seeing him, like back at Cologne last year, whenever he was just absolutely monstrous and you couldn't stop him at all, maybe at that point he would be able to make up for it, but if coldzera really doesn't show up at the table, I don't imagine he wouldn't at this point, but it is a factor certainly that Team Dignitas would be able to take a large advantage over the roster hailing home from Brazil and really would be able to punish them there.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the entire point of having Fur on the roster, and one of the reasons why he's been such an effective player is even if Cold has a little bit of a bad game, even if he starts out a little bit slow, he is going to... Fur is the one who can actually step it up a little bit. So Fur is the one who, when there is a lack in fragging power, he can kind of flip that switch. And we've seen him do it so many times in the past, and that's part of what's made SK so scary this year.
Of course, guys, still looking at the warm-ups here now. I think we're just sorting out one of the players' computers or something like that, making sure, obviously, that everything is completely comfortable for these guys when they do jump into the match itself. But I think we're ready to get into it. Nope, not yet. Not just yet.
Not quite yet.
It tricked me with the round reset.
Yeah, we'll get there. We will get there. So just yeah, a few last-minute issues. But yeah, I mean, now we've touched on a little bit of everything. So how have you been enjoying Brazil so far, Blue?
I have been enjoying it quite good. The Brazilian barbecue. Gone 3 times.
So there's the diet out the window, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Gone completely. It's been very enjoyable, to say that much.
Yeah, Brazilian barbecue is good stuff. Went to a couple places. We went to the Sky Bar last night. You were there briefly. DJ Kuntz actually forgets his wallet, so he had to.
Oh, he did dip out a bit early there.
Yeah, he did. He had to go back, but we enjoyed a nice view and some beverages and some pizza.
It is crazy, actually, just how big this city is. I didn't know it was so sprawled, just spread out over such a big area. It's crazy. I didn't expect the city to be so big.
Yeah, because I feel like I mean we see some high rises where we are, and then when we were at that restaurant, just looking at there's a lot of high risers far in the distance, which is pretty crazy to think about. So yeah, it does strike me as a very large city in just terms of distance it spans.
Even coming from LA, where everything's really spread out and whatnot, it's just crazy just how much the big city part of Sao Paulo was spread out.
Yeah, but LA, man. LA.
Yeah.
LA is just...
LA is a whole different beast.
Yeah, not my style. We'll leave it at that. But that's the nicest way I can possibly say that. Good Lord, the volume in my ears is destroying me.
It's not good old Michigan from where you come from.
Yeah, hail from a little bit of the wilderness. The leaves are changing colors back home. It's fall.
Yeah. It doesn't do that in LA. It's just always
concrete and cars.
Always 80 degrees all year long. No changing at all.
Yeah, it's scarf weather now out in Michigan. So excited to, at some point in my life, get back into that. I go straight back to Atlanta after this one, so it'll be a while before I get a reprieve from the heat.
Good news is, while I've been here, of course, we've been having those crazy rainstorms. Never see that in LA because it just doesn't rain ever.
Yeah, you guys are struggling for water out there.
Yeah, a little bit. So I found some of it. It's just all here, apparently, when it just comes down all at once.
It's migrated. Even the weather doesn't like LA.
Just wants to stick away, and yeah.
Yeah, those were some cool storms, though. We saw the streets were flooding. Those are not flooding, but they were just pretty big rivers for just a rainstorm. A nice lightning show. I think Sadicus was obsessed with going to get pictures of lightning and skylines.
Ruining his cameras, of course.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know how he would do that. I guess maybe they have. I'm assuming someone of a photographer of his caliber would have rain covers for the equipment.
Yeah, little nice cases for that one. Don't know. Didn't look like he had a case on it, so.
It is Sadicus.
We just hope they're weatherproofed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Might be an expensive reinvestment he has to go for some nice photos. There's a nice video I think DJ has on his Twitter.
Who is this playing tic-tac-toe right now? This has got to be Rush. Which observer do we have? Are we working with here? We're working with DJ? Okay, so it is DJ.
Can they tell us the minimap?
I think he wants us to play tic-tac-toe with him.
Oh, there it is. Where would you put yours?
Listen, don't put this on me. All right, we're getting live into the ninth round. Thankfully, we're spared from the game of tic-tac-toe, because that would have been awkward. Yeah, so is this the, this is the ninth round?
Yes, this will be the ninth round.
Okay.
If the minimap didn't block the whole thing, we could have finished our game with tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, we could have actually. At this point, though, like, you know, we did some filling. We've, you can imagine.
Exhausted many topics.
Imagine what Twitch chat is looking like, so let's just show them some gameplay. Let's show them a knife fight. Good old-fashioned knife fight.
Let's get directly into it here now and take a look at things. Who will get the very important side start at the moment? Looking like the guys from SK, but starting to flip a little bit, and just like that, it's all dead. So SK will take control of things, and they will get their side choice to start off this map.
I think that girl has been on camera, like, 20 times today.
Was she the one that they like had her on camera for a solid like 2-3 minutes at one point during the pause?
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that.
But yeah, so SK wins the knife round. Heard the crowd erupt and roar with that first round victory for them, and we'll be getting into this in just a moment. It looks like actually SK is going to choose to stay on the CT side to start with.
Interesting choice for them, but considering, like I mentioned before, the somewhat one-dimensional style of the T side that we do seeing brought to the table, of course, maybe wanting to see if they can get a little bit more of an edge over here on the CT side to start things off, of course, and counter out whatever team Dignitas are going to throw at them, depending on how things go. But just waiting now, I believe, for SK to ready up and get started on the CT side, and we can finally jump back into the action here at our 5th map of the day. And we still have 2 more coming up here on the stream, I do believe.
Yeah, there's going to be 3 matches on the day. What comes up after this one? I can't
think
remember.
The Cloud9 one.
The Cloud9 NIP?
Yeah, that's it.
And then what are we ending with?
I don't know which one's on this stream, actually.
Okay, because we can, because I think this is the group that could still possibly end up in a 5-way tie, so we could see some craziness. We might actually have to do some overtime tiebreakers.
That'll be fun.
That would be awesome.
Interesting the way that will end up getting resolved, of course, with the overtime tiebreaker being the way.
I think it's a pretty cool system. I think it's a nice middle ground between obviously not wanting to do after what we saw at Epicenter, not wanting to do the round score as a decider, but also not necessarily having the time or the ability to play a full match as a tiebreaker. So I think it's a pretty interesting way to solve that issue.
Yeah, and it gets past all the pistol round and economy building phases of it too. Both teams will be right into the action, and we get like 2 hours straight of just gun rounds.
No, this is interesting because you guys don't have it on your screen. You're seeing the crazy dude in the what's it called, Luchador mask?
Luchador?
Yeah, we're seeing that guy. But on our observer PCs, we're seeing basically Dignitas in the pregame just slaughtering SK members as they respawn for like a good minute straight. And I'm assuming that means that SK was in like a huddle, doing their huddle, which they weren't doing on the last day or yesterday. So they were doing it, and that was something that Sponge pointed out might actually be a good thing that was benefiting them, like focusing on the game, taking all kind of like the pomp and circumstance out of the situation and just focusing on the game. So it would be interesting to know why perhaps they've gone back to it.
Now, though, guys, we are finally getting into it. Dignitas starting off on this T side here with their pistol, and they're going to proceed forward here. Again, very direct, as many teams do over here, right towards the B-bomb site. However, SK thought it was going the other way. They committed 3 players over here towards A, and kind of had only 1 leaner, too. That came in the form of Taco. FNX moving himself in there will find the first kill, but Dignitas respond with 2 of their own. That's Magic's Boy and Rubino trading out the kills and boxing out the 3 that were on the A site. A nice dink goes on to Rubino there to bring him down a little bit, but MSL holding just outside of this smoke. He's going to be able to find one pickup here. Trading it out for an additional pistol as well. Taco's hunting for a way back in, and that's a great way to start it. Finds an immediate headshot on a Magic's Boy. Still hunting for Rubino, sitting back over there behind the box, but Fur as well, trying to take down one of these remaining T's at the ticket booth. They're running low on time, though, and neither of them currently have kits. Not sure if one's on the ground, but they are able to box out MSL, taking him out of the picture. The 2 remaining players of Dignitas aren't giving them anything at all. They're barely peeking out. Taco Knight on that 2 HP. He's going to fall. Everything falls to Fur. And unfortunately, in the 1v2, there's not a lot left for him. He's out of time to defuse this bomb. He's got to fall back. It's going to be Dignitas claiming the pistol round here in this match.
Yeah, I think actually Taco and Fur actually used all the bullets in their pistols to even fight by the end of that. But, I mean, overall, Dignitas gets into that site so incredibly quickly. That's the big thing. They get those kills very, very fast. SK's not able to delay for any time. And Dignitas has that choke point smoked off. And that's the thing on Cobble. If you get into these sites quickly enough as terrorists, it's so difficult for the retakes to come in for CTs because they are stuck in narrow choke points both ways. There are going to be Molotovs, there are going to be smokes in these later rounds, and then the retakes are near impossible. So the defense has to be able to delay a little bit better, and that's going to be something we'll have to look for in the gun round because this is a map we see often. SK on the CT side going with the double op setup with Cold, with Fallen, and Cold will frequently just play inside the chicken coop. He'll use smokes wisely. He'll stay alive as long as possible. He's very, very effective in that position. So Dignitas being able to flush him out and punish that, or just finding a way to neutralize that kind of a play from Coldzera, that's going to be critical in the gun rounds.
Now again, we sit back and wait here as far as where Dignitas are going to take this towards. They're actually leaning a bit more to the other side too, so already adding some variance into the equation here for the Danish roster. Config and MSL getting ready to move forward into that mid-connector, but there is also a presence from SK looking to stop this now. Fallen and Fur will try to pick up at least 1 or 2 kills here as they do have the cross angle waiting just outside of the mid-connector itself. Nobody on long A, but MSL is going to walk into a trap. They have it lined up perfectly. Magic Boy trades out the kill onto Fallen. Fur's going to look for a little bit more. He had him lined up, but wasn't able to get the reload on the CZ quickly enough, so he does fall. Coldzera, though, waiting in this smoke. Look at him lurking around. He may be able to net a kill under Rubino. Messing it up, though. Got him down to 22 HP. Forced to reload, but he still has a safe angle. Eventually, however, it does go down to Rubino. And with that, Dignitas will clean things up to get themselves a second round.
Well, that's not a good sign for Coldzera in this matchup right there. So a little bit muffs that last kill, but it's all good. Dignitas just deciding to just employ just a contact play up mid towards the A bomb site. And you'd think sometimes, I mean, with that kind of a crossfire, they had so much utility, you think maybe just drop one flash in there just to avoid the danger. But it did seem like their idea was kind of to make their way up there without being known for as long as humanly possible. So choosing not to go with utility, a little bit dangerous, but it works out for them. And this round, they should know. I mean, this is a round where you send Config, you send Cajun, you send MSL. You want them to be the aggressors. They have the SMGs. Go let them try and grab some bonus money against all these unarmored opponents.
Now again, Dignitas line themselves up, taking it a little bit slowly still here, but the same basic lineup that we saw in that last round. Rubino waiting. Taco, though, it doesn't peek out enough for Rubino to be able to catch a glimpse of him. Does obviously see the bullet pinging off the side of that one, but now catching him. No dice, however, and we'll just wait this one out. However, that has drawn the attention of more of his teammates. They're going to regroup back over here, making this into more of a B hit.
Yeah, Magis Boy's going to be probing down drop, and he's got to be careful. That's an AK-47. I mean, if he dies, it can't really get recovered, but you still got to be a little bit careful with it. And now comes that B hit. Fur and FNX are pretty far away. Fallen is going to be taken down out in drop zone, and it's just Coldzera. Although Rubino, did he just burn?
It looks like it.
It's not bad.
Fortunately taking himself down, but after that one, cleaning things up pretty nicely. FNX now already becomes the last man up and running. Managed to lurk himself around back over here to the broken wall approach, but highly doubt he's going to be able to do anything with this position. They've already got players watching out for this flank, and I imagine they'll check it here. Config was a bit late on actually positioning himself to watch for this sort of flank. Regardless, they'll hold on to the site. This will obviously be the third round for Dignitas. So getting the clean start, they didn't get upset in the second round, and obviously not dealing with too many losses either. Dropping 2 in the last one, and unless FNX can get some more kills, only 1 more here. So building up that nice economy to start things off.
This is actually not good. Config's all alone. He has an AK-47, so FNX takes him down, and there's no one nearby to punish that. He's going to get away with an AK-47. A blunder from Dignitas. That is a little bit confusing why Config decided to do that. I mean, they're going to buy in the next round anyway, so it's not like they're giving away anything too crazy. But still, I mean, that's going to help a lot with the economy. Obviously, Magis is going to have a very good buy in terms of his utility. So that's a mistake that Dignitas moving forward, you're going to want to clean that up, because that is the kind of mistake that you don't think about, but can definitely impact the way the game plays at a later time.
Yeah, absolutely. But they do get that strong start there, too, and the loss of Config, as you mentioned previously, is not going to be the biggest deal in the world. It is odd, too, because he walks back out there, and it seems like he had full awareness that there was someone working their way on a flank, but just a lapse of judgment there and doesn't end up checking around the corner.
I will say the one thing, because we did just see this pause come in, which everyone's a huge fan of pauses these days. But this is actually a technical pause. It's not a tactical pause. And the pause was called by Config because he says his keyboard is broken. So maybe just getting distracted by some kind of issue with the hardware caused that little bit of a mental error there at the end of the round. But yeah, we're gonna get this one figured out. Fans of pauses be like.
Around the world. But again, here now for SK, their first chance to really put up a good defense effort after the pistol round here will come up as this first gun round. We can already see the investments for them. They're buying up. Problem being, though, is that utility maybe a little bit light on some of these players. Like Fur already buying up with 550 left. He's going to have that Molotov, but not really much beyond that one. And it'll be the same story for some of these other guys too, especially Fallen, who's gone for the full up investment with armor and is chosen to belay the utility until they can buy again 2 rounds later, assuming they lose his first one.
We saw this as well on Dust 2 against Cloud9. SK in that 4th round, they just busted out a double op setup and just depleted it, and they just said, screw it, we're going to go for it right off the bat. We're going to bring out the heavy weaponry. So, I mean, there's obviously a lot of confidence in Fallen's ability, and rightfully so. He's going to be a little bit light on you, so I think he had one flashbang that he purchased with it, but still, he'll be able to manage.
Yeah, absolutely. After Team Dignitas themselves, of course, the choice in front of them to save some of these SMGs, which I imagine they'll probably do if they just work this into a B hit. They could still have some usefulness with those across the map.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to keep two SMGs, especially the UMP, I mean, the UMPs obviously aren't bad. We know that with the armor penetration, you can still utilize them in the 4th round. But if you're going to have the SMGs, use them as a front line. Have them be aggressive. Have them be fast-paced. Use that mobility advantage, especially considering, for the most part on these 4th rounds, this is when the CT sides still haven't built up, enough of money in the bank to have the kind of utility. Now, the interesting thing is, you guys will see when we get back into the game eventually, is that coldzera has actually decided to go for a FAMAS instead of an M4. So he's actually going to have a Molotov, he's going to have a smoke, he's going to have 2 flashbangs. So that might be a little bit unexpected. The AK-47 that FNX was managed to save and pick up at the end of the last round, he has full utility: Molotov, smoke, nade, flash. So it's really just going to be for Fallen and Taco who are missing things. So there are some tools that SK can use, and probably surprise Dignitas with thinking that they might not have those.
Yeah, a few options for Dignitas, of course, with the SMGs going for early drop control. They could use the guns very easily in there. But not only that, too, but the possibility to really dive down through Broken Wall itself and then move around the corner to get control of the outside area just behind like the tree boost up and whatnot. Can also be very useful from there. Going over towards A could prove to be a little bit riskier. Obviously, they can use it to get areas like A long control and whatnot, but then getting out into the site where the battles are going to be a little bit more longer ranged. Obviously, now that SK will have rifles across the board, that is where they're going to, for the most part, find themselves outmatched, which may lead this into a somewhat straightforward B hit from Team Dignitas.
I mean, we'll keep a watch on this throughout the whole game. I mean, let's just keep it in the back of our head to keep track of the Magus Boy versus coldzera. I mean, look at Magus Boy is 6-1, coldzera 0-3. So it is just the first 3 rounds, obviously. But just during the downtime, kicking things off with a nice little monitoring of fragging.
Yeah,
I guess we'll call it. Yeah, still paused. Just to keep you guys updated. Still, I believe, fixing that issue. And still, I mean, it looks like, I don't know if maybe they're kind of waiting for this to get fixed before they buy it, but still on the screen, MSL and Cajun still have the UMPs. So we should be good to go any minute.
Yeah, they just sat back down. I believe we got the message, so should be getting unpaused at any second here to get back into this game. And then we get right into the action to see what's going to take this. The group stage continues. Both of these teams still vying as well to make sure and see if they can get. Interesting note, too, which I don't think has been brought up a lot too far among the analyst desk and even among the casters, too, is if you can topple a group, then you get tomorrow off. You have that day to practice and relax for yourself. Could kind of go both ways depending on the type of team you are, but you're not going to have to worry about any games tomorrow. You go directly forward to the semifinals.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would be nice because at this point, I mean, especially with a lot of these teams having come straight from Russia, obviously the extra day of rest, but also, I mean, just being able, you've been playing so much Counter-Strike recently because there's a big stretch of CS to be played here right at the end of the year, so you're going to be playing a lot, but just the ability to sit down and relax in the hotel and watch some demos is going to be a big boon because with all the Counter-Strike coming up, these players should be warmed up and at their level, and as I say this, the pause is about to end, so rejoice, Twitch chat. Here we go, live into the 4th round.
Back into the game we go, and let's take a look at what Dignitas has to offer us now that they're going to have to go up a much greater force from the SK side of things. Already pushing themselves, and it does look like it is going to turn itself into a B hit. Nobody even thinking about currently heading towards drop. However, all 5 of them line up to push over towards the broken wall. coldzera, he is going to hide himself back over here in the cubby. Rubino, however, ready to go for a strike, and he's one of the players with the SMGs, as you mentioned before. MSL is a little bit further behind. coldzera strikes first, however. He's going to pick up that first kill, looking for some more. MSL responds as just Magix Boy. A nice kill from him. Somewhat heavy cost, however. MSL, Magix Boy config, all heavily lit, and they haven't really gotten a lot of progress, but they've got the smoke wall set up, so they are safe to proceed a little bit here. Magix Boy still going to have to be very, very careful of moving out from the statue position, but it doesn't really seem like SK are doing a lot in terms of getting themselves out into the open and taking risks with those smokes still set up.
Yeah, that is a sick play from coldzera. He's put his team at such a big advantage, and here comes the retake. There's one kid on FNX, no utility left, but they have such an advantage, and there's Fallen from range. He knows Magix Boy's going to have to peek. down into a 4-on-2 as they continue to just take over this site. They've got to clear out Chicken Coop, and there it is. MSL falls, and all that's left is Config. He's got no HP to do anything. Fallen takes him out, but it's Coldzera who's the hero of the round. Mentioned we were going to keep track of that Magus versus Coldzera kill count. That round might just be 3 kills to Coldzera because he buys so much time. He gets the opening kill. He causes a TK. He does massive damage to the remaining 3 players. I mean, even in a 3-on-4, Dignitas gets into that site, but so many players are just damaged so much that you just don't feel there's any confidence in them actually being able to turn that round in their favor.
Causing the chaos of that one there too. So Dignitas going to fall down, but of course, saving the SMGs and whatnot, they're not going to have any problems at all going back into the next round with a rebuy for themselves. Cage and B picking up the op, the rest going for the AKs. We're right back into the action for them, and SK, of course, back into full utility for everyone on the team this time. But now, Dignitas are going to go back to the split here. That's actually a nice Molotov thrown over top. Delays them a little bit here. Not going to have huge implications, but at the very least knocks off 30 HP from Cajun.
I mean, that's a pretty cool Molotov if you wanted to get aggressive on B platform as well. Obviously, you don't know if it's going to split them like that for every single time, but Rubino was very much isolated. Now it comes into a little bit of pressure over towards the A site. Config, he's going to get into a battle with Fur, and he forces the commit from Fur. That's a really nice play, and Magus as well. There it is, the 2 stars, the 2 opening kills of the round, and this defense is split. 1 in drop, 1 at A, and 1 at B. This is going to be so difficult for SK to recover.
Coldzera trying to hunt for some players over here in drop. But Magic's Boy has already moved himself into the site connector and is looking to hunt some of these players back out at A. The first battle goes his way, knocks down Coldzera, and now it's just Taco standing in the way. Up on top of the box, very smart about this one to try and watch for Magic's Boy too, but not going to be able to spot him. His first shot is going to come out from the smoke. He grabs the first kill, but they're stacked heavily, so MSL will be immediately in a position to trade. They'll find this plant, and while Fallen is rotating, he's going to try to line up a kill against Cajun. Finds the opportunity. The first couple shots connect. Leaping forward. Stays on the pistol. Finds that kill. Unfortunately, nothing else to be gained off of this one. They know where he is. That's going to be Config wrapping around the corner to try and box him in and prevent him from falling back to save.
Yeah, but if he can somehow get out of this, he's got the off out. Oh, there it is. The Config just ends it, and it seems like we had the bullets POV in that one. Yeah, I mean, Fallen, at least he gets the op down. If he can go on from there and still get a couple kills and keep the op away from Dignitas, that would have been awesome. But either way, good opening from Dignitas. 1 towards drop, 1 towards danger. That fight Config versus Fur that we saw on the danger stairs, that was huge because you could see Config, he doesn't commit to the fight. He's just passing over the doorway back and forth. And once Fur kind of really commits and starts spraying and he gets the recoils all messed up, that's when Config comes back out to take that fight. So a little bit of an outplay there on Fur.
SK, though, immediately going into the save. But let's see, this one, however, they actually had still quite a nice amount of cash. A couple of them are still a bit low, but I do believe they'll have enough to scrape together another buy as they head into the 7th round. This time, though, Dignitas, I imagine, will still play things very slowly, considering they know they have the reset, they know he's still control of the CT side economy, and Config himself still hunting for a couple of shots through the door at the beginning of this round. None of them are going to connect, but Fallen still remains in his position, waiting to shut them down.
What is that flashbang? Bounced off the slanted door like back at Config.
Unlucky.
I guess so. Well, yeah, he's again going to be the one who looks like leading the way through these doors eventually if they decide to go. Being very cautious. There's a minute left on the clock before they move, and there's Sprawl. A nice shot from him. Oh, and he thinks Config as well. That's the bomb. This is a little bit dangerous. Now, I mean, SK only has 2 members here, so they can't really commit to defending and holding this bomb, but I mean, Config's brought down so low. 1 more kill. This gets super dangerous. There's Fur. He goes for it with the Deagle with the pop flash, but Cajun doesn't get fooled, and he's going to come back. Watch for the flank. He's prepared for it, but another dink comes out. Still not out of the woods just yet for Dignitas.
Everybody from SK has obviously stacked themselves on the A-bomb side, and probably because of that one, because of how obvious their intentions have been made. Dignitas are going to wrap over towards B, but even there, FNX is waiting, and look what he's got in his hands. A nice little Zeus there to possibly add some action to the equation. We'll see. He's sitting right over here by Broken Wall, and it seems like he's going to have many, many options to choose from as they push forward. They're holding close up, but the timing works out great for the guys on Dignitas. Magic's Boy strikes first. It spots that Broken Wall position so that the guys on Dignitas don't really have to worry about it. Really well played there, ensuring they don't have to suffer through any more losses here, and they do get control of the site.
He can hear those footsteps, and he's just salivating the whole time. It's the worst feeling to then just get taken out from behind. So a little bit of a bummer, but I mean, smart play as well, because I think it was Rubino leading the way there, and if FNX gets that Zeus kill on the 100 HP player, goes out to the pistol, he's got Cajun and Config coming up next, so that very easily could have swung in the favor of SK, almost making a huge play. But for now, again, it's just the mission of trying to get guns, and Coldzera's blind and can't land up the shot. It's another round for Dignitas.
Let's hit one or two of them there. So again, the numbers go down very, very low on the health pools of Dignitas, but they do manage to still hold control of things. However, right back into the fray now goes SK as they buy up here again. However, as mentioned previously, the money was still a little bit low for some of these guys, so the buys themselves are not going to look too great. The players like Taco, FNX, Fallen gets the outbuy, but again, utility's rather limited, and for Taco and FNX themselves, they managed to get rifles in a single SMG in Taco's case, but basically no utility sitting behind it besides the smokes and the basics.
Yeah, double op setup though, which is going to be nice. coldzera is going to go to his home over in the chicken coop, so we know he loves to play this, how experienced he is in this kind of a position, and every style of execute, whether it's Molotov, he'll take a shot, and if he, I mean, whatever happens after that, he usually just drops a smoke either to preemptively extinguish a Molotov or to work his way around it and be a little tricky. Usually to great success. Config now, he's going to try and enter solo. Fur's got the angle. So Config gets caught off guard. A 5-on-4 advantage for SK. Chance from the crowd in the distance as Magisboy and Cajun B work to take over drop zone.
Dignitas now, however, are going to start their push down into the bomb site here, and FNX waits outside. They're playing the more passive route on defending the drop zone. They're going to let them get control of this one. Cajun B starts to slowly move forward here. He hasn't found anything yet. There's going to be Fur striking. FNX still waiting, not going back in to try and shut down the remaining players in drop itself. The bomb is still way back over there at the mid connector. That's a nice peek from Cajun, though. Nobody's actually watching the outside of this area immediately, so he's going to just wrap himself outside. Unfortunately, he's not watching his own corners here. FNX walks right up, shuts down Cajun B, and now they've got full control of the site again. It's all on the Magisboy, but there's only one player sitting on the site, so he's able to move in. He takes down Fur, and it's a 1v3. He's able to isolate this quite nicely, but the cross is going to be the problem. FNX is there. He's able to watch for it and shut it down. So SK, they'll pick up their second.
Yeah, they've also picked up a third op, so I mean, they don't have the money to really drop that and rebuy. That, I mean, that might be a little bit risky for their economy, I think. So I wonder if they're just going to go with it for this round and try and swap. You know, Taco's going to go back to an AK-47 if they can bring one out of the hands of Team Dignitas. But that round, Dignitas gets a little bit more individualistic. They try and make some plays with Config, try and make some plays all alone, and they get slapped down. So perhaps going back to a little bit more of the style where they attempt to trade here. But a good idea to just switch things up. It just doesn't pan out that first time. And actually, I mean, Taco goes for the UMP at the moment instead of that third op.
Fallen waiting, however, in his home back over here at the long A position. They're trying to see if he can catch any of the players pushing in. Throwing back a bit early, but look at Fur grabbing those 2 kills and suicide. And now Fallen trying to support. Misses his first shot, though, and that's going to cause the loss of his teammate and himself when he goes for the repeat there. That's so huge for Dignitas after losing those first 2 players back at suicide. Now they have a chance, and not only this, too. Look at Rubino. He's gotten full control of drop. And if he can take down coldzera unbeknownst, then that's going to be even bigger benefit to these guys.
I'm so amazed that Rubino wasn't more aggressive with that. He heard the footsteps the whole way, so he's got so much information, but now coldzera's got himself in perfect position to stop this. A little bit disappointed Rubino didn't take any of those fights. Obviously, can't know that that Cold's running with his knife out, but I mean, you try and punish that, why not? Because you could see what coldzera is able to do now that he has position, and now he can see drop, he can see the long hallway. There's really nowhere for Dignitas to go here. It's a nice shot from Cajun, brings him, digs through the box, and there's the win. There's finally Rubino making his move. Down into a 2-on-2. Still a chance here, and Cajun is going to be easily crossing into the site with that smoke.
But they do have to use another smoke in order to accomplish that, and now Rubino has the only one left here, so they are going to be limited in what they can do for the post plan itself, but final 2 from SK have arrived. They're already moving in to start the retake. Rubino is going to be first up to bat here, hiding around the corner in a very overexposed position, trying for the quick flick there. Taco does not succeed, but FNX catches the trade. Goes down to the 1v1, and Cajun's very low. He peeks out, procs about a quarter of the HP off of FNX, but he also reveals himself in the process. Cajun B is going to be destroyed by FNX. An amazing flick from him, and he'll have the 5-second defuse easily for the SK roster. There's their third, and they're well on their way to a comeback.
Yeah, well, the question becomes that now for Dignitas, how much do they want to invest into this round? Because they're all sitting just over $3,000, and yeah, this is going to be a timeout. This is a good call from MSL, because this is where you do really want to figure out how much you're going to devote. You know the economy for SK is low. They don't know how low, but they know that it's very, very close to a breaking point, and it certainly is. Coming down to just one player, a lot of rebuys coming out. So this is where Dignitas has to decide if they want to fully devote themselves to this round and just fully invest in it, or if they want to do a smaller buy and just do the Tech9 armor, Deagle's armor, maybe one AK-47 somewhere, but just see if you can do 3-4 more kills in this next round. Keep that economy as low as possible to always keep SK on the edge of being reset.
Yep, and they are at the edge of that right now. If we could see a shutdown in their force buy here. Everybody on SK sitting at most around 150. I think the most at the moment is Fallen, sitting at $550. So if they can shut this down, they immediately put them onto an eco. Dignitas here Have to see what they decide to do. No buys yet, but again, the unpause, I should say, hasn't come in just as of yet. They are doing it right now, though, so we will get that decision in just a second as to whether they want to play this aggressively or just do a half buy here, which seems to be the route they're going on.
Yeah, and I like it. It's a little bit early to be investing. That's investing a lot of your economic stability for the next few rounds if you fully buy into the next one, especially considering they wouldn't have had like any full armored AKs. It would have been all light armor AKs or Galils or even pistols with full utility. So I think they're making the smart call here, but it comes down to how much damage they can do into this round, because that's the goal. 3 kills, 2 kills in a plant, anything will do. Rubino trying to throw a little bit of a distraction. And the game is actually live, so we're going to do a little bit of radio broadcast. Fallen and Fur, they just combined for 4 kills in mid. They come streaming out, and it gets destroyed. So it's just Rubino left. You guys didn't miss much, as no one falls from the SK side, so the half-buy investment doesn't pan out. It's a good idea, but SK is able to build up some money.
Yep, they get a little bit close there to it, but ultimately no one ends up going down. And now across the board here, SK sitting at an average of 2,500 to 3,700 on all of their players. Dignitas, though, buy back into this one. It is going to be a full buy 5 AKs for all 5 of their players. Full armor sitting behind it as well, and good utilities you can now see as they go back into the game.
SK did look good while they were doing that, though.
This cross spray over there up on the ramp position there, completely shutting down Dignitas. Gave them no room to maneuver at all. It was actually quite nice.
So, smokes in the choke points. Now SK has everything built up to where they want. Interestingly enough, I mean, maybe it's just because they don't have they don't feel comfortable with the amount of money they have, but they haven't gone back to that double op setup that they seem to want to employ. So Rubino over towards the B site, Magus and Cajun B over here as well. Config and MSL, they're working together, and again, it's Config who's pretty much all alone. Last time he did this, he got that kill on Fur in drop zone, and he's going to sneak his way in. The timing for Fallen is going to be critical, and he's actually staring right for this. And there it is. That's the punish. Config getting nothing done. Solo towards the A site. No more map control for Dignitas on that side. They've got to go back towards B, and FNX is going to be challenged, and he gets dropped.
Dirty shot indeed from Fallen up first, but now we're going to see Coldzera moving in for just as an aggressive a kill against Magic's Boy, and they've got KGB at 7 HP. 2 of them are going to push just to make it safe. Rubino responds. Because of all this attention that's drawn over towards drop, it actually did open up the broken wall and platform approach, but MSL maybe a little bit too greedy. Coldzera, he's waiting for it. Rubino with the trade, but he looks away, and Fallen dips in for a second kill on the round and to close it out, now tying this matchup at 5 rounds to all.
Yeah, SK is starting to get a little confident, perhaps the crowd helping him out, because you can see how aggressive they are in these rotations and helping out their teammates. They're swarming the point of action. Both players from SK that time, Cold gets helped out by a teammate coming into drop zone to make sure they eliminate that half of the attack, and it's so smart. And you see sometimes teams don't quite do that, but a team like SK is so confident in how they're able to retake bomb sites, so confident they'll have success doing that, they're willing to give up platform control, bomb site control in order to eliminate one portion of an attack.
Now, however, Dignitas are setting up very quickly to go back into this B bomb site. They're not going to waste any time with it at all. Smoke's already moving to set up, but look at this, they're bailing back out. They're going to change their direction all of a sudden, shifting themselves over here towards drop. FNX has got a big job to do. He's ready for it though. First kill going his way, second as well. KGB trades it out, but now the cavalry's arrived. Fur leaping in from the window. Taco stopping the hit back over by the broken wall, and KGB is going to be the last hope here. Not looking too great, missing his first volley of shots, and as he dives back into the smoke, Taco will promptly shut it down.
Well, now they've grabbed the lead, 6-5. Dignitas, how do they respond? And another pause from MSL, so the second one of this half. Second of the 4.
That you can use at any time.
At any time.
As we earlier clarified.
I mean, this also, I think this also shows just that Dignitas, they want more rounds on the T side. Obviously, you always want more rounds, but I think it just shows how much importance they put on them not being happy with 5. They want to get up towards, that 7, 8, 9. They don't want to just be stuck here for the rest of this half. So the importance of this round, especially their first buy round, I mean, they've lost 5 straight, so something obviously has not been working in these past 5 rounds. I think a lot of it comes down. I want to see if they're gonna keep sending Config over towards the A side. He's had success occasionally, but you send someone with him to trade those kills out, to try and return that kill onto Fallen, to try and return that kill onto Fur, because it does seem like they've kind of switched things up where Fallen is the one with the AWP watching for that drop, or that danger stare play.
Whatever was previously discussed in the last pause too seemed to have negligible effect, in fact, possibly negative effect onto these guys, because as we're looking at now, they were having some very close rounds even when they were losing it, really just 1 or 2 players being left alive from SK. The most part, it's now gone in the exact opposite direction. There's a very consistent 4 or 5 being left alive, so SK is kind of getting to a bit of a dangerous broiling point with their economy, and quite a few of their players, with everybody except for FNX, who's still sitting down at 1,400. The rest can easily afford full rebuys for the most part.
Yeah, and this is now switch. I mean, here's the change of tactics. Here's what the pause is for. Heavy towards the A bomb site. Just Rubino over at B, and he's actually in drop. He's just chilling. It looks like he's going to be a little bit more of a lurk. He's going to be held off by that smoke. Still only 2 players at this A site, but it's been cleared out. There's Fallen, the late peek in. That is a sick shot. He's even going to be able to get away. No one wants to run in any kind of a crossfire. They don't want to run into the support of Fallen, and even Fur boosted up. This is going to be so dangerous. I think that 1 kill might have just... I mean, I know it seems crazy to say, but almost sealed it in the sense that SK has such a tactical advantage in the positioning of their defenders.
Spotting that second player there too now, Fallen. This is the second time in 2 rounds straight, I think, that he's gotten these crazy dip kills. The last one was back over there over on A long, but he just swoops in, finds a frag, and immediately gets back out without taking too much damage in response to that one. So really good stuff from him. And now, of course, there's plenty more players waiting for this one. And Molotov is going to shift the position of FNX a little bit, but still just jumps right outside the window, and he'll be safe. What this did allow, though, is Rubino to get inside, but he's not really going to have much effect since coldzera's way back up over here on platform, and he doesn't see anything at all to sway some of these CT defenders. Now they push in coldzera and Magic's Boy, finding a couple trades for themselves there. The T side finding its stride a little bit, but the final 2 have yet to clear out the bomb site. So Taco, hiding back around the corner on the platform, grabs the first kill, and Magic's Boy with 4 HP. Unfortunately, cannot hope to accomplish much. 9 seconds left. He finally is shut out by Taco, and SK have a strong lead going in their favor now, and it does not show any signs of slowing anytime soon here.
Yeah, that first kill from Fallen, I mean, it brought over the reinforcements. They had a 3rd player at that A bomb site, so at that point, Dignitas, they're on the back foot now. This is a really rough-looking match from them. Obviously, that pause, they wanted to do a little bit more with it, but they have the full losing bonus, so another half investment, a couple deagles, Tech9, some utility, 2 smokes, and a flashbang. But SK Gaming, they're rolling right now. This is the SK that is going to be scary for any team to play against. And Fallen again, this is when he's at his best, this kind of aggression. The Molotov comes out, he gets a second one as well. Smoke drops to protect his fallback, but MSL's too close. He's got to use the pistol, but no, he lets Fur come take it. That's beautiful teamwork, a double for Fur. Him and Fallen have done so well at this A bomb site, and even though he falls at the end, it's a beautiful round overall.
Great tag team play there from Fur, moving in to save Fallen's life. As you mentioned, he still goes down towards the end of the round, but keeps him up for and rolling for a little bit longer. And the 2 very impressive kills from Fallen. Again, same type of style to that one that we were seeing in the 2 rounds before that one, where he moves in, very, very aggressive, but still very accurate, and that he gets that kill and immediately just gets the heck out of there. It's almost like it is just muscle memory at that point, and he's able to line these up round after round again, and it's constantly shutting Dignitas out, regardless of if it's an eco round like that last one or full gun rounds. Just going back 2 ago. Dignitas, however, tired of playing it patiently. They're not going to roll right through the mid connector, and they're already pushing themselves up ramp 2, not even trying to fake this one out. Nobody being set to the B-bomb side. Everybody taking this route. Fur is hit by a flashbang, and although he does get some damage onto Rubino here, still ends up getting pushed back. Patience, however, from the rest of SK, just holding into their positions, making sure they don't lose their numbers early on, keeping this to an even 5-on-5. The bomb goes down, and now they have to start gaining some ground back. That smoke in the way, though, stops them from moving into suicide, and it's going to be tough to figure out what exactly is positioned on this site here from the Dignitas roster. Despite the fact that they have players sitting over in long A. The 3 others from the B-bomb site also moving back over here to the main doors as well as the balcony too, but it's time to start falling up first the bat. He goes down to MSL though, and now we're also looking for a second one, but gotta be careful because Magic's Boy could work his way back up suicide, and in fact he is. That shut out both the players today along the time. Already getting so low, they might have to save this one. Taco grabs 1 more kill. coldzera finds a second, but they even get stuck trying to work their way out. They're gonna have to try to escape this one now. It's most certainly going to be a round for Dignitas, but thankfully no one's even close now. Taco, look at him, he's even getting dirty, moving in there, but no, it fails. Config takes him down, and that's another gun loss to the SK side of things.
Yeah, I mean, last round of the half, they're going to be okay. Taco just going to try and do some economic damage of himself. I mean, SK built up plenty of money in that 7-round win streak to be able to handle that loss of the M4 with no problem, but I mean, what an awkward round. It seemed like Dignitas. There's always the joke, right? When you run out of ideas, you just say rush B. Well, I mean, Dignitas just runs out and they say rush A, and they get up mid and with Fallen and Fur still stuck over towards the A halls, towards danger stairs. Just so very awkward. And Fallen, oh, it almost looked like he was going to get that shot off, but Magic's Boy finds him through the smoke. He does get legged. It's a little bit unfortunate for Fallen, but that's a big piece. It's an effective piece for SK that is taken out of this round. So 1 op is still on coldzera. But Dignitas with a big advantage.
Rubino's starting to creep up here too to get some momentum onto the B-bomb site, but SK are falling back. They're a bit scared of the pressure that could broil up here into the A-bomb site at any moment, so a full commitment is going to come in from coldzera as he moves away. The only op they still have left in check, so all the defense as well on this B-bomb site is primarily focused, 100% focused on the drop zone here. It's Taco along with FNX that are going to be working towards it here. They do start to move back out here just as the platform push comes in here from the rest of the T's, and look at this, they shut it down. FNX with
2 quick kills. Taco finds a third. Magic's Boy and Rubin are able to trade it out, but it's even, and of course, there's plenty of time with how slowly Dignitas are trying to go for this cross. For the other two on the CT side to rotate back in. Flashbang timing and all that allows Config up to the site, but oh no, the Molotov is going to knock even more damage off him. He goes down to 54 HP. Zera's still holding on here a little bit too, and Magic's Boy definitely not going to give himself away, but at 8 HP, he's got to be careful of Fur, who rocks back around. The big flank from him is going to take down Magic's Boy, and now Config gets to pull off a miracle with only 54 HP. Well, Zera and Fur both trying to move in, and they're both going to peek from the same time here, but he does have an advantage. Config with a headshot, but no! Shut down by Fur, and the guys from SK are going to steal away this last round on the half.
Yeah, nice round from SK, but it's FNX and Taco working together. I mean, you mentioned they both went into drop so to see what they could find there. Absolutely nothing, so together they go back out towards platform. Great teamwork between and two-man groups for SK throughout this defensive half. They have the lead 9-6.
All right, guys, we're going to have the second half for you guys coming up in just a moment here. Stick around. We'll be returning with it when we continue the action here at the ESL Pro League Finals. It's been another close match here at the ESL Pro League Finals. SK versus Team Dignitas. Now at a 9-6 scoreline with SK, the home team, leading the field currently. And Team Dignitas, now they will switch sides. And the ultimate question for SK, can they bring something else to their T side? Can they innovate beyond just these constant B hits that we tend to see from the Brazilian squads? And of course, even if they do stick to that, will Team Dignitas have the power to be able to stop that? That's a laptop being brought to broadcast matches. I've never seen that before, Moses.
Why not? I like it.
Normally it's like a tablet or a piece of paper. He brought his whole damn laptop.
Why not? Yeah, whatever works, huh? Whatever gets the job done. Bill Belichick understands. Well, SK with the lead. I mean, that was a great half because it looked like for a while there in the first half. I mean, the first 6 rounds are all Dignitas, right? I mean, it's 5-1 at the end of those, and then SK just comes roaring back. So really, really nicely done from them. Now going to fall back from a little bit of pressure. They've spotted 3 players. The question is, I mean, this seems very aggressive from SK, so they're just going to clear out these dangerous spheres. I want to know how much of a presence they're actually going to make on this A bomb site, because even just with them being spotted, they've already pulled Cajun B over towards the A bomb site. Hasn't committed to it. He's up on the balcony, but I mean, that's a lot of manpower over there. So when do they decide to rotate back? Because it's only cold here, and he has the utility, so this is going to be a fake. He's going to throw this utility to imitate an A hit. It's going to block off the double doors. That'll keep Cajun at the A bomb site for just those extra seconds needed to really explode onto this B site. And from there, it's all Config. He's the only one on the B platform.
No flashbang support for him to come anytime soon either. They have nothing invested from this Dignitas side, so it all comes down to that pistol power that he would have to be able to wield against these players. Now, though, SK getting ready to push for it. Config tested first. He does have an easy battle against Fallen, but no, he takes too long. and he gets overwhelmed. Fallen grabs that kill, and now drop pressure moving in. No, Rubino, nothing you can do to stop that there. They get absolutely pummeled. Fur even moving back into drop to take down another player. MSL getting destroyed there. Magic's Boy at least responds, but it's 5 and 6 HP, and now the flank rolls in. Tactical round from SK that just goes 100% their way, and they take control to keep their lead as they move into the second half.
Yeah, that is a sick round. That is such a well-executed pistol round from SK Gaming. Dignitas is entirely fooled. Even Config, even someone as skilled as him, that we've been talking him up of how good he's been playing. You could see some of those shots. I mean, it almost seemed like he should have hit a couple more, but he just feels so uncomfortable in that kind of a situation because he's not expecting that hit to come in whatsoever. So really, really good job of SK masking exactly what they were going to do.
Participants of all ages here in the arena today, as well as you saw there just a moment ago. But now we get back into it, of course, into the action once more. Dignitas just upgrading into their pistols for this round. Nothing too fantastic as a second round buy for them. And SK, as part of the course, are going to take it slow. It's a big stack from Dignitas. They've gone for the 5-man gamble over here onto the A-bomb site. So if SK do decide to slowly creep in, they will find themselves in an open site. FNX may have a little bit of trouble staying alive here, but so long as he is able to handle the pressure, things should go pretty smoothly for SK. Rotation is now coming in though, so maybe able to put up a little bit more of a fight since there wasn't an immediate push from the SK roster into that A site. I think it's not shift away from the 5-man hold there because of it. But FNX struck first, has already picked up his first kill here, looking for more, but of course taking their time with it.
Should be very patient. I mean, applying a lot of pressure, and there goes FNX. It's towards the A-bomb site. So with that being said, Fallen's just going to fall away from it. It was the only two of them were over there at the A-bomb site, and it looks like Dignitas has a good read on this. Config's going to fall back into the A site just to be safe, but Magis is already rotating over towards the B site, so it's Cajun in the smoke. Smoke just disappears, and Cajun gets caught out. So now the execute comes in. This is where SK decides to make their move. MSL close up, does good damage, but Fur does more. And it's just Magis and Config left, and they can't really do too much. Maybe get another kill towards the end of this round, but definitely no real chance of winning.
SK looking to hold here, but Taco nicely done. Close on Config to close it out there. They go 11-6 against Dignitas after starting a little bit more behind the pack here. They have come back in huge strides.
Yeah, and let's just we'll update the Magis Boy versus Colds there. Magis Boy's at 16 and 13, Colds at 9 and 10. But unfortunately for Magis Boy and Team Dignitas, the rest of SK has shown up 12, 14, 15, and 16 kills. It's a very, very good team effort out of the SK side. And Cold really doesn't have to do a whole lot of work. Fur's having a phenomenal game. Taco as well quietly is having a lot of impact.
I think it was you that mentioned with Fur too, who can sort of hit the switch. And now we're going to see FNX having a little bit of a switch of his own there. Moves in, finds two quick kills. Cold Sarah, that is so fast.
Yeah, by the way, all SMGs get those kills. So that's a lot of bonus money that just builds up in this T-side economy that's already at a very, very good place. They've got another buy built up behind this 5 AK purchase from them. And if they continue forward, I mean, this is now Dignitas. They have to get started quick. They have a shotgun on Rubino. They don't have an AWP. They just have M4s around that shotgun. But down 6-12 at this stage, this fourth round is critical for Team Dignitas.
Now the guys from SK, they're going to be sort of splitting themselves up here. Very forward with getting themselves over here just towards the staging area, back over towards the broken wall. But beyond that, they're holding up. And again, they're playing the default here. Fallen going to make some noise back over towards Long, along with Fur. Fur himself moving over here towards the mid connector to pop into it a little bit here. Good flashbang, but it doesn't blind MSL. However, the jumping shot from Fur as he moves in there is able to readjust and take down MSL, but a trade does come in from Magic's Boy sitting outside there, hiding in the corner. Now, however, the SK roster, they're going to move into this B-bomb site where they will be challenged by Config. Not for very long, though. Taco is going to make quick work of taking him down. The site's under their control. They do still have Rubino here, but unfortunately, he's only got a shotgun and drop control. Not a whole lot that he can do in the current situation. Has to wait for the rest of his teammates to move back in. They won't have any hope of retaking this. Good damage goes on FNX and also Taco too. He dropped down very, very low here. Molotov tossed out, and that's FNX finding a great kill against Cajun B. More and more damage being done to the SK players here, but Dignitas just cannot make this happen with Rubino still on that shotgun. They're going to have to fall away, and they're going to save, so SK will get their 13th.
Yeah, as if there's just one more little insult there at the end. Magis with that nade, it bounces off the chicken soup, so it doesn't even kill Taco, but this is that precision execution style of SK that we've come to love, because, I mean, even when they bring out of the B bomb site, Config eats that flashbang perfectly, and that makes him such an easy target as Taco enters in. He just wraps around and he finds that kill. The pop flash works out so well. Look at Cold and Fallen, even hunting down Rubino at the end. Even if Cold doesn't get that, Fallen's in the stairs to trade it off immediately. So Dignitas now, I said that was a critical round, and this is starting to get ugly, and now we're going to have SK. This is interesting, because Fallen and SK have called for the tactical timeout.
And that is going to be unpaused immediately after that, however, so no delay at all. We go right back into that. Very quick tactical pause, Moses. Just
He's letting him listen to the crowd, giving him a chance to enjoy the stage here in Brazil.
Bit of a momentum breaker.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Nice little 3-second timeout, so yeah, not quite sure why it's used. Maybe just a quick word. Maybe, maybe he just tipped over his water bottle.
Clearly with the lead, though, they can sort of afford to use one of, I think they have all 4, right? They haven't used a single one.
I think they used one in the first half. I could be wrong. I think they used one when they were down 5-1, but I could be wrong. That was, that was a whole 20 minutes ago, so it's been a long time. Flashbang over the top of this B wall, and here they come streaming out against these pistols. Cajun gets the first one. Looks like it could be a little bit dangerous. Cajun gets another one. That M4 is boosted up. Magisk on the flank. He's going to turn this around, so yeah, the pause stops the momentum, but it stops SK's momentum, and Rubino, he gets Dignitas their 7th with that final kill, but it's Cajun B who opens things up with 2.
Clearly it doesn't work, and with that, SK now all of a sudden are going to find themselves on the back end of a lost round, but plenty of cash left in reserves here, so no problems whatsoever going for the rebuy into it. Fallen actually debating if he wants to go for the op there, as you can see, a bit delayed on his buy. Does end up going through with it, however, so pickup from him is going to run his money dry, and with both him and Fur sitting down very, very low, could have some bad consequences to really allow Dignitas to get back into this match should they find themselves on a hot streak here too. They've struck them down once, and it was off of a round where they really had no business doing so, so now the question is, can they do it with full arsenal in hand here? And all of them have invested. Cajun B picking up the op to work with 2, but SK lining up rather quickly. They're already sitting on the cusp. Taco has already leaped in, but he's been found out. Config is going to take him down, and no one else seems to want to move forward as of yet to find the trade.
Well, here's Cold Zero jumping out in Taco's absence. He's going to lead the way, and they're going to swarm into the site. There's Fallen protecting, just watching the left side of the statue, and Fur, he wraps around Cajun. This site has been lost, but still Rubino's here, and Fallen has more to say. That perch on platform is so important for an Alper, but he finally gets taken down. MSL with the nade slows down in the 2-on-2 until Fur just executes Magisk, not even clearing that corner, and MSL in a 1-on-2, the last one left, and he can do nothing. SK responds immediately, and that's the hard reset late in the second half, late in the match, and Dignitas, that might just be it.
There is no money left at all here for this Team Dignitas roster. A couple players that have managed to stay alive a little bit more have money to go for rifle buys here. Beyond that, Cajun and MSL, they're relying on whatever is donated by their teammates.
It helps that the round that they just won was with pistols, was basically a save from them, so I mean that gives them a little bit more money to get those four M4s, but you can see, I mean look at the utility. Running out of nades already, there's no kits on board, so not a whole lot of options open to Dignitas other than just straight up winning their fights.
And we will see here now from SK2, keeping it in the high octane now as they already try to move in, using a lot of their nades early on here, gaining some ground, and Alden already starting to push himself over here, back over towards long A. Magisk will resist that from inside of the suicide area, but it's going to be a little bit hard to play double duty here, as he also only has MSL to resist, and that's a little bit further back. Can't really help him out there if he gets pushed from both angles.
This is a patient SK. They've got to have an indication. I mean, just falling inside of his head, doing the math between rounds, has got to know that the economy is going to be low. So with light economy, the options for the CT side dwindles a little bit, so they can just be cautious of some kind of setup, some kind of aggression. They just want to be very careful of it, but they're going to take over these A-halls. MSL's at an off angle. The question is, Magisk is just in danger stairs, and if they walk down, MSL can't see this. This is miscommunication. This is actually just going to be... Oh, Taco doesn't check it. I would have thought he did, and now Magisk has the tall task. He's got to really be gambling and pick his angles wisely, and he gets the first kill, but now he's trapped. Cold trades him off.
There had been a second player standing up there at the doorway. That could have been a huge play, but it does not end up working out for Magisk Boy. And now SK roll directly into the site here. Full control maintained, and Dignitas got the signal way too late, so they're going to be slow to rotate. Rubino with the shotgun. He's got no choice but to try and just get into this site and get as good of a position as he could get. He goes down, however. FNX, Taco executing everything here, and Cajun B falls directly after that. SK just shutting out Dignitas at this point, and now they sit up at match point.
Yeah, it is clinical right now for SK. They are just running right through this Dignitas defense. It's a little bit of a bummer that Rubino's the one on rotating duty. First over to that A site when it starts getting taken over with that shotgun. They just don't have a whole lot of options. There's not a whole lot of good fights you can take with that weapon. He's got it back in his hands again, but you know, it's 5-7s, it's 2 of them, it's 2 deagles as well for Dignitas. This is looking like the one last desperation buy, whatever they can get. That reset happened just 2 short rounds ago, so the losing bonus isn't built up enough to offer them any real arsenal, even running out of nades already.
And SK just going to be sitting back here waiting this one out, firing so many bullets back over into the mid connector to see if they can find anyone there, but it will not be the case. Dignitas are held back a little bit more than that. A bit more proactive in trying to maintain a position in the mid connector, but not the case on this round. Still just an even split. Haven't gone for the gamble stack despite just how little their arsenal has grown down to in this one. And MSL, instead of Magic's Boy, will take up the mantle here inside of the Suicide Steps, looking for anything that he can find, but it's Fallen and finds him. Takes down MSL, more on the way. They're walking up to this A-bomb, so it is certainly not looking good at all for Team Dignitas. Magic's Boy and Config, however, they do find 2 kills, so things are not done yet, but the real task is getting out onto this site. No one checks down below the balcony, and FNX just shuts both of them down. Config now, he picks up an AK, but he's got such a huge task ahead of him. No utility to make this happen either. Stuck on the ramp, being pummeled by grenades, and as he pushes forward, he is going to meet himself against one of the members of SK in a moment. One of them peeking over the shed, and he doesn't even check it, so FNX shuts it down. That's going to be the end of it. SK take control. They win their first match here in the Brazilian arena. 16-7 is going to be the final score, and they dominate after a little bit of a rough start there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small rough start, but you have to think it was 5-1 at one point. So what is it, a 15-2 run to close that out? That is extremely impressive from SK. As soon as they got a hold of this match, they never looked back, and that's the scary SK in front of the home crowd as well. I mean, that's the thing you can't quantify. We can't possibly know unless, I mean, you can ask the Dignitas players if they felt affected by that crowd, but just a straight steamroll from SK there by the end.
Yeah, and I mean, every single player on that roster was looking good. The one thing I think you mentioned as we were kind of feeling there at the beginning that 100% came through is that Cole may have not been there 100% at the beginning of the match, but it was easily first stepping up. You said he had that switch, and he 100% flicked that in for this match.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the hardest roles you can have as a player, too, is stepping up in the shoes of your star player when he's having a quiet game. So obviously still, I mean, we sing a lot of accolades about Fer. Might as well just continue doing it because that's always very impressive. But it wasn't just him. I mean, the rest of the team Fallen, you could see he was in the groove. He was being that aggressive style of opera, going for that first pick on the defense, going for the picks on the T side. So Taco and FX as well had their impact.
All right, guys. Well, looks like the analyst desk is waiting to break down this game a little bit more. Let's send it over to them to take a look at this match.
Things looked competitive for a long time. SK, however, did run away with it into the second half. A 9-6 half, and then SK end that one with Dignitas having just one extra round after that second half started. Danes falling short this time, and SK looking good on a map that did kind of baffle the analysts. We're going to brighten things up here at some point, I'm sure. SK already
look much cooler with this lighting, Alex, I have to say.
Yeah, it's good mood lighting.
Mood
the
lighting.
less lighting, the better we look.
Fancy that.
It's a horrible truth.
A really dominant performance from SK. We were questioning the cobblestone pick because it is Dignitas' best map. They had other choices that maybe would have been more beneficial for them, but the score tells otherwise, right? Even considering Dignitas was up 5-1 and the map ended 16-7 in favor of SK.
Whoa, it's bright. I got a lot of stuff on my shirt as well. Bloody hell.
Yeah, so you basically went hoodie hunting.
Yeah, I got a hoodie, and because it's brand new now, I have a lot of threads all over.
It's an Amazon mistake, man, when you go hoodie shopping.
All free stuff is good, Chad.
That's true.
No,
you can ask Matt about that one.
Oh, you beat me to it. Either way, there were a couple of free rounds given to SK as well. Dignitas tripping up on that second half. It's strange to see Dignitas not being able to make an impact on their defensive side, Chad. I mean, this is something we usually kind of praise them for.
But they're on the back foot the whole game, in my opinion. Okay. You know, Fer was making so many impact frags on that CT half. I thought that he was doing a really good job at A, and we actually saw a lot more cohesion between him and Fallen. In the past, it looked like they were doing super individual stuff. It looked like this time they had a better understanding of if Fer was going to be aggressive on his own. Fallen had to be further enough back that he wasn't going to get caught off guard, relay the information and delay for his team. And then when you switched over to the T side, Fer once again getting a lot of impact frags, helped on that one round where they threw that connector smoke. He went out mid, got the kill for the fake, and that was, you know, a really cool round, I thought.
I mean, there was a lot of cool gameplay all around. Fallen, 19 frags for him, and he's actually standing by on the stage with Bia to go ahead and hear his side of the story before we dissect this further.
We are here with Fallen and the flags. Fallen started losing against NIP, and then you had 3 great victories. What do you think was the important thing to have this improvement?
I think the improvement came from preparation. We are trying a different approach when we're going to play other opponents. In the past, we have just been playing our game, and it has been enough to beat off them, and right now we're suffering a little, playing just our game, so we're doing a little more things, and it's paying off.
And you choose to play on Dig's favorite map, Wasn't it too risky?
Life is risky. I don't fear them.
Great answer. And people believe we are living the SK era. Do you think we are playing at the same level?
I think we still have to win more tournaments. We have to get this third major, and then we can talk about an SK era. I think we have done a lot of great things already, but we are hungry, we want more, want to be the best team in the world for a long time.
Now I ask you to talk to the Brazilian audience in Portuguese.
Galera, obrigado pela torcida. Vocês são os demais. Um orgulho pra gente estar jogando aqui com vocês. A gente sabe o quanto vocês acompanham a gente quando a gente está lá fora. Muitos criticam, muitos torcem, outros choram, muitos comemoram com a gente. Então, não tem emoção maior do que estar aqui e ver vocês aqui torcendo pela gente. Valeu mesmo, obrigado. E hoje é aniversário do meu irmão Marcelo, meu irmão mais velho. Foi quem me ajudou a começar a jogar Counter-Strike. Se eu tô aqui hoje é por causa dele. Então, um abraço, Celão. Meu sogro também é aniversário dele. Um abraço e um beijo pra vocês.
Thanks, Fallen. Everybody's here supporting SK Gaming and Fallen. Alex, this is how Brazilians cheer.
Yeah, we're certainly learning a lot about that one, Bia. In fact, this arena has done nothing but enlighten us to the power and the passion that Brazilian fans do possess, especially for the SK Gaming side, who have finally seemed to have found their form. It was something we've been kind of hoping to see for a while, but now 3 consecutive wins, they are looking much better. This is what we were hoping to see for the ESL Pro League finals, and defending Pro League champions, of course, from Season 3. That cobblestone, though, Fallen said life is risky. They suggested that they had done some additional preparation. Was that evident? Was it clear that there was some sort of reading and understanding of how Dignitas approached the map?
Honestly, to me, it wasn't that much evident. Maybe a bit towards that A-bomb. Said that Fallen was playing a bit closer to Fur, but look at what happened in the first gun round. Dignitas goes for that A control towards mid. They just get the kill on Fur. Afterwards, they get the second kill and win the round. 2 rounds after that, they go for the same thing, but Fur gets a double kill. That's the only difference. Fur gets the kills instead of immediately dying. I think after that initial gun round, when they went towards A, couple of next following rounds, I think Dignitas just did a bad job at trading. Fur was able to get multi-kills, or Fallen if they went towards that A holds area. And at that point, you lose too many people to be able to close out the round.
SK are going to be sitting now at 3-1. Top of their group currently, Dignitas now falling to 2 wins, 2 losses. Chad, is this a good sign of things to come? Do you think Dignitas still have an opportunity to make an impact in this tournament? It was rather underwhelming that second half.
Oh, I think Dignitas definitely still, have a chance to make it to the playoffs and have an impact, and they're one of the better teams here. I think this is just a SK that's looking revitalized, right? They're in front of the home crowd. They're playing a better brand of Counter-Strike, and it looks like whatever issues they've had, they're healing them, and that's what you want to see. If they can get back to the SK that we know that have such good fundamentals of teamwork, as well as the individual side of things, they're an unstoppable force, and we all know that.
And if you talk about individual side of things for a second, it is still worth highlighting. I know that this guy's name has come up an awful lot on desks. But again, Magic Boy, despite conceding, his team losing by such a margin, top of the scoreboard on the server alongside the Brazilians.
Definitely just on fire recently with his individual performance, getting the job done for his team. And I don't think the score actually tells the truth of the game. I think it was much closer. There were a couple of clutch rounds as well. The FNX versus KGB early on in the first half. You had the config 1v2 that he could have possibly won as well. All of those rounds went SK's way. You could see how pumped up they are to play before the home crowd, that they're really on point and focused individually. So I really hope these two teams get to meet again in a best of 3 and really, go at it.
Really duke it out. It has been a real kind of taster of what could be to come, of course, in the next 2 days. The weekend of Counter-Strike in this arena, with this crowd, with SK like that, it's going to be awesome. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. And the next game is in a similar vein, because it is going to be time to see the Ninjas on stage, a team that no doubt are going to be looking to show us what they are made of, as if we do dive into that one, of course, going up against Cloud9. A roster that have been looking great so far, conceded their first loss yesterday. Let's see if they can keep it that way, as we're going to be delving into that match after our break.
but that will be Panda picking up the pistol round.
Took a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, you get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's gonna get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stand up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh,
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Starting the season strong and remaining at the top of the standings for a good portion of the online season, NIP enters the playoffs in second place.
Bunny hop, I have to say, from Freiburg. He knows the AWP's at least out towards short. He gets the shot on seized. He'll give away. They're both there. He knows it now, but it's low HP. 8 seconds. He's got to go for the plant. He commits to it rather than facing off against Flamey. And the Molotov will go back out to hold him off. Now it's the low HP, and Freiburg has done it. Ace clutch for the man.
With a 19-7 record and recent wins at Starladder despite using a stand-in Michaelele in the place of Pith, NIP are not to be underestimated offline.
Ninjas in Pyjamas take on Cloud9 here as we are in the closing stages of our third day of broadcast for the ESL Pro League. This time we're in the arena and the crowd has been not short of wonderful. Now whether or not they'll be making as much noise for this Swedish versus, I just thought, forgot who it was, North American team, Cloud9.
Had to look over. I've seen
actually genuinely just go, Swedish versus, who is it again? Blue jerseys? Okay, yeah, Cloud9. But they are a team that are on the rise and have actually been doing a fantastic job here in the Pro League finals. C9, however, I think it's safe to say that NIP will probably be their biggest task to date, at least in terms of trying to find that big W. I'm joined by YNK and Chad Bircher. We'll start with you, Chad, in this one, just to kind of set the scene in terms of a bit of a form check for these guys. NIP, a team fabled within the CS scene, but with this Makelele name amongst them, do you think that we could be seeing them in those semis?
They've looked more scary with him, in my opinion, than they have in the past. And that's even since Pyth's been added to the team, or Pitt, or however you want to say his name, right? Pyth. I'm just going to say Pyth. That's how it's pronounced in Australia, so we're going to rock that. But for me, you know, I definitely think that NIP are a team in the top 4 of this group, and I would like to see them progress because I think they have a lot to offer.
Sure.
We saw them win Starladder back in September, I think it was, and this was with Makelele, so they have the potential to be able to win events and play in finals. We know that. These are guys who have been playing for such a long period of time, especially with the Core 4 unit. In terms of this event, they did beat SK. You know, that's the team we just saw take down Dig. So that's big props to them. And then on the other hand, Cloud9, are we jumping across to them, or have I gone too early?
You've prematurely
That's my bad.
fired your
I'm new at this still, guys.
Don't blow your low, Chad.
Unfortunately, we're still talking about NIP because I was ready for Cloud9. But
okay, well, bite your tongue, and Yanko can continue while we do have them on screen. Of course, closest to us is Get Right, known for his historical lurking presence. However, you were talking to me a little while ago that kind of play style from Get Right has taken a bit of a turn. We're not necessarily just seeing that side of him anymore.
Yeah, under threat, he's also had the role of the entry fragger in some of these rounds, and it's interesting to see how aggressive he is actually in that role. You know, just pushing as far as he can get, pretty much gaining ground, creating space for his team, and it's also a type of a bait, so to speak, because before, when you see Get Right, you basically guess, okay, the team is on the other side of the map, this must be a fake or something. Nowadays, you can't really, you know, make that guess because it might be just the whole team behind them in an execute.
So it's almost like a kind of a necessary development. You have to, because you're becoming predictable, things change, and that was perhaps what Get Right did engage. And just before we do address Cloud9, Threat is a name that has to be talked about because it does seem like, you know, the Ninjas, when they did start finding that success, not forgetting what happened in Malmo and that very kind of dreamlike win for them, it was, of course, him behind them with the headset on. We've talked plenty about the changes to pauses and the changes to coaches, and so it's an intriguing topic to breach that he's no longer coming to events with them.
I think it's a great example of how a team that's been relying on individual play and a looser play style and has been struggling with that play style after changing it, bringing in a coach who brought structure to the team, and they had something that they can rely on other than that individual skill. They could kind of revitalize themselves and basically become a contender once more.
And let's copy and paste that storyline now into Cloud9, a team that we have the firepower, the likes of Shroud, Nothing, Automatic, of course, the new face, Skadoodle, and the force to be reckoned with, Stewie 2K. I saw a thread, a conspiracy theory, that he has actually taken the capital S out of his name.
I did see that yesterday.
Yeah,
I was very curious about that.
What on earth does that mean?
Maybe too many S's in the team.
I wonder if people actually sit there and think about their name before they go into a game. That's definitely a thing. Yeah, 100%.
100%.
Yeah, they're like, oh, if I put an exclamation mark, that's going to totally freak them out.
I think you're not allowed to put the extra things in your name, but you can play with the capitalization, I believe. Okay. I think they allow that.
You can toy with that.
Yeah, because once you put your name into Volvo even, that's it. It's locked in. Just so you guys know.
Inside info with Chad Burchill.
Yeah. That's what happens when you play at a major.
He's not just a pretty face.
With Cloud9, this is I don't want to bash players, right? I try and stay away from that. I don't want to look at stats and go, this guy, he's not performing, and we'll get on his case and stuff. But there was a tweet that in all 3 of the matches that Cloud9 have played so far, Skadoodle hasn't gotten over 60 ADR.
Yes, I
understand as an AWPer, right? Like,
you're rarely going to do damage and not get a kill. There's not like you're going to get 40 damage. You either get the kill or do no damage.
Exactly.
Is that what you want to say, Chad?
Pretty much. Thank you for summing that up for me.
That's an efficient way to summarize it. It does, of course, prove that Skadoodle hasn't had the tournament that we were hoping for. I'm sure he was hoping for as well. He wants that breakout back into the limelight. So far hasn't gone well for Skadoodle, but we'll be coming back to him once we have talked about maps. I think that it's going to be a tough one to call. In fact, Chad outright said, I'm not sure where this one's going to go to me, and I quite like that you've got Chad Burchill baffled. Yanko, are you in a similar boat, or does this kind of get
I think it will come down to one of the 3 maps, and that then depends on what teams have discussed, what are they prepared for, what's their preference coming into this game. I feel that Cloud9, for example, they have to get rid of Nuke. They are going to get rid of...
Think about this.
Nip is going to get rid of Train.
Yeah.
And probably something like...
The rest is up in the air. Yeah. Wow,
I mean that's a very
similar. I had the other map, my brain is kind of shutting down.
People talk about NOP being the team who say they can play all 7 maps, right? So they obviously have weaknesses. Everybody does, and it comes up to matchups about like what kind of style you're versing, if they're well prepared or if it's their best map. So that could be like into Nip's thinking of the veto. Here we go, we've got it on the screen.
Okay, so Mirage was removed by the Swedes, and following that, C9 choose to remove Nuke as expected, and Cobblestone was their second choice, not willing to play that versus the Ninjas, who have been looking extremely good on that, of course, even innovating some strategies we still see today from every other team.
The question here is, does Cloud9 really want to play Cash against NIP? They haven't banned it in the first phase. I don't think NIP, there's a way of them banning that map coming into the second phase. So NIP probably vetoes Dust 2. I mean, Train for sure. They're going to veto Train for sure. So then it's between Dust 2 and Overpass. They're going to leave Cash, definitely.
The thing I think with Cash is we saw yesterday against NRG, they didn't have a fantastic game. They looked beatable. And that was a lot of retake style and a team who, we know that NRG are relatively confident on like the Mirage Cache maps, so it's a good map for them. But to see it get taken that close was surprising to me.
I'm waiting to see the second phase.
Well, they're still doing it, Alex, of course.
If we could bring that up, that would be absolutely delightful. There it is. Okay, so yeah, Overpass was the choice from NIP alongside the Train that we did anticipate, and C9 were given the choice. So do let that be noted that they did have the opportunity to take arguably and definitely worth discussing weak NIP Cash, given that they did have a close game versus NRG.
I consider this NIP choosing the map in a sense, because Cloud9 kind of is forced to veto that Cash. You don't want to play NIP on that map, even though they did look mortal on it yesterday against NRG. So
lost that.
By vetoing Overpass instead of Dust 2, that's basically NIP saying, okay, we want to go and play Dust 2 against Cloud9.
I think on the other hand with that as well, Dust 2 though, we saw SK beat Cloud9 on Dust 2 yesterday, right? So, and that was pretty convincing. And it's a map that you'd normally see Cloud9. It's a home map for them, in my opinion anyway. So to see them fall to SK, who it's not a home map for them in any case.
I think the score was convincing, but I think the game could have been much closer. Cloud9 did a decent job recovering after losing Pistol, but then they threw that anti-eco round, and if they don't do that, I think they have a much stronger first half and we get a much more interesting game on our hands.
Do you know what else is interesting is the fact that, if memory serves, this will be the third of the 4 best of ones that they've played, Cloud9, on Dust 2. They've got it 3 times out of the 4. The only exception I can think of was that loss. No, excuse me, not that loss, the other
They
win.
beat NRG on Cash.
Thank you, yeah, of course. So with that said, basically when C9 wants us to, they seem to be getting it, and yet still not necessarily always able to convert it into wins, conceding to SK winning versus FaZe in that full 30-rounder that we did see. Now, gents, that must surely make this team an easy team to read, right? All you see is Cloud9 does 2 at this event. You see close losses, you even get to see, close wins, you even get to see losses. Surely that puts like NIP quite considerably in the favor in this game.
Well, I don't know if I can say
sure
that.
about that.
The
Okay.
thing is, what I didn't see yesterday from Cloud9 that you want to see is Stewie really exploiting spawns and getting through smokes and getting behind them when they're not expecting it. Stuff from him is like when you just keep throwing flashes over long on the corner smoke and he just pushes through it and then he's behind players or he just appears and that's when he gets lots of frags. They looked a bit more reserved in their play style. You want to try and play spawn-based Counter-Strike off the bat, in my opinion, because what that does is it sets a precedent. As soon as they see like the flashes or smokes, the CTs are being pushed around by that. If you don't see that early and you want to play it slower, the CTs, they get more antsy, they like to take risks and they can ruin your defaults, and then they're just going for late executes. So I want to see Cloud9 start with some aggressive play like they're known for and like their players can do. But I think it's going to be a close match. Are we doing predictions yet? I'm too early for predictions.
I mean, you can start, please feel free. I'm still trying to work out exactly.
Players still joining the servers. That's the last thing we got.
I mean, I saw someone on aimbots still, so I'm assuming we can.
We got plenty of time. I'll stay away from predictions.
Yeah, okay. Do steer clear then. Let's return to your spawn-based Counter-Strike then, because I'm sure there's some people sitting at home saying, "No, wait, no, that's what we do in matchmaking. We don't do that in a professional environment, right? We don't do that on the big stages for $750,000." I mean, Yanko, spawn-based Counter-Strike, it has a place in all different levels of Counter-Strike.
It does, definitely on a map like Dust 2, where the obvious spawns are when you get the preferable long spawn or the B spawn. I think the long one is the one that teams utilize the most, because then you can try and take long control immediately. That's similar as going for a straight execute, because it can get a bit random. Depends on what spawns the CT players have that are going towards long, how they hold long early on. Do they throw the molly from car and then flash? Do they just throw a smoke and then try to get to pit? Those are all variables you have to take into account, but it's an easy, if you are maybe struggling with an idea, you get a long spawn, you just say, okay boys, just flash me in, I'm running out, if I get a kill we just power through, if not, GG.
There's a bit, like, I agree with you, and there's a little bit more to it than that, because there's so many different ways you can do it. Like, there's teams who do the smoke on the long corner, they do the flashes over and try and push through that smoke and have flashes just coming over to help the player entry. There's another way that we used to do it was we'd get the first spawn to run across and get to the blue bin. Flashes would keep coming over. The third spawn would throw a late flash, because the CTs, they're going to get blind. They're not going to see the person cross to the blue bin. The late flash comes over, a guy picks from doors, a guy picks from blue bin, and you're able to usually grab 1 or 2 cheeky kills. And there's so many different ways you can attack it. And I think it was really important for like us as a team, Renegades, to do it, because it helps set the pace. And if you were a team that is, you rely on momentum and you like to be aggressive, it's always a good way to start. Whereas NIP, on the other hand, you don't really see them using that long spawn. The thing that they used to do, which I quite liked, was we've seen teams doing it this weekend, but they were a bit more reserved on it. You just walk straight down middle, straight out the doors, you're ready for the mid to B split straight away, and you catch the CTs off guard while they're rotating back from locking down the B rush and locking down the long rush, and they're coming back to look at mid, and you're already there. And it's like, hello, we're going to be splitting B on you right now.
Interesting. We're going to be splitting B, and it does. I was actually surprised how little I'd seen that infrequent that play is. You just walk out completely unready, and like the point you were making, Chad, was because I don't know if you just mentioned it there. I was talking to someone else, but
brilliant. Just talking to people.
Just talking to like my imaginary friends.
You saw cute girl, Alex? Is that what it was?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm sitting here actually texting. That's actually what I'm doing. But no, the point I was trying to remark upon it was the fact that that's only really worked when you've got a read that they are stacking long, and that in which case you have that you identify no one's going to be in CT early.
So this is the thing. The go-to hold for a lot of teams is to play 2 to 3 players towards long and 2 players towards B, and the protocols are to lock down the B rush and to lock down the long rush, because those two, like Yanko touched on, are where you get spawns for, right? They're two that you can take advantage of. So you're not really, unless you have a CT plan where you're going to boost someone up cat, and like they do with FaZe with Alu, where he's going aggressive from short and picking into middle, or you have 2 ops and you want to go aggressive on middle with the ops, you're not going to see that mid play. Well, here we go. We got a bit of a sign coming out.
No, I was just fiddling with this because it was stuck on me for forever. This was actually handed to me by a Brazilian fan. I don't know if it's worth, if you can get a one shot on that. This is actually really cool. This was a little thank you note to Flusher from Fnatic. Of course, you can see the date there. That was when he helped them out. Back in those days, back in the old days, Flusher hooked them up, gave them some money to get them to one of their first offline events, and look at them now. What a development.
I bet he regretted that, right?
Yeah. Oh, how the times have turned. Soon it will be on the other foot. But sorry, thank you for that, by the way. I'm sure I can give that back to you. I think you're over there. That'll be a bit accessible to you if you want your poster back. There you go. Hey, no worries, buddy. Thank you. Back on track, back on topic, as we are quickly resolving a PC issue for one of the players on stage. The point we were talking about was the spawn-based Counter-Strike, and you were all talking about mid and A. That leads me wondering about the void that is B site and how inaccessible it is. Just walk out tunnels G2 style, and that's kind of all you've got, the plays you've got in your strat book.
That's exactly what they do. They use the knowledge of the default CT setups to take advantage of it, where there's an opening, just baiting people to maybe focus towards mid and then exploding towards B. Because the way you would defend a mid to B split is either you have both players focused towards mid or they both focus towards tunnels, because if you split your attention, that's when the split actually gets you, because you have a 1v2 or a 1v3 duel. This way, you can just have a 2 versus how many people on mid. You do your best to hold them there, you give control of the site, and then you play for the retake, hopefully with a numbers advantage, right? But I think the problem with those types of executes, I actually did a video on it, Alex. You can check it on the YouTube channel, YouTube/1kcsgo. Gank on chain series, it's fine. The problem with that is you're putting all of your eggs in one basket, right? If you make a wrong read, there's no coming back, because you lost so much map control in other parts of the map. You really have to commit fully. Even if you're running into a stack, let's say if there's a Molotov or if there's a smoke, you really have to go through it, because if you don't, you probably lost a player somewhere. The CTs are getting information. They're not hearing sound cues on other parts of the map, so they can push for better positions, and it's really hard to recover after that initial bad start.
So you have to commit through the utility.
You have to commit, and it's really based on getting that read. If you get the read, then it can work super well and you get a clean round, but if not, you can just get slaughtered, and not all teams are willing to take that risk.
Yeah, well, I mean, risk hasn't necessarily been attached to the NIP name. Always actually seen recently as a team that take very calculated risks and have a whole lot more structure.
I don't know what you think, Chad, but I think when teams get lost on the T side, when they start losing rounds and they start losing ideas, what I like to see from teams is when they go for delayed long control, we're throwing 2 smokes, one on the cross and one on like middle of long, so they cut off the left side of long and they can only focus on pit and clear that area of the map. Because for me, when you get control of pit, you basically have long control, and from that position you can even have an opera if you have him hold the long cross, and then just other members of the team sneaking up, or you can even rotate to cat if you want.
We actually saw SK do that really well yesterday. They used the Molotov that you throw so it gets the box at the blue bin, and you clear that out as well. Just 1 or 2 simple flashes over and you're able to clear all of long, like Yanko's saying. And once you do have control of that, you can do anything you want, right? Like the problem is for CTs, they're going to leave one guy there. That's just the go-to. You get long, you hold it, you leave one guy there. He's usually committed to pit, and his job is to just delay the long attack, so then the AWPer, who's A ramp or car, can swing around and help him and try and protect him. With those smokes, he can't do that, right? You either have to make an all-in play where you're going to get flashed and he's going to run through the smoke and you're both going to fight and do as much damage as you can, but the rest of your teammates need to be on the same page. So if you're going to do something like that and it fails, everybody else needs to be playing aggressive in their position. Because if the wall smokes come in and they take over long, and you're not going to, then you're going to fight it and you lose numbers, you've lost everything at that point, because you don't have map control anywhere at this stage. So if you're going to do it, say the B guys, maybe they should start pushing upper. They're going to chance to get a quick flank through lower and maybe take any lurkers down and make the retake a bit easier. Same thing, the other player who's normally in limbo at CD spawn on the ramp, he could push back up into A, get ready to negate that attack.
And it's also a good way to bait a reaction from your opponent. Like pushing tunnels is a good reaction, like Chad mentioned. So you could just have 2 or 3 players faking that long control, send a player out to duel the CT from pit, and have the rest of your team waiting in long tunnels maybe for a reaction. If they don't push long, for sure one player is going to go towards mid. So you have a 2 or 3v1 on the B bomb side if you want to go for something like that. Too many teams get stuck when their A go doesn't work with smokes or a mid to B split. They're just in a default and look pretty lost. I think this is something that's super viable if you kind of run out of your initial ideas.
So there you go. Actually, if you listen to that, you'll identify what we mean when we talk about depth to teams. The fact that you have this play and you have, and of course, a branch off of that where you can draw your enemies into a false sense of security. Now, I think it does seem apparent that we are by no means ready to go, and I do think it's a good topic to breach with NIP on stage and with SK who have just played, the idea and discussion we have surrounding eras within Counter-Strike. Now, we have had 3 eras. Most commonly, we started with the Fnatic era, which, as stated previously on desks, will never happen again. NIP was in a similar boat. In fact, will never happen again. SK era is potentially coming to an end. We'll see what happens here in Brazil. And my question to you guys, actually, is the question of how do you maintain that? We're sitting there saying 2 of the 3 eras will never happen again. what can you do to maintain and operate and create a longer and more fruitful era?
Well, you never want to say never go full Moses and say there's a 0% chance of something happening. But the thing with the NIP and the Fnatic era initially was that it was solely reliant on individual performances. And that's something that naturally isn't consistent, isn't sustainable, that you can always expect your individual players to perform to a really high level. With SK it's a bit different because yes, they have good individuals, but they have a lot of depth to their game, and they, even when players weren't up to snuff, they would have something to fall back on. And now you see it even with them struggling, the teams that are challenging them are teams similar to them, like VP, like Dignitas, like Navi.
The thing that I'll give SK is the fact that they had that trouble with for having to go for surgery, right? So they had that little speed bump, and if they can recover from that in the next 2 to 3 months, closing out this year, and still manage to win tournaments, then I'm going to say that the era, there was a speed bump, but it's still theirs. If they go into next year and they win that major, definitely still theirs. What you need to see from these guys, or in my opinion at least, going forward, is diversity in the way that they use their players. If you just keep using the same players in the same way, it's going to get cotton on. People are going to work it out. People are going to be able to start countering you. You need to and this is a good thing, being able to have FNX and Cold Zero and Fallen as AWPers. You can change it up, and they're both different styles of AWPers. It's just about making sure that you keep it fresh enough. The best way that I can think on the CT side. Sorry.
No. The only reason I just wanted to make sure that to add to your point is that you're talking about using the same players in different ways, and we haven't mentioned Virtus Pro. That's surely a prime example of exactly that.
They haven't had an era in CSGO per se, and that's the thing. They haven't had like a streak. They haven't been able to be a dominant team. They're there at the moment in the sense of they're looking like the best team in the world, but it hasn't been long enough to call it an era.
I think they were super dominant in the first half of 2014. Unfortunately, there weren't as many tournaments back then of the highest caliber that they could actually prove it. When they were at Katowice 2014, when they won that major, they were by far the best team in that tournament. It didn't feel like any of the other teams was even close, and that was the second major. So that was still NIP being, very relevant when it comes to the world of Counter-Strike.
So yeah, I mean, that's a quite good question about the Virtus Pro era, and if we'll ever find that. Instead, they'll just be always around the top 10, top 5, top 3. They just seem to always be there, knocking on the door.
I think Virtus Pro is an opposite type of an anomaly to NIP and to Fnatic, because they've had that longevity. I think it's mostly because all the players are mature enough to realize that really changing the roster is not going to bring anything to that team, because there's no player they could pick up which is better than something they already have. It's just a matter of, I think, with VP from time to time kind of getting fatigued, maybe losing a bit of motivation, and that's how switching roles makes it a bit more interesting for people. I'm going to play with the AWP a little bit. That's super interesting. You're going to in-game lead. You're going to entry frag now. So that keeps things interesting in the long run, especially seeing as how they've had the same lineup for more than 3 years.
We haven't really addressed the NIP side to the era story. Of course, they are setting up on stage. It doesn't sound like that player is still having struggles with his computer, as I am my words, so we can continue to kind of take the Swedish side of the story. Now, I know that we've said Fnatic could happen again, that kind of era maybe is something that's possible, but why is it that we're kind of ruling out the NIP of old, the fact that they basically took over CSGO upon release?
Yeah, I think it's the era itself as opposed to like the team. You could potentially see these guys come back and have an era of a streak of winning a lot of events. The thing is, though, the way that they did it back in early CSGO is the era that we're talking about that can't happen again, because they were the front runners. They merged 1.6 players and Source players and the best of them and really got ahead of everybody else. They were one of the first to transition, and they took it the most seriously, as well as Very Games, and they were just the best. Like, nobody could touch them besides, Very Games occasionally having some okay results, but we're never really able to take the scalp.
I don't think we'll ever have an 87-0 streak on LAN from any team.
Didn't we get like a 20-something maps recently? I remember bringing that up on a desk. Gosh, God knows which that was. Too much CS. Too much. We're having
hashtag oversaturation.
Hashtag no such thing.
Hashtag no such thing. Hashtag CS till I die. And we probably will if this PC doesn't get fixed soon, because I want to watch this game. C9 versus the NIP is going to be coming up ASAP. And we're going to take a quick opportunity actually to hear what NIP players did have to say. We took a quick opportunity to have a little interview with them ahead of this game, and we're going to go ahead and see what they were chatting about before this one.
The screens now.
The
overall, the final standing in European Pro League was a bit shocking. I mean, Navi's not here, Virtus Pro is not here, Fnatic couldn't come. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, the teams that did qualify are the teams that deserve to be here. It just proves that the competition is becoming so much harder right now. Every team can really beat each other right now. So I think it's very fun to see new teams get chances here on the lands and compete. So I think it's interesting. Our biggest weakness for me is definitely our communication within the team. When we're not communicating with each other during games, we tend to lose really hard. People get frustrated, and I think that's something we really need to work on, because once our communication is on point, we play one of the best CS I've ever seen. So I really think we need to work on that, and what we need to do to trigger the communication to get it going every single time.
And pro and face of the CS scene, that communication still plagues NIP, or rather communication issues still seem to be kind of chomping at the bit for them.
I mean, hindsight is always 20/20 when we are watching games, and obviously we can't know what's going on in the TeamSpeak server. Like I think the best example is Mouse Sports today, and that last round against Immortals 3v2, it was actually confirmed that it was a bad call from Nico, calling that he heard a player coming up capped, but he was actually going lower. So that's how important is communication around it. You would probably win, 50 times out of 51. You lose it because of a bad call, and it's something that can get pretty chaotic in a, high pressure situation and with a big crowd and a stage like this one.
I agree with what you were saying though. Like the most seasoned players,
right,
in maybe all of CS, struggle with communication. That's nuts to me.
Isn't that? Because surely that's something that we would argue comes with age and experience.
Exactly.
And I mean, you would assume VP's comms are smooth as butter.
Yeah, you build on that stuff, right? That's what you polish over years and years and years, and then it should be like a fine art, like a nice wine.
But he's describing it like they get tilted and they get grumpy.
Yeah, that's a emotional thing, right? And as an emotional player myself, it's harder to deal with. It does make things a bit tricky. I assume listening to the communication from Europeans, it's not like American, Australian, or British communication, which I can actually understand, but it doesn't seem like they're repeating the same word over and over again. In Australia and America, I'm sure we've all seen Mo on videos on Reddit, just saying the same thing. Like, that's happens. I don't know why.
Don't get me started.
It's not just that, it's why is he going through that smoke? Why would anyone do 2B? And then after 5 seconds, you actually make the call, and your teammates have no idea. I was actually amazed talking to some of the in-game leaders or players in general, how many professional players still make those types of mistakes, or forget how to throw a certain smoke in an execute, or forget where they're supposed to go in a certain strategy. But I mean, there's a lot of maps, there's a lot of games to be played, so they're only human.
They're not. I used to get so frustrated when it's like I call the strategy, right? I even typed it just so people would make sure. And then sometimes you want to tweak something on the fly when it was necessary, and then you get what am I doing?
That's not real. Because you need to understand the amount of time and thought the in-game leader puts to, you have 15 seconds of freeze time, so you need to think about, okay, what happened in the previous round? How much money do we have? What can we buy? How much money do they have left? Are they going to force buy? Do they have enough money to sneak in a cheeky op as well? And then you think of everything, like that scene from The Brilliant Mind with Russell Crowe, and all the equations going through, and you got it. You find it, Alex. You find it. You call it, and someone is like 10 seconds after. Wait, what did you say? I didn't buy a smoke. I bought a HE grenade instead.
That's that Sean Gares clip. Have you seen that?
Oh, with Rix?
Yeah. He makes this huge elaborate strategy, and he's like, right, Rix, you got that molly, yeah? Sorry, what?
I mean, we're joking a little bit here, but it actually is the case, because that might be a reset round, a crucial round where both teams are low on money. You know what they're going to do. You have a perfect call. You can't do it. You have to improvise on the fly. You go for something that you know it's not optimal. You lose that round, and then you have to maybe double eco, and that can be really demoralizing for an in-game leader, and perhaps for some of the other players as well, because you know that Counter-Strike at this level is a game of few crucial rounds, and a game who makes the least mistakes.
Well, I mean, this has been a beautiful beautiful kind of adventure and look into what's going on behind the scenes. We don't necessarily get to see it all the time, and fortunately we're better than most that we do get to sometimes stand behind the players, or at least be in the close proximity to get a real vibe for what is going on outside of the game of Counter-Strike. You know what that music means. We are going to go ahead and disappear, because it does look like we're still resolving a couple of technical faults on the North American side of the stage. So do stay with us, guys, and when we return, it's going to be NIP Cloud9 live from Sao Paulo.
They train.
It's always been about fighting your fears.
They travel.
The thing that I strive for the most is to be able to capture the moment.
They explore.
Constantly trying to push myself and then try to see how far can I go.
To see the world in a different way.
I'm not supposed to go here, but what if I go there anyway? What's gonna happen?
It's interesting to kind of just watch the world go by at your feet.
It's such a liberating experience.
Urbex, an exclusive 8-part series, only on Red Bull TV.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO, delivering the biggest stories and all the scores, stats, and updates you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Even get all the same non-stop amazing coverage on your desktop at thescoreesports.com. The Score Esports. Get it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flame. Oh! Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
big round here.
Yeah, and then about there, it's going to be 80. Stupid. What if Snappy has something to say about it, though, at this stage. It is very, very low, but Snappy falls to that one.
Yeah, and look how low Freeze is. 80's not even... He's considering it in the fact that he's not peeking.
Smoke this out.
He will do. They don't have nades. They do have a Havoc kit. That's the only one big benefit here now. He can under that, but he's going to hop up on top. Still looking towards CT, and he's not checking connector. Freeze has walked out, and I think he's just seen it. It's a 1v1, Mitch.
I can't believe it now. Moddy's forced to push forward as well. He, of course, the healthier one, but he gets cut down by AZ, and it's all about FaZe.
This could be pretty dangerous. Headlight here coming through, and Exist just turns his back right into him. Switches up to the AK. Valda is going big. That's lovely. 3 kills back to back, and the... Why are they just running into him like this?
Span through the door and get lucky, but no, there's going to be a player coming in from window, and Valde gets himself the ace.
He's had a really rough time in this series so far, but he does find that first kill. Time ticking away. 45 seconds. He has got a headshot towards. What is this? Flamey, what are you playing at? They put the bomb inside. He's running up lower ramp, and they know he's there. Okay, well, if he wins this now, I think that's going to be the reason. But here we go. Smoke goes down, flashbang comes in as well. It's actually looking pretty decent for Body here. Gets the 3rd out of 4 as well. Could this be the player we've been waiting for? It's been quiet from him all night, but if he gets this, it's going to be so tremendous for his team. One player to find, and he gets it as well.
I think he'll be ready for a Skadoodle here. He has the angle with the AWP, the Molotov forcing anyone away from swinging wide. Grabs a 2nd kill, great, and a 3rd one! Skadoodle, what a recovery and a hold! All 4 kills for Skadoodle.
Zippix, and that might buy them time, because Kerrigan, he's going for the flank. There's an AK down, he's smart not to go for it immediately because he picks up a 2nd kill. Snappy finds one in return, but he's isolated. Can he find it? Down to the one-on-one, and Kerrigan, timing is everything.
That buys him time.
Right now, nobody really watching for Surreal, though, and he's able to move out and catch Arya. Asilian finds the trade. Surreal in the last one, but oh my goodness, just shuts down Asilian on the peak. And the last one, too, a 180 flick to shut out Red. Huge clutch from Surreal. And with that complexity, they've got the pistol round on CT side.
He did have slight allowance in the smoke to give him that shot, and Olaf walks back in, hits the headshot onto Nico. Now they've got a chance back into this, and Olaf's going to hit Dennis. It's all on to Chris J. He does have the scout, arguably the best scout player in the game. There's the first one, but they're already onto the defuse. It's a kid as well in Lekker's hands, but he's going to have to hold this all the way through, and Chris J's done enough to pull it back.
C-Mouse actually hunting for some info towards B as well. They are to be isolated, but through the smoke, of course, it's Nico. He takes down Dennis. He gets a double and drops the bomb as well. What a player that was, and he wants more. Another headshot for Nico. Fantastic work from him.
Any more damage Kusta can do, it's unrealistic to think he'll win this, but just a couple kills, maybe just one. There it is, nothing falls. He knows where the two remaining players are. 5 seconds left, he gets that tapping away. He now knows where Sui's it, but there's only 2 seconds left on the clock. He gets it! What is this?
Wow.
Cloud9 throw another round away. They're just gonna head over towards the B bomb site and look at the SMG. 2 kills for Uber, can he get more? He does. Another nice headshot, he's going for the ace and he does grab it. That is a beautiful sequence of kills, one clip.
Sao Paulo is the most populous city in the entirety of South America. You can feel the bustle of the city while walking down the street in rush hour. Sao Paulo is also home to some of the tallest buildings in South America, and you'll feel it when your neck is craned trying to see above the skyline from street level. But the most spectacular view of all is from the top of such structures, where you can see the sprawl of Sao Paulo unfold before your eyes.
Hello, thank you so much for your patience. Technical problems have plagued us here to try and get NIP and C9 running, but we still have got the passion of C9? CS.
Well, we know where your prediction's
rushing
going, Alex.
in your heart. Indeed, Cloud9 through and through, boys. But if you have just joined us, the likelihood is that you've sat there and wondered, what on earth have these guys got to talk about? C9, NIP, we have talked about the entirety of the matchup for well over 40 minutes, but we'll do so again. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson. It does seem, you know what, just as they thought they had it up and running. I'm not joking. There seems to be another issue.
Is it with the same computer?
Yeah.
The PC got a tater.
Shroudy.
Yeah.
And his PC.
He's getting rowdy.
It's getting rowdy. Yeah. Truly is. We are still... So, right.
Is he trying to stream? He knows that we do the streaming here, right?
Yeah, he's actually sitting there with OBS open now.
That's a big issue.
He's doing his stream graphics.
Can we just tell him that we'll give him a portion of the revenue, like of ad revenue, and
we'll hook him up?
I think he gets a decent share from Twitch. I don't know if we can.
Moving swiftly on, of course, YNK and Chad Birchall hanging out. Oh, hang on. He looks like he's in game. I was told that his PC was...
I can see Counter-Strike.
I've
played it for many years, and that's what it looks like.
It is? Can you tell me what map he's on right now?
Maybe this is a replay, boys. Let's not get carried away.
No, hold up. Jordan is... No, it's live.
Oh, okay. It does sound like he is going to be ready to go in just a moment's time. I thought I heard that he has, again, been plagued by issues, but it does seem like he's just configuring his settings because...
Fantastic.
Config is the correct word. It was actually down to him and the magical letters in his config that were getting things
This
going.
is the thing, and it is an issue, right? The CSGO config, sometimes they can get randomly corrupt. I had it in the past.
Is that true?
It gave me really low frames. Gomez was like, change your config. Didn't want to do it. I was stubborn. Just lived with 100 for FPS for a while. It was good times.
I mean, how much is actually going into your CS config that's actually like unique to you?
A lot.
Key bindings?
Yeah, a lot.
Key bindings and your graphic settings.
Yeah, but you got to put like the little thing at the top where it's like Sponge's config 2016 and then your launch option.
I think the binds are the most important.
Oh yeah?
Like
lol,
I had
lol,
one
lol.
Yanko in communication bring the W.
Is that really what you had? And you'd press that every time?
I pressed that, it would just go away.
That's really good.
I also had, one of my aliases was, Scorpion's original name.
Yeah.
And so I had a bind that would just be get over here and like lines, which would be like his.
You serious?
Yeah.
Oh god, yes.
That's else they had. There was a lot of them.
There was a lot of
pretty
them.
Cool.
That's a whole other side to
At
CS.
least when you're getting wrecked, you can also have a laugh.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
Chad knows how it is.
Getting wrecked.
Yeah, and having a laugh.
Yeah, and having a laugh. I used to do both. I used to have a bind that just simply said clever boy, and every time I got a kill on the same person, I'd choose one, and I'd just be like clever boy.
You're still like one of the guys that has that bind. You really need to win those.
No,
when someone loses a clutch.
Do you know what mine is? When someone calls me a noob, I press a button, it just says, who needs aim? When you've got swag, and then a smiley face, and it gets them so angry every time. They're like, shh, and then just comment on my profile, just that I'm a horrible human being and that I don't deserve to be breathing and various other things. We love the internet community. All right, let's start talking about the game for a little bit because it does seem like we're going to be almost ready for predictions. And casters, God, I haven't heard from them in a while. We'll be seeing them in just shortly, but back on track.
Can we do the veto again?
Yeah, we could actually bring it up if you'd like to. Would you?
I don't remember what map they're playing.
It's Dust 2. Do you just want
I
to
mean,
see
it
a
is
new
Dust
map?
2, or we can talk about the veto if you'd like.
I mean, you know, it's been such a long time ago, maybe people don't remember it.
Yeah, it's a good point. Okay. Oh, apparently they can actually start the knife round.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
We'll just
I haven't. That's the first time I've been told that, so that's cool. Dust 2 though is the map, and that is going to be going down between C9 and NIP. So quickly predictions then before we do jump on into game. Chad, between NIP and C9, we've been waiting on the edge of our seat for oh so long. What are you saying here?
I'm going to go with NIP. Yeah. For no reason at all.
Okay, no reason at all.
I think NIP looks less miserable from such a long break, so I'll go with NIP. It's like the Swedes, like the Nordic people, they get less affected, not as much emotion.
Okay, cool. Right, well, with all of that said and done, let's get out of this one and into the game. It's been a long time coming, but Dust 2 between NIP and C9 is about to go down. Let's
the memes.
Get down to business.
C9 starting it here at any moment. The knife round is already going. Moses, your initial thoughts before we jump into this matchup now?
It's late.
Yes, that's very true.
We've
been waiting a long time for this.
There is something to be said about teams that there are players that get thrown off by actually having way too much time to warm up. Like if you're just in a server, just like because you sit down. I mean, you got to imagine these guys sat down like an hour and a half ago and started like really focused, warming up and everything like that. Now that all this time has gone by, I mean, definitely there are players who get affected by the fact that the mental edge gets lost because they've just been so focused for a while, thinking maybe it's gonna be fixed in 10 minutes, maybe 15, and definitely this long can have that. I've had that happen to me at tournaments in the past, so. Will be kind of interesting, especially for someone like Shroud who had to deal with like the actual frustrations of trying to fix everything. It's his PC, it's his config that he's got to redo and everything, and paranoid if he's gotten all the settings correct. So will be interesting to see how that all plays out. If we're going to notice anyone doing making bad decisions or missing shots.
Yeah. But it is going to go over to Dust 2, so hopefully from the team perspective of things, not a whole lot that can get messed up there. A lot of that coming down, as we know on this map, some of the individual duels and whatnot. What are some of those specific ones that you're going to be looking forward to see on this match now, like the big players to watch out, who's going to go up against each other? I mean, obviously with Cloud9, you want to say, there's two players I would say you watch out for the most part, and for completely different reasons. One is going to be someone like Stewie, who's a big powerful force for Cloud9, obviously, and how they initiate their fights, and obviously the endgame leader. Especially on this map, I mean, we saw even yesterday against SK, they had that strat where they basically rushed mid, rushed B, and Stewie rushed catwalk all alone, essentially, which is a very aggressive that you don't see too often. Many times we've seen Cloud9, one of their favorites is, a timing push into B tunnels with no nades. We've seen Stewie rush down mid and just basically get out mid as fast as possible and try and catch someone off guard. So all these things that he's willing to do fast and aggressive, NIP's going to have to watch out for. And the other one on Cloud9 for the completely different reason is obviously, I mean, it's Skadoodle, and it sucks that we have to keep bringing up, how poorly he's been playing, but we say it because we've seen him at a level that's so incredible at times, and you still see flashes of it, like every few rounds, like once or twice per map, which just isn't enough out of him. So you obviously want to see if he's going to come into this and be back at that level. All right, guys. Well, it's time to get into it now. The pistol round beginning with NIP starting off on the CT side and Cloud9 jumping onto the T side. Very fast, actually. The Ninja's Makalele specifically is going to push himself through the mid door here to try and see if he can spot anything back over at the bot tunnels. And, well, that's Horn. He may be able to do that. Makalele, though, bailing out pretty quickly after spotting some of his opponents there. And now just waiting to see if he can catch some of the action moving through. Pushback twice now from positions, but it will just hold Cloud9 here in the normal spot that the T's hold off from the staging area, you could say, and we'll see where they move from here. Yeah, but it did look like they wanted to get out mid, and yeah, finally now they're going to do it, and they hit Makalele right in the face, so he's brought down to one. He cannot be aggressive through that smoke, so it's all on this B defense. Exist and Forrest, they're going to have a lot of pressure all through the window. There goes Exist. Forrest, the next man up, one of the best pistol players in the world. He can only get one. And quickly, the defense from NIP, it's crumbling in this pistol round. It's down into a 2-on-3. It's going to have to be a retake. And now they're going to move themselves up towards it, too, wasting no time with that retake itself. Freiberg ready to move himself inside, but instantly just decked by Stewie, taking him down. It all falls to Get Right, and he made no progress, unfortunately, in terms of getting into this site. But there's getting the first pickup from him, looking for the second player down below, but Automatic is going to be able to handle it from behind those boxes there. Finishes the job for the Cloud9 roster, and they're going to pick up the pistol round. Yeah, that's really, really nice from Cloud9, because they had two players with full utility, and the purpose of those pop flashes that Stewie throws at top mid, that's to get them out of mid and actually try and get a mid B split going, which is exactly what they did, but it looked like they were going to get stalled out for a moment. But with the extra utility that, who was the other player that had it? I almost want to say it was Stewie. They were able to get out anyways. And double scout purchase here for NIP. They've done early damage. Stewie and Automatic tagged up, but equally Forrest and Freiberg are brought down low as well. And Skadoodle hunting for some players back over here through the mid doors. Nothing to be spotted initially, but there are some of the members of NIP within the general area of that one. Just trying to hunt really for the perfect opportunity to find someone who may be hiding in the perfect spot behind the door there. Pre-fire orb will actually be peeking, but they seem to be held back. However, three of them have taken early damage. That's Freiberg, Forrest, and Get Right, who have all been hit early on here, down to various amounts of HP. But same story back over on the Cloud9 side as well. Damage has been traded on the Stewie and Automatic, so they're also taking things a little bit slowly early, I should say. But for good reason with this one, as Skadoodle, with that slower pace, is going to be able to find the first kill here. Knocking out Get Right and following that up with a second one as well. A headshot onto Makalele, eliminating him, and that will clear out the A site for the most part. The cross is probably the main thing they're going to have to worry about.
Yeah, it seems pretty clinical after, you know, taking this pretty patiently, taking some damage from the scouts. After that, it's all Cloud9 as they just march their way into the site. So it just exists. Not a whole lot of damage dealt, or actually no damage dealt with that investment into the second round from NIP. So a little bit of a bummer for them as those two scouts, the Deagles, are gonna chip away. You did notice Makalele, as we often see the Alpers on the CT sides especially, not really investing in anything too usually at all. Yeah, he's at 3,400, so he'll be able to have an AWP in that fourth round.
And of course, this one should be even more straightforward without having to worry about the heavier scout buys we were seeing from the NIP roster. Quite a few of them waiting around the mid doors, however, so an opportunity for them to try and get aggressive. But unless Cloud9 do oblige that with their own aggressive push out of the doors, I don't think we're going to see a lot of that come into fruition this time.
It's the idea. I mean, you can see there's one flash that exists, so they were hoping that there was going to be some kind of mid control for Cloud9 where they would be grouped up around the doors, and that one flash could be able to catch a couple off. But it's a sound idea. It's not a bad attempt, but nothing comes from it, obviously, because Cloud9 with a Molotov in those double doors, they avoid it entirely and even prevent any kind of quick flank from coming in. Now, I mean, we do see, this is the map that Cloud9 played SK on yesterday, and we did see Cloud9 jump out to a pretty, no, they actually have that backwards. They started out pretty slow on that map, didn't they?
I think they lost like first 3, they won the first gun round, and they dropped like the next 4 or 5, if I remember correctly. I
was going to make a cool point, but I was incorrect, so I'm not going to make that point. But either way, this is the first gun round coming in, and we have a scout on a Skadoodle. Doesn't feel like investing, feels like the scout is going to be able to do the damage. The op on Makalele, so there's a clear advantage in terms of the arsenal between the two teams at the moment, but I mean, even the utility, Get Right and Force have absolutely no nades. Makalele's only got a smoke, so this is going to be tough for NIP. You've got to hope that Makalele with this AWP can find some kind of a pick. And he's out towards cars right now, so he's going to be nowhere near the initial action in this round.
Smoke setups are good for Cloud9 too. The nice Xbox smoke should allow them to get all the way up onto Cat and prime themselves for the execute should they choose to go for it, but obviously still plenty of time left on the clock if they want to try and do something different here. For now, the remaining grouped up, and the resistance will come mainly from the normal spots you would expect it to. Makalele's sitting back over by the car, smoked off for the second time, and he's not peeked out enough to spot on the close corner there. He's hugging the angle to stop them on the approach now, and they will start to move up to make progress here. Makalele blind, can't catch them, and won't even take the timing shot. Not going to give himself away. Just yields that ground over to the Cloud9 roster. And Get Right, though, has snuck himself into the bomb site. He's going to be able to pick up a first kill and a second one onto Automatic and Skadoodle. Both of them getting knocked back out here, and all of a sudden, although they take the site, things are not looking too great. Nothing trying to equalize the odds, but it's not going to work out. It falls to Shroud now in a 1 versus 3. The last man up and running on the site. He's firing off shots all over the place. An instant headshot. Looks like he's locking onto Freiburg there. Takes him down, now into a 1v2, but finally, Makalele chooses to strike back in, and that patience pays off. This is a big surprise to find the final kill on Shroud.
Yeah, and this was, I mean, that's a beautiful execute from Cloud9, to be honest with you. To get into that bomb site, the amount of flashes that they strung together were so effective, one after another. Makalele completely blind during that execution, couldn't even get a clean shot off. So he gives it up, which is smart, makes an impact at the end. I will say, if that scout is upgraded to an AWP, to an AK-47, basically anything except for a scout, Get Right is traded in a 1-for-1, because those 2 kills Get Right got saves that round for NIP, so huge performance from him. And if he gets traded off there, I mean, Cloud9 has a much easier time holding that bomb site.
Now, let's take a look here now. Skadoodle obviously will reinvest into that one, just saving it from some of the previous rounds there. I get into suicide here early on, even watching for a fast cap maneuver from the CT side. Won't be finding it. The Ninjas have just spread themselves out pretty much evenly across the map right now. Only playing to 1 in the B bomb site, but 3 back over watching for a long A push. Again, Cloud9, as far as their T side strats have been concerned, they have not been playing it really aggressively here, with maybe 1 or 2 rounds being an exception here. So they're just holding it back and going with the usual group up back over here at bottom mid.
Yeah, gotta string them together though. Still, I mean, not very much money on this CT side, so another important round. Cloud9 again making their way up catwalk. Still plenty of utility. All 5 smokes. They've got 4 flashbangs, 4 Molotovs to work with as well, so big advantage. It looks like they want to go right back. They saw how effective chaining those flashbangs was against Makalele. They want to do it again and play that post plant because they had to have felt comfortable getting into the site. It's everything that happened afterwards that was really awkward. So here come the flashbangs behind the cover of the smoke, and nothing. An aggressive lurk. He comes out and drops Forrest. That's a big kill. Traded off immediately by Get Right, but he's away from the A bomb site. Cannot support. And again, flashbangs prevent Makalele from doing anything effective until just now. He grabs Stewie on the cross. Can he get more? He does. That's Shroud stuck in the open, and no one's been able to make their way into the bomb site. Finally, he misses a shot. And there's Skadoodle responding with one of his own, and Automatic's going to get the bomb planted.
Smokes aren't set up even close to as well as they were in the last round, so Makalele is able to find those shots, nor is there enough pressure to really force him back in. We saw Automatic trying to get a little bit sneaky there by self-boosting himself up onto the box itself, but it does not play out, and now Skadoodle stuck in the site, still blind when Exists wraps out onto the ramp, so it's easy pickings for him to close out the round, and NIP do pick up 2 together here in their second round and get within arm's reach of tying this up against Cloud9.
Yeah, 3 kills from Makalele this round. Huge performance from him there, managing those flashbangs. This time, instead of falling all the way back towards long, he actually had the long defender come back and meet with him, and actually they played pretty aggressively right around those cars, peering into that site, so that's why he's able to be confident with that angle. Big round from NIP. We should say there's actually one additional wrinkle to this match in terms of the competitive of why they'd want to win. Both of these teams playing one more match tonight. Oh, there's a good fight. Forrest wins it. He does get tagged up right through the door, but both of these teams playing a later match tonight, one more after this, and I believe the rules, it's some old school stuff. It's like flag football, or it's like ultimate frisbee. It's loser walks, so loser's got to go set up elsewhere. Winner plays on the stage again.
So Cloud9 now, they will be pushing themselves back over towards that usual mid setup, but with Amarty losing Skadoodle, prospects don't look good. I think as well in terms of the records here, both of them are still tied currently. I think they're both sitting at the 2-1 mark right now, so important match here to be able to try and edge out a higher record, get better seeding as we move into the playoff stage.
Yeah, double op setup now as well. Makalele on catwalk right above the bricks. Forrest with his AWP over in the B site. He's been tagged up, so he can transition if he feels like it. If he ever feels the need to allow Exist to rotate out of B, he can get back over to that headshot angle. And there's a flashbang, and Makalele wins anyways. So clearly the opper having the most impact at the moment is on NIP.
Shroud is going to push himself forward here now to start things off with pushing them into the A-bomb site, but there's still a lot of defenses here. And IP have gotten used to these A hits, so obviously the defenses are going to remain the same as they have been here. Relying on Makalele to stop some of the initial pressure, but Get Right can shift in from CT spawn if needed, and obviously Freiburg can wrap back up. They haven't really been putting any pressure on Long at all, so obviously Freiburg's going to do this again. Now Get Right begins to wait for it too. He's fully committed. There's Makalele finding 1 kill. Shroud does take down Get Right before he can do any damage, and Automatic as well is going to knock out Freiburg. Makalele is the last one left in this site, but he does not want to take any further risk. He falls back, and he's going to wait for Exist and Forrest to get in a better position before he reinitiates back from down on Long.
Yeah, this actually might seem a little bit dangerous considering the HP, but that's a 6 shot from Automatic, and that's the one rifle. It's a double op setup, so the HP really doesn't matter for these Cloud9 players unless it's a close-up situation with the pistols, but Forrest trying to come up this ramp, seeing if he can spot anything, and that's nice from Shroud. Precision. Makalele's been so effective these past couple rounds, and somehow Cloud9, despite losing 2 players early on, it looks like they're going to have the advantage, and Automatic cleans it out. Huge round from him with 3 kills, but Shroud as well showing up with 2 of his own.
Great round from Automatic there, really showing up, and some good movement from him as well, being able to pick up those shots on a time's notice there. So NIP will drop that one, and money's not really looking too great for them. 1,500, 1,800, 1,700 for Forrest, Makalele, and Freiburg. So I was going to say they were about to save, but it looks like they do decide to force up into it here too, considering the money's still rather low for the T side. Hoping they can upset in this round, but with only that FAMAS and a scout, this will be a miracle if they can pull it off here.
This with the only rifle, he's going to be playing in the B bomb site, and because he has, I mean, it's not a great in terms of firepower, but because he has a rifle over all the other pistols, he'll pretty much be alone there. It's Forrest and Freiburg. They're in middle. Forrest close to the doors. Freiburg now rotating back towards B, so Forrest is pretty much all on his own at the moment. Freiburg gonna have to make a decision of where he wants to go. This looks like a round that's either going to be a mid to B split ending up, but there's 2 quick kills. The response from the scout, nice shot from Freiburg. Can he get anything else? He's dueling with it. Can't find any more tags, but this does look like it was going to be a mid to B split, but for now with those 2 kills, Cloud9 pretty much has the whole map available to him.
Freiburg's still hunting for that last kill back over here by the mid doors, and nothing, certainly playing with him to keep him in the zone. But the rest of the NIP roster split across the map, as we do see Exist starting to get a little bit curious in terms of what's in the tunnels. They've all evacuated outside of there. He's going to spot it, and this should allow for the early rotation to move in, as Cloud9, while they're not moving for a count, they're still leaning on A so often here. This time it's just going to exit out towards Long. And still the pressure will be on the Makalele, but this time he's positioned himself on the site. Won't be exposed back over by the car angle, but he will need to perform very quickly, as will Freiburg in a moment as they start to push up. And they're going to hear him too. Automatic wasting no time, going full speed up the alleyway here to get himself to the site. Automatic finds Makalele, but Freiburg sneaks in from around the backside. 2 quick kills. Skadoodle, at the very least, is able to get outside a pit, but now Exist has the setup here. He's creeping in. Automatic, however, I think he's just spotted him. Now he's playing it slowly. Exists. He'll hunt for the headshot here, but he can't find it. But there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. The bomb's been able to cross, but Automatic does not feel secure on his lone. So it's off here, and Skadoodle, as well, is not really going to be too keen to peek out against that here. Exist, trying to play this back as carefully as possible. Even going to throw the pistol out there.
Oh, that Molotov might have just saved this round because you can see how scared Automatic was. Exists with full armor from the last round as well, so this AK, it's basically a full buy. He's got no kit. And Skadoodle does have the AWP, so we can just hold this angle and help support Automatic. Automatic doesn't even have to peek, he just has to play contact off Skadoodle's shot. That's the question. Can Exist actually make it? And he snaps over. There's the fire. There's Automatic's peek. Trying to buy time. Skadoodle misses one. That allows Exist to get a little bit closer. Now it's dicey. Now he can make this a one-on-one, but Automatic wins it anyways. Exist does everything right, but just too much going against him. And Cloud9 get their 5th round, and they survive a scare, but that buy, I mean, it's effective. It does take a lot of guns away from Cloud9, but now it's got to be a full save for NIP.
Impressive stuff from Freiburg there, too, using the smoke to the best of his ability.
That was sick.
Sneaking out there, and 2 really quick kills as much pressure as he was under. If Skadoodle wasn't there, that pretty much closes out the round, but thankfully he holds back in pit for a little bit longer, and that's really what keeps Cloud9 alive. That and the slow pace play from Automatic there, not taking this duel back over on the site.
Yeah, that Molotov that Skadoodle throws is huge. And nothing walking backwards into the wall. So Freiburg is going to miss a couple shots, so nothing maybe getting away with one there, but I think maybe he was expecting some kind of a flash from his teammate, I would assume. Either right, Get Right's going to be over towards the cars, and Cloud9, knowing they took a lot of economic damage last round, they're going to take this one very slow and methodical. Skadoodle's still in T-spawn, spotting down mid. He just now left. He was just back there trying to gain information, see if any CTs are going to be crossing back and forth to stack a bomb site. It's Stewie with the MAC-10 going on an information gathering mission and a money mission. He gets 1 kill. So now Cloud9 knows there's 2 players at this A site, or at least away from B, and they get 1 kill on the Get Right.
MAC-10 goes into Exist here. I doubt we're really going to see it appear in the rest of this round unless they go hunting, but again, MAC-11 sneaking into the smoke, or at least we think he does, but Automatic is able to spot that this time, and no sneaky business like we saw from Freiburg back on the 7th round. They dispatch him before he was able to do anything, and as mentioned previously, Exist with his MAC-10 will fall back and around here. May position himself for an exit or 2, but for the most part, this one's over. It's going to be Cloud9 taking their 6th.
Good start to this half, for this match actually, for Cloud9. And look at Automatic, 13-2. Boy, has he emerged as a solid pickup. And this is the crazy thing when you think about Cloud9 as a team. And you think back to the beginning of the year, the Stewie pickup that was so criticized at the time, and perhaps rightfully so, just because of his previous lack of experience as a professional. And then the Automatic pickup, who he was supposed to come in as a role player. You have to wonder, like, how fortunate has Cloud9 gotten if those 2 players don't pan out for whatever reason, if Stewie doesn't become the player that he has, if he's not willing to take over the leadership mantle, if Automatic isn't this emerging, apparently some kind of star player that no one knew about, then this Cloud9 team is in a very bad spot. So they've gotten very, very fortunate with their 2 newest recruits.
Team Stewie, again, already had that relationship going with Automatic as well, so a bit of a confidence pickup with him being brought in there too, as those 2 had a good relationship forming even before he was brought onto the roster there.
Well, now Cloud9, 4-3 in lower B, Shroud at the top mid, Skadoodle just watching for an upper B push. Looks like they want to apply a little bit of pressure on mid. Get Right's going to be the biggest challenge there, and CT spawn if they do end up coming out, but this is looking like it's going to be a mid to B split. In which case, there's no AWP, there's no real counter flashes. I mean, Get Right only has 1 flashbang, Exist has nothing, Forest has nothing, and that's the entire utility over at this side of the map.
Get Right was hoping for them to fully commit to that one, but they are held back for a couple of extra seconds here. Get Right actually has to dive into the smoke for a moment. He's going to push out. They don't expect this at all. 1-2 kills from him. Forest chimes in for the second, but they do maintain the situation. Nothing and Shroud are able to trade that back out. It goes into a 3-on-3, but they don't check the platform. Exist. Look at those 2 quick kills. Skadoodle nothing. Just get bowed down to the ground. Shroud again is keeping this under control for C9 to a certain degree, but now he's been isolated. He's alone in a 1v2, and he has no utility left. The 2 remaining ninjas are going to wrap themselves back around into the tunnel. Nobody pushing back into the wall, but Shroud doesn't know this. He's going to have to try and figure this one out all on his own with no additional utility support. He's not even checking it right now. He walks out though slowly and he handles McAlay, but now he's looking for the other one for the wall. He doesn't see it on the drop down. Freiburg knocks Shroud out of the sky and is going to be able to clutch this out for NIP.
Nice little bait there from Freiburg. A smart situation to bait in, obviously, because Shroud has no idea. You can see he's thinking he's going to come through window or door. He's thinking it's going to be, you know, a little bit from 2 directions, a pinch, but it isn't. So nice teamwork from NIP to get their next round. But this is that dangerous scenario where they get their win, but they lose 4 players. So again, it's going to be struggled by, and Cloud9 is going to have pretty much the whole playbook. Smart play from Get Right, though. That Molotov goes down behind the smoke and CT spawn, so more than likely Cloud9's thinking they have him neutralized entirely. But because of the lack of flashbangs, him and Forrest probably already made the call that they would pinch on that mid to B split, that they would both fight for it if that was the strategy that happened. So Get Right just runs through the flames, throws caution to the wind to support his teammate. They get a couple kills off it.
Now the rest of Cloud9 grouping up again to shift down slowly into the mid-staging area here. Shroud doing the same thing and watching out for more of that aggression out from long here, but it hasn't been a theme at all from the NIP side on this half, and it doesn't look like it's going to become one on this round. Just positioning Freiburg there to watch out any of the T's that may be pushing out from there, and Makalele at his usual spot here. Nothing out of the ordinary, but Cloud9 very quickly posturing up once again to start their push out. The smoke thrown out from over top of the doorway. It's going to block off GetRight's view, and it doesn't look like he's going to be challenging it here. Just throwing out one of his own flashbangs to hold them back for a couple of extra seconds, but he will fall back to the A side just to make sure there isn't a player going for the drop. Now Forrest moving out into the open with the SMG, finds one kill, can't transition it onto a second. They're already working on setting up Molotovs too. They hadn't even killed that second player yet, but they're working on setting utility again to this site. Makalele is able to hold, he picks up one kill, but then Automatic chimes in again for another pickup for the T side. At the end of the day, it's even still, 3-on-3, but Cloud9 holds full control of the B bomb site.
NIP's got utility. They've got 2 defuse kits as well. Freiburg on the flank is going to be critical. You can see him coming in, and Skiddle just gives up that angle right at the last moment. This is going to be a little bit dangerous. He just wanted to re-smoke the double doors, but that's going to allow Freiburg to have that angle when that push eventually does come in. It's a very important shot for Skiddle to hit if he can. GetRight lining up a flashbang through the smoke. Is Skidoodle going to turn around? Is he going to be distracted? Automatic with the first kill. No one's watching the flank. Here comes Freiburg. Oh, nice flick from Skidoodle. He recovers in time, and Makalele with the op. He can't win this. He's got to try and save it, but Automatic is out of the window. Makalele doing what ninjas do. 100 HP. Oh, he's going to miss that shot. This is not good. And he can't even get the pistol. He blows up with the bomb. That's a little bit unfortunate, but Cloud9 respond, and there's the hard reset. You could see the money on Cloud9. Exist, Freiburg, 1,500. This is going to be a double save scenario.
Now, for an IP, there's probably not going to be any investment at all, too. The money's not even really that great. Just a P250 at the moment it'll exist, and we may see 1 or 2 more of those coming out of the Forest or Makalele, but that will be the end of the buy. And Cloud9 once again have an easy round in front of them. There's been so many of this from NIP because of that more aggressive buy they made about 5 or 6 rounds ago. Their money has been very, very weak for the entire half, and Cloud9 have had at least 3 or 4 of these rounds so far to work off of here and really gain their huge advantage here. But there's the boost up, but it does not work at all. Oh, wait, I might get them at least 1 kill. Stewie sticks around, tries to combo the spray into the second pickup on the GetRight. Doesn't really work out too well. He's dropped down to 20 HP, and Makalele's been allowed to walk right out here on the Cat. No shots are connecting, however, and when GetRight tries to move in here, he's shut out. Makalele, oh, he actually does snipe at least 1 headshot there on Automatic, but beyond that, of course, the aggression has failed, and he is now the last man standing.
Yeah, it seemed like some of those shots in lower B. Maybe it was Makalele's SSD that wasn't working. Maybe they fixed the wrong PC. Did seem like he was in line, but yeah, there's not going to be anything here for NIP, and this is now a really difficult spot for them. This is going to put Cloud9 up toward 8. There's going to be 1 more save round after this for NIP. They just don't have the money. Actually, they could buy here. Now that I say that and hold tab, they could force buy if they wanted to. It all depends on how much pressure they're feeling because of the gap in the scoreline. But they're going to do it conservative. They're going to save 1 more. Upgraded pistols, some utilities going to be bought out. Would have been mostly FAMAS's. I think it would have been able to have like pretty much 1 M4 with armor and then mostly FAMAS's. So I think this next round, that just kind of tells you they definitely want to have those AWPs. They want to have more utility than they have been in the last few gun rounds.
Stewie knows it's going to be an eco round too. He's picked up the MAC-10, so he's going to roll right into the B-bomb site, leads the charge in an instant shot on a Forest. He does actually get taken down by Makalele, but the rest are on the way. GetRight finding a second one too, so some decent damage being done here. Round's essentially already over though. Freiburg's way over on the A-bomb site, and Cloud9's got full control of B.
Yeah, the change in pace, especially on the anti-eco, throws NIP a little bit off, so good calling from Cloud9. And they are having themselves a very, very good half. Even the 3 rounds that NIP have run have all been retakes, have all been defuses, so Cloud9 having a lot of success on these rounds of getting into the site and forcing retakes, doing damage to the economy of NIP, and they just haven't felt comfortable with the money whatsoever. And yeah, this is the buy they wanted to have. Double op setup comes out after that double save, so Forrest going to have his over towards the B bomb site side of the map. Makalele going to have his out towards long.
Cloud9 again moving themselves into the upper tunnels and following up on the Cat here, but we do see Stewie dropped down a little bit there, hit down to 38 HP, and Shroud too dropped down by quite a bit. Makalele, however, misses the drop from Stewie. GetRight, quick on the dime though, moves in there to punish him before he can get any further. Automatic finding a trade, however, that's Forrest going down, and now look at Exist, he's completely surrounded, but remains steady. He gets 2 kills before being picked off by Automatic. Just 2 left alive here. GetRight moving in, despite the smoke, still manages to finish off Automatic. It's left to Skidville. He's going to prioritize the plant here now, just so he makes sure his team gets the extra bonus money. Still looking for the 1v3, of course, but I don't even think he's realized is that Get Right has already gone through a window. It's going to be an easy closeout for him with Skadoodle remaining scoped in, and that will be the 4th for the Ninjas.
There was that round that I mentioned that Cloud9 did against SK to great effect. They're pretty much a mid-rush, a B-rush, and then the Stewie coming off catwalk to try and just get that one player. And that's the scary part, because when they did it against SK, Stewie's able to find Fallen. They weren't planning on having an initial. They obviously, with that fast of a tactic, you don't have time to set up that mid to B smoke and allow it to bounce around and allow it to plume in CT spawn. So it's all about Stewie getting that kill that prevents them from really punishing the B split. So you could see he doesn't find anyone, he gets taken out, and Mike Lely had a chance to pick someone off in mid. So the strat not nearly as effective against NIP as it was against SK. Still Cloud9 get a plant, so they have another strong buy, but NIP are going to be very, very happy to be able to bring a lot of guns into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, it's early round setups here have remained pretty much the same from Cloud9, and they're doing that again in this round.
Exist, by the way, we should mention, has been phenomenal in this B bomb site in this half on defense. He has been getting double kills consistently under high pressure situations. So really, really good work from him. Just not enough right now for NIP at 4 rounds playing against 9.
Right, also remaining rather strong too with his role back over here to hold things in the mid split itself. At the very least, always able to trade out 1 for 1, and if he's not picking up kills, he's getting the early intel. He's allowing his team to find the time to prepare for these hits that Cloud9 continuously throws them. And although the scoreline isn't that great, we are still seeing them battle back a little bit here as we go into the last couple of rounds of the half.
It's kind of cool. We're seeing NIP. I mean, it hasn't happened on Dust 2 so much recently where teams just don't feel like defending middle, but we're seeing NIP challenge it a couple times now. Forrest took that peek, delayed up towards catwalk, and actually hit Stewie through the door. Here comes the execution. Down into CT spawn goes Stewie, and he gets taken out. Get Right spinning around, knowing what's coming, but he can't win the fight. Exist is up here on the boxes. He gets one. Can he get another double kill? He can't. And the B bomb set is exposed as Forrest falls as well. And even Automatic going to stick around in mid to cut off rotations and be a little bit of a nuisance. And he spots one at T-spawn. That's a good find. That's phenomenal information. You can see Freiburg, he wants to fall away now. He can't take that fight. And this might have to be a save call for NIP at this point.
Money's really not still in a great position here too, and they still got 1 round to play out. So making it into the next round with at least 2 of these buys still being preserved, of course, and the yacht, more importantly, as we just saw Makalele, they pick that back up.
Yeah, and these are crucial because this is now 2. I mean, all 4 rounds that NIP have won have been defuses, which is crazy. But the last 2 rounds that they've won have immediately been responded by Cloud9 winning. So that's obviously going to throw the economy into disarray. With that op pickup, Mike Lely will have that. He'll also be able to drop an M4 over to a teammate. So this can be a pretty solid buy in terms of having at least 2 M4s and AWP. The rest of them could just have pistols. Exist might be able to grab a FAMAS. It depends on if he wants the utility or not. So there's some options available to NIP here.
And we are going to see the pause come in as well from NIP, using it for this last round to see what exactly they can do. But your point goes very, very strongly here too as we look at what exactly the 3 players who did not save will have in their bank. 2250 for Fars, 2700 for Get Right, and 3350 for Exist. It's not going to lead into really any great buys at all. Exist is really the only player that can get anything of significance in terms of like a rifle with some armor sitting behind it.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough call for how NIP wants to play this one. And it is kind of silly to even think about because it is the last round. They're going to have to buy whatever they can anyways. But in terms of where they want to go, Exist is going to have the UMP, Forrest with a 5.7. Get Right.
What is this buy from Cloud9?
This is, I mean, since it's the last round, they just spent all their money.
They're going to mess with them a little bit, though.
Well, they just want to go for the cross. They want to get either some damage done. They want to get a pick. And essentially what it looks like is nothing has an AK-47. So what's going to happen here is they're going to spam. And I assume nothing is just going to book it over towards the B bomb set. If they get a kill, nothing's entire job is just to rush in and have that one-on-one and see what he can find. But they get damage, but they don't find the kill that they wanted. And Automatic misses the long pick.
Trying to make sure there's been no fast cap maneuver too, as they have not had the greatest device on that one. So that falls to Automatic's job after he fails to find the opening pick on the long cross from the CTs. And of course now they trade back out to the AKs, and it just goes back down to the double up setup with Stewie and Skadoodle wielding them. Makalele though still sticking himself around here. Normally it's Get Right holding this position, and Makalele back over by the card angle, but since the D-splits have been so common of a theme, maybe they want to change it up a little bit since the defense has not remained as strong. Forrest and Exist, however, still remain your B-site players, and beyond that, the positions are going to stay the same too. And they will go for the switch since everything has gone away. A bit of a weird opening there from Cloud9 to try and catch those players on the cross. And we go back to the usual setup for NIP2 as Get Right goes back to holding the mid area, and Makalele becomes your main A holder against cat hits.
Cloud9 going back to some of these executions towards catwalk. Mid control right now, nothing contesting again, and he's going to win that fight with Get Right. That's sick, but look at Freiburg. This is a huge play on the flank. Oh, he misses the initial shot. He's been spotted out. It takes so long to get that. An immediate dink, but he can't get the kill. Just took far too long for him to drop nothing, and here comes that hit onto the A bomb site. No one dropping down. Michael Ailey's going to be in the site, and he misses his opening shot, and there he is. He falls to Shroud. Forrest can do nothing. Can't even fall back because of the Molotov. This is a nice execution from Cloud9.
And there's nothing for Exist to do here, too. Stuck behind the flames. Cloud9 has full control of this one. It would take an absolute miracle for Exist to be able to do this. He's trying to keep himself quiet, but already spotted by Skadoodle here. And also, no guns to really trade out here. There's no rifles sitting down below that he can really pick up. Actually dives into the smoke unnoticed. Tries to leap out, but Shroud is paying attention to that one. So Cloud9 will close it out. It's a dominating half from them. 11-4 in their favor.
A dominating half from Automatic, 23-5, just to bring up his scoreline. That is absolutely monstrous. And Shroud second in the line at 15-8.
All right, guys, so that's going to close up the first half. Be sure to stick with us for more action once again here at the ESL Pro League Finals in Brazil. Second half is coming up in just a bit. Automatic has showed up in big strides here now in this first half with a dominating scoreline of 23-5. He leads the charge for Cloud9, who also have the lead against NIP here in this group stage match here at the ESL Pro League Season 4 Finals at Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Ninjas now will jump onto their T side here of Dust 2, and they are working on recovering from this scoreline. Moses now going into this now. What are going to be the big keys for them to have any chance to get back into this game and prevent Cloud9 from just utterly shutting them down here?
This is where they can dictate a little bit more of the action. Obviously, on a map like Dust 2, you're going to want your Alpers. Michael Ailey definitely, Forrest, if they decide to go into double op setup to come alive, you're going to want Get Right as a lurker to be effective because there's so many different ways you can do it. But I think, there's a nice spray.
That's the first one we've seen all tournament.
The 1.6 players are happy about that one. For someone like Forrest on a map like Dust 2, one of the great all-time aimers, this is where you want him to shine because he had a quiet first half. He's only sitting at 5 kills, and you can't even really think about too much impact yet. He actually died every single round in the first half. He didn't survive a single one. So you're going to want to see a little bit more from him, and Stewie's already going to spot out this play towards the B bomb site. Oh, that's a nice headshot from Automatic, and he continues his tear. 3 kills for him. This pistol round is insane for Cloud9, and Automatic, he's already won on the round.
Automatic is going to look for the Stewie swiping in to steal one. It's just Get Right. He's also playing to the mid doors, but this time from the T perspective, and now obviously will be boxed in. No reason for Automatic and Stewie to not move in and take full control of the situation, and they absolutely have. Get Right will take mountains to move for him to be able to pick up this pistol round still. He's trying to take it slow, but now he's been revealed. Now he's pushed himself back over here. And actually, everybody from mid on the Cloud9 side has rotated back away. But obviously, bomb on the ground, Get Right has no choice. They've all just stacked up on top of it in the event that Get Right somehow does get his way through both Stewie and Automatic. But it won't be happening because unless he checks, he's actually going to check it there. So, a bit of tuition on his part. But still, Stewie pushes back in to finish the job against Get Right. And Cloud9 do close out the pistol in the second half.
That is so disgusting. Automatic is just a beast right now. Yeah, this is just one of those matches where a player has these once in a while where you just feel like you can do no wrong, where everything's going the right way for you. And that pistol round is just incredible to hold off the entire NIP team from a B hit like that. Good stuff, and he continues it into the second half. 26-5 now after that performance, and a tactical pause out of Exist, because that pistol round was important, obviously, and they lost it, but this next round is going to be, if they want any chance in it, they really, really need to win this one, because otherwise the save comes in and then Cloud9's already up to 14 before you can really even get started into the gun rounds.
And that is going to be the second pause, I do believe, from NIP. Now, actually, second or third, because I think they took one.
I think it's 3.
Yeah.
I think
they took one like around rounds 5 or 6 too, and Cloud9 started to bounce back a bit there. So, with that said, it will be a rather quick one, as is the standard now. So we jump directly back into the game now, and for NIP, of course, without a plant to their name in that first round, they do go with a force buy here into the second round. Tech9 armor for most. We do see a Deagle pickup from Makalele and Exist going down to the P250. Very light on the utility side of things as they prioritize armor. Over top of it, it is just going to be a single smoke, which has already been used on the 2 flashbangs which sit on Get Right and Exist.
Well, they are going to work their way up catwalk, and this is, thankfully, obviously second round, there's no op-out, but so, the lack of smoke for NIP is gonna suck, but not as much as it could suck. Forrest leading the way, all 5 members of NIP gonna be here, and these 2 flashes better be god tier. No one actually defending the A bomb site itself, and we've seen this in the past from Cloud9. This is a little bit worrying of just not defending the site whatsoever, not even having eyes on it, not even a chance to pick anyone off. So this is basically a free plant. And those are nice nades. Forrest down to 5 HP. Molotov's going to rain out as well. Freiburg pushed into the open, but nothing can't capitalize on it. But they at least have the information of where he is for the time being.
Freiburg as well, not even peeking back out amongst that. Ninjas are trying to go back out over to mid, and in the meantime, they've left the A-bomb site open, and now they're completely smoked out of it. Freiburg, along with Forrest, have both been knocked out, and any attempts they make to try to get back into this site are going to be with their own deaths here. Just down at Get Right now, and it's an easy retake for Cloud9. Get Right now just trying to run away, so at least they keep some gun power going into the third round.
Yeah, it's always, it works this time. We've seen it in the past, Cloud9's been punished by it, but obviously that retake is much, much better than I've seen it before. Perhaps something they've worked on and have a little bit more confidence, but more than likely just feeling so good about the scoreline, just not even worrying about the fights they're taking. So a plant goes down for NIP. That's going to allow Get Right to get the bonus money despite living past the round timer. And also, that $800 is going to go a long way to making up for the Tech9 armor investment.
So now here on to this next one, the NIP players are just going to be splitting themselves up as per usual here. That nade going into the back is perfect. Makalele.
Automatic's damage per round in this game is going to be off the charts. His ADR is just going to be sky high.
Not only has Makalele been hit by that grenade too, but Exist has been dinked down to 48 HP when he tries to peek out of the tunnels into the B-bomb site. That damage, I believe, coming in from Stewie. A little bit of it was returned onto him, but still, Makalele, he doesn't even know what to do with himself. But that movement out towards mid was noticed there. It's crazy just how much Cloud9 are getting to read into NIP here, although Freiburg does grab that first kill into nothing.
Yeah, Automatic's ADR right now, if I trust the in-game statistics that we have going on, it's 150. So he's being a monster. But again, the A-bomb site is wide open for the taking. This time, this should if you look at it, with no armor, with only the 1 Tech9, with 2 Deagles, this should be a little bit easier than even last round was. But Cloud9 is a man down, and there's Freiburg on the lurk, so that's a good pickoff. So this is a little bit more doable for NIP. They're making this work, but still the hit coming in from long. The retake, Shroud, he only has a UMP, and he's just trying to cross, and he can't do it. And all the kills go NIP's way. No one falls for the NIP side. They start that round with Deagles and 1 Tech9, and they get their 5th, and they keep it alive just a bit. And Stewie, he doesn't want to mess around. He's just going to call a pause right off the bat.
Instant pause there, if at the very least momentum breaker for the NIP roster, and just a breather there for Cloud9, as that was not expected to happen whatsoever, especially with the way that one starts out, where they already dink down to, or they already pretty much knock off half the HP of 2 of the players from NIP. Then the mistakes made, though. Nothing, I think, is the first one to go down there. A little bit of an aggressive battle that's taken against Get Right. He gets that first kill there, and off of that one, the Ninjas just skyrocket their way through. They snowball their way into that one, but the pause is quick, and we immediately get back into the action here as it doesn't even look like Cloud9 is going to invest into this next one. They're just going to immediately take the save, as they can easily afford that with the big cushion of rounds that they still have to work with here.
Double op setup right off the bat for NIP. So while, I mean, it is easier to manage the economy, but if these pistols can do damage, if they take some ops away, it's a nice swift shot from Michael. Good flashbang over as well. But I mean, if these P250s can get some kills and put NIP in a situation where they can't recover the ops, that would actually be pretty detrimental to the NIP comeback in terms of denting the economy. But for now, it's well managed. Michael with that opening pick.
Now we take a look on the sites themselves here too. NIP yet to make a decision as far as where they're going to take the spread out across the map, obviously making sure that no one from C9 gets too aggressive and pushes into them. They isolate themselves into individual players in individual positions. It's very likely Cloud9 would be able to upset there and gain a little bit more momentum off of those frags itself. But Exist, now going to push himself to the mid doors, just clearing things out. Making himself a chance to take down Stewie. He spots him on the cross, but a little bit delayed on the reaction there, so not going to take him down at this time. However, he's obliged at it, and just as he goes for the reload, Stewie's able to push himself in, gets right up in the face of Exist and takes him down. Nothing finds a second kill. That rifle is picked up by Stewie, does not net anything as Forrest is able to take him down. But nonetheless, it goes into a 2v3, and now Skadoodle going to push himself out. He's got the deagle in hand, but he backs up pretty quickly and he's being chased. And with that, the distraction allows nothing to sneak in by the main doors here. Catches one against Forrest. He too is going to fall away from this one, and now they've got it even.
This is what we're talking about. 2 members left. You can't have an AWP. You have to have at least one AK in this kind of a situation. So they're going to abandon the other one. They're going to hit into this B bomb site, but look at the read. Cloud9's going to be here. This is going to be so dangerous. And are they just going to hide or are they going to take the fight? Nothing. Biding his time inside the site. When does Skadoodle peek with his deagle? And it might have to be now because of the smoke. There he is trying to come through, and he can't find it. He does. Nothing does the damage with 3 bullets left. He's got to reload. One-on-one with Get Right. He gets the dink immediately. Down to 8 HP. Nothing. He pulls off the miracle for Cloud9. A huge round to win with nothing brought into the round, and that's 14 NIP. They get torn apart.
NIP steal one away from the Cloud9 roster, but then they repeat the feat right back, causing the reset against the NIP roster. Now, they're going to force directly into this, though, and this pie is not going to be all that great at all. There's a deagle in the mix, or apologies, there's an op in the mix somewhere. Looks like it's going to go into the hands of Forrest here. Deagle for Freiburg along with Makalele, and Get Right and Exist having to force up into whatever they could. Exist, the only player here with a really great buy to himself, full utility kit and an AK. Get Right's had to go down to a Galil, and he's already used the bit of utility that he's been able to buy, bringing him down to just a single flashbang. And in the meantime, Cloud9, they're up to a double op setup now. Full utility for pretty much every single player, including the players that have bought ops, and the 3 rifles beyond that too.
Well, all right then. NIP put on the back foot. Hold off by the smoke on Catwalk for the moment. There's no one actually defending this whatsoever. It's just buying a little bit of extra time, just running the clock down a little bit lower. And again, I mean, it feels like such a broken record to say this about NIP in this map, but Cloud9 has done such a good job of controlling the economy. Look at the utility on NIP. A minute left, 2 smokes, 2 flashes. This, I mean, they basically have nothing to work with. They can't afford to really poke or prod anything. They can't really set up Force in any kind of position to get a pick. They just kind of have to execute with what they have. And now down to 1 smoke as Catwalk gets blocked off.
Slowly waiting for NIP to go for their execution here. Down to 45 seconds left on the clock. They will make a move soon, but it's going to very quickly turn itself into a direct A hit here now, which Cloud9 have to realize. They haven't spotted any of this yet. Good nade being tossed into the back, though, but it doesn't connect a lot of damage. Only brings Makalele down, about 20 of his HP eliminated, and they know he's sitting in pit here now. They've isolated him here, too, and Get Right just walks right into the open. Nothing, can't do anything to resist against that. He'll trade against Get Right, but Makalele immediately moves in there to find the next kill, and now it's just a walk in the park for these players on Cat. They're able to move directly in. Shroud tries to kill the bomb planter when he goes for the jumping kill. Forrest immediately denies, shuts down automatic. It falls to Stewie. He at least gets revenge for some of his dead teammates, but unfortunately he cannot clutch this one out. He needs to fall away and save and hand over a 6th round to NIP.
Good entries, good trades from NIP, executing out long, up Catwalk as well. Shroud in a position where he couldn't really help out, so it's going to go on a little bit longer as NIP respond. And the money is hurting for Cloud9. They could actually buy in this next round. Nothing will be able to buy himself. Skadoodle can drop an M4 over and have the AWP in Stewie's hands, and then Shroud and Automatic will be stuck on something pretty weak, but they could make it work if they want to. But again, I mean, we saw previously they played it pretty conservative with the economy. They have such a big lead. Might not even be worth that kind of a risk in this. And yeah, it's going to be the op and Stewie, and they're just going to play around it. Upgraded pistols for a couple players, but everyone being very, very conservative with the money.
Getting back into the action here now, of course. NIP still the default split. No direct movement towards either side of this one, but Stewie, look at how aggressively he's going to be playing this one too. Smokes himself, and he's got the edge on the Freiburg. Clips his shoulder off, takes him down, and already isolating this into a 5v4. Now, no one's going to be able to retrieve that rifle, of course. Dies way too far in the back, but look, Get Right, he's moving in for revenge. If they can box him out, they may be able to take him down, but he realizes how dangerous that is. He starts to fall back a little bit here too, and now Stewie's got the support smoke from a teammate, safely falls back outside, and they have 100% the 5v4 advantage.
Incredible play from Stewie. It's not just the aggression, but it's the patience as well in lower B to trust his teammate to be able to block him off with the smoke and fall back to survive. Really, really nice job. Skadoodle even buys armor in case Stewie dies there. He can run out behind the cover of that smoke to pick up the AWP, but he doesn't need to here. So it's all about the read now from Cloud9. Oh, Stewie. All right, then. Get Right's out of the fight. It's now a 5-on-3. Are they going to do it again behind the AWP of Stewie? He does everything for this team, apparently. In-game leads, entries, rifles. And NIP's trying to make their way out mid, forced with the bomb going into upper B, but what options do they have?
And now he's positioned to counter out some of the mid-aggression here, too. It's all about the timing, though, and catching this at the right angle. This one, NIP are not going to be expecting to find him here. They're going to start to smoke it, but there's Makalele. Finally shutting it down, of course. The players in the A set are going to have to quickly rotate in because all the defenses fall into automatic, and he misses his first shot. Quickly, he'll be overwhelmed there with Makalele netting up his second kill in this round. And things will very quickly shift back into NIP's favor because of that one. No one else has retrieved any additional guns here. Nothing tries to push up to the doorway. Doesn't work out. Skadoodle at 36 HP. Shroud actually finds 1 and 2 back over there, but Forrest trades it, so it goes into Skadoodle's hands. The 1v1, crouching around the smoke, he spotted it, 1 HP, and he switches back over to his knife, tries to dive into the smoke, and Forrest will shut him down. NIP just barely closed that one out.
I think he ran out of bullets.
Yeah.
I didn't see it right at the end, but I think that was the switch to the knife, as he had no more ammunition, but almost stealing another one away. Cloud9 is just finding some, I mean, it's usually the NIP guys that we say have the nip magic, but Cloud9's taken it. It's like a episode of Space Jam. They've come down, they've taken all the powers of their opponents. Yeah, I mean, this is a Cloud9 tactical timeout. So, I mean, going into the next gun round, they're not going to buy in this one. You can see the money. Oh, you can't see it right now, but the money is not good enough at the moment for them to purchase anything except for Skadoodle, who has a massive amount of money. So one more save round for Cloud9. And again, I mean, why not just upgrade pistols again and get, if you can get 2 to 3 kills, you have NIP again in a situation where if they lose a round, their economy is just shattered. So you have them in a situation where pretty much one win here with this kind of money built up for NIP, and you basically win the match.
Forrest is going to waste no time in trying to push out here and catch one of these players crossing over towards Pit. He won't find it. Shroud's already got himself into Pit and is going to instantly take the head off of Forrest there. Another good start for the Cloud9 roster, despite the fact that they are on a full eco for the most part with those little items here and there. Shroud goes hunting for a second kill on to Exist. At the very least manages to force him back behind the dumpster, but that Molotov is going to push him into the open a little bit more, not to the greatest extent, however, and I'm not sure if he spotted the second player. Freiburg hiding behind the barrels. They know he's here now, and he's going to get more team support. Shroud finds that second kill that he's been ready for so much here, and that will end most of the aggression here, but as I say, that finally Exists is able to pick up a kill against Shroud. The bomb is still safely tucked away out of the doors, and they will be able to apply more in here. They're still sticking to this one, and obviously Cloud9 is going to bite on that all the way. They've started to push more and more of their players over towards long. They want to fight for it, and it seems like the Ninjas are going to oblige it currently.
Well, all of Cloud9 is here. This is a good read. I mean, there's one player in mid, but oh, Michael gets away with one. There's another dink from nothing. He can't complete the kill, but look at this. Exist and Get Right are just, you know, a strong gust of wind away from dying, but Exist finds it. Automatic being aggressive with that deagle, and it's all down to Stewie. Who better? He's got armor, he's got a pistol, he's on the flank as well, and there's guns down in this place. He can find an AK-47. Get Right, yeah, he's watching it, but he's so incredibly low. Oh, nice shot from Get Right.
Saves his own life along with the round for NIP there, and they pick it up again, but it's hesitant when you consider how low Exist and Get Right were and just how long they were isolated over there towards the long area, that staging area to push themselves into the main push up on the long there. If Cloud9 were able to find 1 or 2 more crucial kills, that round may have turned itself in the other direction. But now Cloud9 back on the buy here, the op for Skadoodle along with the 4 rifle buys. No double op setup is in the cards just yet. For NIP here too. Let's see what they have up their sleeve for the next gun round. Nothing out of the ordinary though. Still sticking to the same basic lineup, and I imagine this will lead itself into a group up over here mid. Turn into really anything, obviously, at that point. Cat hit or mid to B is what we normally see.
Well, Shroud's going to be in CT spawn. NIP taking this one very, very cautiously. Exists just going to peek out mid, see what he can find with a pop flash. So he's cleared out any early danger. If they want to fall back into a mid to B split, he's at least discovered there's no one behind that door. And really, with this kind of control, NIP's hoping someone from Cloud9 will come investigating mid, because Forrest was posted up on catwalk with that AWP. And now look, delayed walkout mid, so this is going to be an explosive tactic. They can op into CT spawn, they can drop a smoke very quickly as well if they'd like.
Forrest is going to find the first kill here against Shroud, though. Isolates the pressure. And is back over there, back inside of CT spawn. Now they move in, and Stewie has found 2 big kills, but he'll be taken down by Forrest here. Skadoodle trying to see if he can catch any of them above the edge of the smoke, but it is not to be found. And as well, with nothing way back over there on top, and unless you can get that kill in the Forest, this is just not going to be plausible. And more than likely, we'll see the save come out from the last 2 members on C9. I think good timing on the flashbang there. We push Forrest back in his side, and Skadoodle's going to get that kill, so hold on, the round may not be over just yet. They're going to push themselves up and see what they can do. Limited utility for them, that will be the problem. And Skadoodle, he was able to spot Get Right, but he's being sprayed down through the box. He responds, though. Takes about just as much life off, but when nothing pushes up to the window, he will be immediately shut down. Nothing, though, gets the kill against Get Right. He walks into the Molotov, and now it's into a 1v1. Skadoodle's going for this, taps onto the bomb. That's not going to bait Makalele out of it at all, and the missed shot, and he even misses the door too. Thankfully, we'll still be able to escape outside without taking any more hits. But this round is most certainly going into the hands of NIP.
You saw Skadoodle concede the round in the 1-on-2, and he was right to. I don't think he had a chance of winning that. But the Molotov killing Get Right turns him right back around. So close for Cloud9, doing their best, but I mean, really, the opening of that round is what seals it. NIP with great tactic, and this is what we talk about on the desk and analysts. I know Sponge mentioned it the other day, actually watching Cloud9, is how you set up an opera, and that walking out mid, clearing everything, having control, and throwing the Molotov towards CT spawn behind the box that forces, I believe that was Shroud, out into the open for Makalele to pick him off. That's how you set up an opera. Use your utility to get him a kill, put him in position, and find a way to flush out your opponents into the crosshair, and they did it beautifully that round.
It's another round for NIP, of course, with things being taken slowly, and Cloud9 back down onto another eco, but these ecos have proven rather dangerous, regardless of how heavily they have bought into them, and they've got the boost up for Skadoodle here now. Let's see if they can net anything with that, but it'll be a long time before we see anything coming into fruition. He's boosted up back over here, over on the cat area, and they've got 2 players watching out for any mid-aggression, too. Both of them posted up, that's nothing at automatic, working together to stop any of the pressure. They've completely abandoned B for the time being now. Stewie sitting just outside of the door. He's able to help out, and there you go. There's the power of the boost up there. Immediately destroys Exist, and it's a bit dangerous too, because you can see Exist was waiting for that, but the shot doesn't come in quickly enough for him. Manages to take him down, and the guys from C9 once again have the 5-on-4 advantage.
Yeah, Skadoodle's gonna have to be mobile with this AWP though. He's gonna have to be all over the place. Makalele's going to be in mid. Stewie's pushing upper B, so look at the intel. I mean, you can see there's 3 players over towards the A bomb site. Automatic's leaning that way, just watching mid for now. When does he decide to commit towards the A bombs? I'm not quite sure. Shroud's going to come back and meet up with him. They want to do some mid pressure. They want to have either a quick flank on catwalk, but nothing's going to be spotting long, and it's going to be all on Skadoodle with the only AWP. And Makalele watching mid. He spots automatic, and he can't respond in time. Stewie's going to flank him. But it's really down to Skadoodle here as Makalele comes up catwalk. There's the peek, misses the shot. Shroud inside the smoke is delaying. There goes Skadoodle with 1 kill, but he falls. 2 players very low. Nothing at Stewie, each get 1. Again, NIP is going to fall to a very weak buy. Just pistols and 1 AWP, and Get Right has to get this bomb planted. Shroud is going to clean things up, leaping over the box.
And with that, another eco goes into the hands of Cloud9, having only the power of the op that was sitting on Skadoodle. He nets himself 2 kills on that round, one off of a very nice boost that Exist was not able to punish in time, and that is going to give Cloud9 their match point here. NIP, they've got enough cash to force into this one, but only 2 players really have enough money to go for a full buy here. It's about 3K or less for everyone else on the team. Makalele is going to pick up a scout buy with armor, but for Forrest and Freiburg, they can only afford Tech 9s.
I mean, NIP, when they look back at this VOD or this demo, they're going to be kicking themselves because they've lost both pistol rounds and still put themselves in situations to win this, but they've lost 2 or 3 rounds against just pistols. I mean, they clean that up. They don't lose those rounds, and it doesn't matter that they've lost both pistol rounds because they more than likely win the match anyways. Execution through the smoke, automatic completely blind, but they have no idea he's here. There he is. He lurks so perfectly. He gets 2 kills. That's the bomb as well. 3 on 3. But automatic has bought just a little bit of time.
They can isolate the bomb one more time here. Skadoodle, he's going to find that shot. It goes down onto the ground again, and they've got to challenge Skadoodle once more. Seems they've evaded him a little bit there, so they will be able to get the plant, but it's going to be a 2 versus 3 to decide this map here and whether NIP gets to battle forward. They need to win 6 straight, including this one, to be able to take this into overtime. Now, Cloud9, they're knocking at the gates. They've still got smokes. The first one just being deployed. They're ready to already go back into this site, boxing themselves out, preventing the players on backplat from being able to do anything. There's no one there from NIP. They're holding close to the tunnels. That's Get Right's job, and Makalele down below the box. He cannot watch out for the door pressure, and he gives himself away. Get right, however, he's found the first kill. Shroud pushing back in. Him and Skadoodle are going to find those final 2 kills, and Cloud9 are going to shut this one down. 16-9 is going to be the final score, and they take this match going up 3-1 in the group.
Automatic with virtually a hard carry in this match for him. So much of it is at the end that everyone else kind of steps up. Shroud, Stewie have good games. Skadoodle even finding some impact there at the end, but really, I mean, you look at some of these rounds, this was much stronger as a team from Cloud9. The retake there at the end, beautifully used their utility. 1 smoke into the B tunnels, 1 smoke into the back plat to prevent any opera there from having, or anyone there from having any impact, and a string of flashbangs over the wall to end it. So really nicely played match from Cloud9.
29-13 is the final KD for Modded, sitting a little bit lower to that is Shroud at 21-14, and then it's a very short fall off from that for most of them. Stewie's at 20, Nothing's down at 18, Skadoodle down at 11, but even he had his moments too on the ecos there. One of the last ones, I think, that just about 2 rounds ago with the op there. He was picking up those kills, able to use that with the boost, and then he picks up 1 more on the site. So even he's contributing a little bit here and there too to make sure that Cloud9 takes control of these very important matchups.
You know, there's two members of our desk that are going to be so incredibly tilted. That's going to be Yanko, that's going to be Sponge, the former professional players watching NIP drop 2 to 3 rounds against pistols. I mean, you're not going to win matches like that. And I know, I mean, that's a trigger point, I think, for everyone, especially someone like Sponge, who's a former in-game leader, is going to be so frustrated. And what's crazy to think about is NIP, when Threat initially came in, this was the team, this was the model team for how to play anti-ecos. At the time, they were barely losing any of them. They were being very, very safe in them, and they were just so good at maintaining all their weaponry, of not putting themselves in danger on those rounds. And here we just saw an utter collapse, the complete opposite of that.
All right, guys, well, looks like we have the analyst desk waiting to break down this game. Let's take it over to them to discuss a little bit more of the action.
Thank you very much there, the Bold Eagle and Little Old Blue. Here we go. It is going to be C9. Congratulations, Jordan, you loud man. YNK and Sponge resided to talk through this one. And, I mean, yes, the night may be getting a little later, but still, that did indeed seem to have some sort of impact, as NIP did give us a little glimmer of the magic, unable to close things out. And I think we have to start with a 3-letter word, YNK. And it's not that one. It's ECO. Eco. What on earth is going on there? I think the casters suggested it or hinted at it already. You two must have been pulling your hair out watching some of those rounds.
Oh yeah, I was definitely very shaken by and very moved by those losses of ecos. That's something I really do not appreciate in the game of Counter-Strike. I feel those are the rounds where you actually just need to play disciplined, not anything too special, and you will take
I think we've got some highlights
in the bag.
Yeah, we get to see some eco
Yeah, this
rounds.
was even a 5v4, as you can tell. No armor, nice little flash. Stewie does just Stewie things, gets 2 kills. Still a 3v2, 2 ops, of course. You can just group up, wait for them to push. Obviously, they want to make something happen, but yet again, Skadoodle just poking and prodding, nothing. Utilizes the confusion, gets another cheeky kill. Now it's a 2v2.
No Kevlar at this point as well.
No Kevlar at any point. It's not like a gun, you can't pick it up, Alex. If they didn't have it, that's an eco round.
I mean, as in we saw NIP pick up a Glock round where they had 1 Kevlar as well. I mean, it went both ways.
This is not even the only eco round they lost. So combine 2 eco round losses, 2 pistol round losses, Alex, and your chances of winning the game are slim to none.
Some of the rounds, though, like, so some of them, they had saved orbs going into it, and Stu was able to grab a couple of picks with it, with some Skadoodle getting it. So they weren't, like, full ecos in that regard, but it looked like NIP tried aggressive stuff, and then they still struggled, and then they did the discipline stuff, and they were also struggling. So no matter what approach they had, they were still being plagued by that aggressive pistol style and the orb saves from Cloud9, which, you know, it's good that they were making something of nothing, but that just shows to me that they were relatively in control of that game. There was a strong first half from them, automatic, putting up big numbers and getting it done.
I mean, the only 4 rounds that NIP won were all diffuses, so that tells you that it wasn't even a clean round that they would win. They had to fight for it till the very end.
Truly they did, and you can of course take an opportunity to appreciate this wonderful stage set up here in the Sao Paulo arena. You can even see that Cloud9 will be playing again, in case you were wondering. If you did enjoy some North American Counter-Strike, you're going to be seeing a whole lot more of it as they're going to be going up against Dignitas next. That's going to be our next game on the main stage. We're going to have 2 games played simultaneously alongside that on
3
broadcast. Well, 2 alongside that.
Oh, okay, sorry, Alex.
It's okay, Yanko.
It's getting late. I feel like everybody's getting at each other's throats. Can we just be mates?
Yeah. As in old mates? Old mates?
Old mates.
Yeah, that's what they say in Serbia.
They don't say that in
They don't say that in Serbia.
No,
Definitely
no.
not. Oh, there we are.
Hello.
I haven't looked this good in ages.
Oh, we're having a whale of a time.
No, we are descending into darkness.
Whale of a time.
We are actually descending into darkness.
29 frags
Hello,
for
darkness, my old friend.
There it is. Mate, we got a button for you this time.
Sorry, I'm just in epicenter mode. All right, guys.
I want to be in epicenter
The lights
mode.
are back on, and we are going to go ahead and take a break. When we come back, Cloud9 and Dignitas will be our final game of the evening. It may have been a long one, but there's no doubt that Dignitas are going to be chomping at the bit to show us what they're made of after conceding that loss earlier on today versus SK. We're back after the break to see more.
Get hyped.
The Mountain Dew League is definitely the biggest thing that's giving us exposure. And that's basically what this kind of league does. It just promotes growth in smaller teams, and you can really make a name for yourself. We definitely have a possibility to raise some eyebrows, and people are going to be surprised.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh, that.
Cloud9's regular season performance was nothing short of spectacular. Finishing the season with a 25-1 record, their first place result was basically guaranteed.
Excellent shot from Elige, just shuts Automatic out of the picture, and now all of a sudden a 1v2, but there's the first connection from Skadoodle, trying to molly it off, but Hiko's already past that point, there's nothing there, he just peeks with the USP, and Skadoodle shuts it all down. Bomb, and Stewie has a great position to punish rotators. In fact, he's been blinded. Stewie doesn't know this, but it's a tap and another tap. JDM and Elige, both dead men on the ground.
Going into the offline playoffs in Sao Paulo, they look to dethrone the hometown heroes and last season winners SK Gaming and take the top spot in ESL Pro League.
Are they going to be ready for Skadoodle here? He has the angle with the AWP, the Molotov forcing anyone away from swinging wide. Grabs a second kill. Great, and a third one! Skadoodle, what a recovery and a hold! All 4 kills for Skadoodle.
Cloud9 will play again. They did just, of course, face off versus the Ninjas and find success on a map that they've been doing a whole lot of successful things on. It's Dust 2. 3 of their 4 games of play have been on that very map. And now there's time for them to play their last game of the groups. Dignitas stand in their way, a team that actually have been hot topic and hot discussion. However, so far, another loss on their name, another mark on their record. They now stand at 2-2. Stark contrast to perhaps the SK storyline that we were, setting up in the group stages, which was, oh dear, could this be shaky? Maybe not anymore. Going up against NRG, SK will be finding themselves topping Group B unless NRG do something kind of miraculous in their game that's going to be played off-stream simultaneous to this one. And things are still not necessarily locked in stone, are they here, boys? Of course, YNK and Chad Birchall joining me for our final death segment of the day. Whew, where do we start? Group B, we're almost guaranteed to be seeing a tie here.
Yeah,
that's what we were just theory crafting.
Yeah, I think no matter what happens, there is going to be a tie because we are going to. Assumption is the mother of all, but let's assume that SK beats NRG, so SK is 4-1. In that case, whatever happens in the game, let's say Cloud9 beats Dignitas, they're 4-1, Dignitas is 2-3, but seeing as how NIP and FaZe both have a 2-2 score, obviously a team that loses will have a 2-3 score as well. Now you can see it on your screens as well. So there is going to be a tie, but depending on the scores, there may or may not have to be a tiebreaker. Head-to-head results is what's first taken into account.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's a bit too late for us to have this all.
I was just gonna work it out, and then I thought,
depicted for you.
So with Group A on the screen, I can tell you that Optic, Envy, and Envy are sitting waiting in the round of 6, and Mouse Sports have secured themselves a spot in the semi-final. That is set in stone. Of course, you can look at Envy and Mouse and wonder what's going on there. It is, of course, down to the head-to-head. They gave Mouse Sports the edge. That's how that was arranged, and so it's just waiting for Group B now. 3 more teams need to be locked in, of course, and 1 more team from Group B, looking likely to be SK, will secure a free ticket to the semi-finals if they pick up the win versus NRG. So things are coming to a close for the group stage, and now we have to address C9 versus Dignitas. It should be a rather swift segment, gents, but we can cover some of the bases that we have yet to cover. Most notably, the fact that who will not be making it in Group B. I think we've talked about these rosters plenty. Who will not be making it?
NRG.
NRG, a guarantee.
Guaranteed, yeah.
Yeah. FaZe. What are we thinking? No, because they're in the tie group.
Yeah. So what if Dig lose and FaZe win?
Yeah.
Are they tied?
If Dig lose, they go to 2-3.
We should not be doing this right now.
Are you sure?
There's no way we have the
brain power
to figure it out. So let's just talk about this.
Let's just roll the dice.
All right, fine. We won't do that.
Just NRG aren't making it. That's it. That's all you need to know right now. Everybody else is still in with a chance.
SK is through to the playoffs 100%.
Oh.
SK will make it 100%. That's absolutely true. All right, let's start talking C9 Dig. We've got plenty of time to talk about them, actually.
Lovely.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
So maybe we should have theory craft on the other thing. And do we want to do it?
I'd love to start.
Can we bring up those standings again that we had before? That way it'd be easier for us to look at something.
All right.
And you don't have to look at
admin
us.
stole my pen. Where is he? Johan.
It's all right. Okay, here we go. So let's just hear me out for a few minutes.
You go first, Chad.
SK, I'm going to say there's a 90% chance that they're going to win that game. Cool.
Versus NRG.
Cool, we on
Correct.
That?
Yeah, I'm with you.
The Cloud9 versus Dig game is a 50-50 in my opinion right now. So let's say Cloud9 win. They're through, but they're through in second place because they lost head-to-head against SK. Then the problem becomes deciding the third place spot. So if NIP...
it doesn't. Then it's whoever wins NIP FaZe, they're through.
Okay.
Because 2 teams will have 2 and 3.
So that's a good solution.
2 teams will have 4 and 1, and NIP or FaZe will be the only 3-2 team and go through in third place.
So, but even if Dig beat Cloud9, right, and let's say that FaZe beat NIP, doesn't that mean that FaZe will go ahead of Dig based on head-to-head because FaZe beat Dig?
FaZe beat Dig, Cloud9 beat FaZe, Dignitas beats Cloud9, so then you have a tiebreaker between those 3 teams playing overtimes. There is some sort of
it's MR310K
MR310K
on the map that you played.
Okay, so Dig have to win.
Basically,
Dig definitely have to win. They have to win in order to have a chance, and I think if they win, they're for sure in the tiebreaker.
Yes, because they will be on par with Cloud9.
We could be butchering this, but that was
yes,
a
no,
better, that was a better
that's
summary.
correct. If Dignitas wins there for sure in the tiebreaker, it just depends with which team. If NIP beats FaZe, then Dignitas beat NIP. Oh wait, then NIP is out because Dignitas and Cloud9 both beat NIP.
You're not wrong.
Yes, Cloud9 just beat them, Dignitas beat them on Nuke, so NIP is out either way. Unless Cloud9 beats Dignitas and NIP beats FaZe, then NIP is through in third place.
And FaZe are out.
Yeah, so that's the only thing. NIP, if they win, but Cloud9 loses, they're out. So it's not solely up to them anymore.
We did good then.
That
I'm
wasn't
happy with
as
that.
that could have gone a lot worse. I'm proud of us.
Some people would say we should have prepped that before the segment.
Some would have said
those
that.
people can go for a stroll.
A long walk down a short pier, would say.
Do you know what's always really fun is when the day gets late and the memes have stopped rolling, and you sit there and you're like, oh, I can't wait to get into this game. You know, watch one more last final game of Counter-Strike.
Don't say it.
And you glance.
Say it isn't so.
And you just glance towards Chad. Your vision. I stop looking at you, Chad. I look behind you instead.
Oh, nice.
And I see a group of about 7 admins gathered around a computer.
Same spot where Shroud played,
Same spot,
of course.
Yeah, we did resolve that in the end, though, so perhaps they've got, a heads up on what's going on.
I do just want to add that Automatic played really well in that game.
Was it 29? He was close to a 30,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I touched on that, all right?
You did,
I
did.
gave him
You
credit.
dropped his name.
I don't even listen to you anymore.
we have highlighted that he wasn't even brought in. Automatic wasn't brought in as a fragging presence, right? Was he brought in with that as a primary intention?
His friend.
I think it was just ethnic diversity. It was, ethnic diversity.
It was just... Excuse me? I think I misheard you.
I mean, I am definitely... I don't remember being positively surprised by a player as much as I have been with Automatic. I didn't value him as high while he was in TSM, but it just seems that he kind of hit his stride. I don't know if it's the atmosphere, if he's just enjoying the play style of Cloud9, but something's happened.
Do you know that Alex saved his life in Bucharest?
Oh yeah, I know. Apparently multiple people saved his life. We were all kind of hoping that Cloud9 will, qualify for New York so he could pay us back.
Oh yeah, I did save his life.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
you
that's right.
Story.
But unfortunately, they lost to Optic yet again in a big qualifier.
That's true, that did happen. That was unfortunate.
Wow, I almost forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so myself saving Automatic's life, him saving Cloud9's life versus NIP and all those other juicy storylines.
Still has it 15 hours in.
Got to get those segues. That's all I'm here for. We have to address quickly Dignitas. We can even bring up their faces one last time as we... Oh,
break. This
right.
is the break music, Alex.
It is. I think they're obviously telling us we're descending into madness.
Play them off.
And they want to play us off as best they can. But Dignitas and C9 is about to go down. It does
Don't give up that easily, Alex. Get those rosters.
I wanted to, but I think I see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people now gathered around the computer.
A screen is being moved.
Okay. Well, so basically, as you can tell, guys, we're having fun with it because it does seem like technical issues have just been so unfortunately plaguing us this evening. But we do appreciate your patience, and we know it is all just because we want to have the very best play conditions for our favorite teams. Dignitas and C9 will be happening tonight, and likely in a very short space of time. I'm seeing smiles on some people's faces over in the C9 booth. Perhaps they're just happy to have beaten NIP. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. And when we do come back, it may very well be time for us to jump into games. So, hope you have a good evening, and we'll see you soon.
that will be Panda picking up the pistol round. Took a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, you get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, look at that.
right, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the match. Cloud9 versus Team Dignitas. We have 3 different matches, 6 different teams vying for placement and in certain cases playoff spots. Let's get right into it, of course. It's going to be here on Mirage. Moses is still with me.
Somehow.
Yeah, surviving.
Getting there. Excited for yeah, I mean, let's see if Automatic can do this over again. Dignitas actually, this has been a little bit of a debate, mostly with Immortals and Cobble, where they came in with Cobble as their best map, and they've lost some big matches on it. Dignitas as well, now losing a couple matches on this map in this event these past couple days, and now playing it one last time against Cloud9. So can Automatic have that same form he did against NIP on Dust 2? I mean, that would be phenomenal. But as well, they're going to need contributions from everyone again. Stewie's going to have a good game. Shroud again is going to have his impact because I mean, Magisk and Config. I mean, a little bit lackluster in their previous game, but still a very, very deadly duo of players.
And in the spirit of avoiding anything else from going wrong here, we're going to try to get into the pistol round as quickly as possible. It's getting started now. 5 seconds left on the countdown. Let's go into the game to get things started as, no, maybe not now, as the pause just came in there at the last moment. Cloud9, regardless, though, are going to start off on the T side, and Team Dignitas are going to be on the CT side. I think I jinxed it.
I think you did too. It's all right.
I should just leave.
We all make mistakes.
Just go to the back of the hotel now.
It's been a long day. We've all had 0 drinks, which is unfortunate. But yeah, the little pause here, cheeky pause before the pistol round goes live. So look at these guys having a good time in the crowd. That is some phenomenal hair.
They can't hear us.
I know.
So what does that mean? We can just say anything?
Yeah, but like the people on the stream can hear us and see what we're seeing.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yep. Has been a long day, hasn't it, Blue? Good Lord. This is your entire job, man.
Okay. So it looks like we were about to get started, and then they paused again, apparently. Judging from the team chats, Cloud9 is having a TeamSpeak issue.
It's always Cloud9.
So blame them.
It's NA something. I believe that's how the meme goes. Yeah, so we're going to chill a little bit longer. So how, what have we got now? What can we talk about? Like the brains are slowly starting to shut down. The desk was a hot mess out there.
Yeah.
Admirable that they've been, trudging along like this, but
I think Machine had just woken up from a nap before that segment. It sounded like.
Yeah, it was good though. It was fun listening to them try and figure out all the different routes this tournament can take. Because yeah, I mean after this we like to, at the end of a day like this, yeah, he's taking a nap as well. At the end of a day like this, and dabbing, that's sick, nicely done.
Nice, good recovery.
At the end of a day like this, we're all kind of shutting down. So we like to fashion and think positively. I think best case scenario, this is the last one of the day. But we've got tiebreaker scenarios coming up, so we could be casting some overtime matches.
Yes, we could very well be doing that, Moses. Please don't jinx it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a reality. Let's all face it. Let's all acknowledge it. So just in case.
All right. Well, it looks like, guys, that we are having some more extended difficulties here. So we're gonna take it, regrettably,
all stillmates,
back to the break screen, guys. Stick around, and we'll be back hopefully soon. We're back.
Jesus Christ. All right, kid, go trick-or-treating. Cloud9.
Halloween's in 2 days, Moses.
Listen, Cloud9 is just going to no subtlety, no strategy, just a flat-out B-rush, and MSL handling it with Magis. They have 2 kills right now. They've slowed this down entirely. And now Rubino's in on the action. Shroud with the win there, and he gets another one. There's some good shots, and he can't convert on the Magis. It's down to nothing. 27 HP, and MSL's not going to let him do a single thing. So good defense on this B bomb site. And I believe we've seen 2 Mirage matches today where the B rushes were successful, so it is good to see Dignitas stop it there.
Dignitas going to be taking control of things early on here, of course, and Cloud9 not even getting close to that one, of course. So in theory, we could expect the buy-up to come in on this next round, but it actually is looking rather light. At the moment, just the Deagle investments across the board for pretty much everyone, actually. So take a look at it there. Stewie, automatic, nothing. Is buying up a P250 and a little bit of utility out of the mix there too, and Shroud going for the Deagle buy as well, so very, very, very light in this second. We'll see how it pans out, as it's pretty much going to be directly over to that A-bomb site.
Yeah, only smoke flash onto nothing, so he's going to be coming up. They want these Deagles to do some work. Magisk has got to be a little bit careful. He's on top of the whatever that's called. I'm losing it. He's right outside of Palace, and he's waiting around the corner. So Shroud and Skiddle here waiting for just a moment. Config and Cajun B here. This is a good read from Dignitas, but Stewie could be the one wrench in the plans, as he's going to be able to come up connector, and he's not been spotted yet. There's one shot. Now they know he's there. Automatic's falling, and Stewie can do nothing. The aim punch is a little bit too powerful. So Skiddle and Shroud held off by a smoke, so that's a good delay tactic from Dignitas.
Magic's Boy going to be wrapping around, and look at that aggression, just instantly shuts down the bomb. Nothing. Skadoodle tries to push himself out onto the platform there, and gets instantly wrecked by Config. And for Shroud Ronald, there's not really a whole lot that he can do here. He's going to just have to sit back and hope that someone comes in his direction, but more than likely that's not going to happen, and this is very obviously going to be an easy second round for the Dignitas team.
Yeah, and this is a phenomenal start, because we saw how effective Cloud9's force buys or pistol buys were in the previous match against NIP, winning about 3 of them. So here Dignitas at least starts out not losing a single member, no economic damage taken. So really, really nice, clean start from Dignitas in these first 2 rounds. And this time Cloud9, there's not really anything they can do. They don't want to invest too much. Skidoodle has 3,400 right now, so he's going to have the AWP in the next round. So it's pretty much save up and have something strong, but look at this, 4 smokes, 2 flashes. I think just 2 upgraded pistols, no armor. They just want to get the bomb planted. So that's the big goal here, that $800. And if they can do it, that would be monstrous effort from them. And actually, there's an opportunity, because it's only Magisk holding the site, and I mean that's a formidable single opponent to have to go through, but still a little bit of a light defense here for Dignitas.
And Magic's Boy is going to be first up to bat yet again now as they all start to push him, but he'll have support from his teammates pretty quickly here too. Cajun already trying to watch out for some of it. Members of Cloud9's been tagged pretty heavily there, and down they go. Config and Magic's Boy just ripping him to shreds at this point. Skadoodle chopping him with at least 1 kill, and Shroud is hunting for 1 too. He actually edges off the headshot, and they managed to plant the bomb, so it's all not lost in this round. They accomplished quite a bit there. I mean, 2 frags and the extra money from the bomb plant.
Yeah, they accomplished everything they wanted to, which was that bomb plant, like we've said. 2 kills is a little bit of icing on the cake, but still not a huge deal in terms of the grand scheme of the economy of Dignitas. So here comes the first gun round. Cloud9 going to try and get on the board, but enough money has been built up for Dignitas. They have just a couple of rebuys, but they're still going to have a pretty strong economy, all things considered. Keeping the UMP on MSL, the 2 Famas on Rubino and Magisk. So they've got players. I mean, Rubino has 7,100 right now. MSL is 5,200, and Magisk has 4,100. So no matter what happens, the next round there's going to be a decently strong buy out of Dignitas.
Now we are going to see Rubino again winning himself out towards mid to see if we can grab anyone from C9 back beyond the smoke over here, but it's not going to be the case. KGB also starting to sneak out a little bit too, but nothing to be seen here. There's actually quite a large presence from Cloud9, but they haven't really moved in. But in a moment, of course, they'll still be going for this control. Stewie's pushed into the apartments, but we also do have Shroud, I believe, back down over here, yep, in the underpass, waiting to get his chance to move in with these guys and get the control, which they can use to get really on either side here.
This is a good defense. Stewie finds that opening kill. That's on MSL. It's going to force Cajun back from Catwalk. It's going to alleviate some of the pressure. There's Shroud with a good find. He is traded off, but he's done his job. Cajun's got a lot of work to do. Automatic nothing. Skadoodle streaming up Catwalk, and he's out in the open. He's caught. Rubino's going to be rotating, but it's not going to be quick enough. And he's only got a Famas to boot anyway, so this is going to be a round for C9, especially there's the exclamation point. Skadoodle dropping Magisk, and Rubino's the last one left. Good round from C9. The opening from Stewie really opens up that B bomb site. So, I mean, that was actually an interesting round. I wanted to comment before the action started. Didn't get a chance, but watch here. Are they going to check this out? There's a good kill. Can Rubino get anything else done? Dropping that flashbang. Just Just going to try and save this AK-47. So an upgrade from the Formless. He's got nothing coming behind him. But that was a change up in the defense from Dignitas. When we saw them play FaZe on this just yesterday, it was much more that they gave up mid control pretty much for free the majority of the time. You know, we'd commented so many times that there was just a lot of respect being given, and FaZe could do pretty much whatever they want with that mid control. This time we see 3 players aggressively defending it. Now they do get picked off, they do get killed, but at least we're seeing a change in the philosophy of this defense.
Looks like Urbino remains safe, so he is able to scavenge that AK into the next round, of course. But now we are going to have to see what else in the Dignitas guys can bring to the table. And thankfully, it's quite a bit. Their next investment's not a problem at all. Cloud9, of course, back onto the buys themselves. And they will be looking just as strong as they try to round this comeback and immediately tie it up so that they can take the lead away. Try to steal Mirage, who... Again, this has been an interesting tale of the past couple of months, too, with Cloud9. Just when you look at this map in general, go back to around April of this year and May even, this tended to be a pretty weak map for them, especially when it came to T-sides, but they've had this somewhat dramatic transformation, and it's almost gone in the opposite direction now to be a fairly strong one for them.
Here's that mid-control from Cloud9. 5 rifles on the board for Dignitas. No AWP. Shroud close up towards connector. Again, it looks like Cloud9 working this mid-control into a catwalk pressure, but Smoke's holding them off for the moment. The big scary part is config and how this smoke is going to affect it when it fades. He's just going to go right through it. That's a pop flash, but it's not that effective. Skittle's brought down to 8. So he's got to be a little bit careful, but he can stay far back with that AWP. He just needs to pass off the bomb so he doesn't risk getting naded on his way into the sights.
Now we are going to see two. Cloud9 with that control, they need to transition into the line of sights, but they're still spread out across the map. There's going to be the first ticket to it, though. Automatic moving in, takes out Rubino. That's ladder control that they've gained. And again, though, their ticket's open really to either side. And look at what this was Stewie, too, sneaking all the way out. There's no pressure at all. In fact, the closest thing we have to is Magic's Boy that snuck back out over here to T-Ramp, and Stewie suspects this. Doesn't mean he can get the kill, though. Magic's Boy and Cajun are able to hold things back over at the T-Ramp and inside of the window room there. So all of a sudden, they put that pressure off of the A side, but Cloud9 are still gunning for it. They've sent another player into the ladder room, is going to push back in, but Magic's Boy, nicely done. 2 instant frags from him against Shroud and nothing, and it falls to automatic now on the 1v3.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play from Magic's Boy, and Cloud9's got to be used to this. This is what Magic's Boy does. He likes to get aggressive out of the ramp and find positioning, and it's a nice shot, but it traded immediately. We have a pause from Cloud9. I'm not sure if it's technical or tactical, but you know, this is something that all teams have to start realizing Magic's Boy is going to do. This is one of his big plays on this map, is getting down onto that ramp on top of that flower point immediately to the right, and you know, catches people off guard. He can get aggressive when he chooses to. He's gaining so much information for his team, letting them focus elsewhere, and Stewie gets caught off guard a little bit by it. So that's something that they're going to have to keep in mind next time they want to come back towards this A bomb site, and it is technical pause, not a tactical pause.
Rip.
So all good things.
All right, guys. So we'll get that fixed, obviously, as soon as we can. But Cloud9 getting upset there after picking up their first round. Certainly not going to be looking good to keep themselves in good terms, of course. And after that one, money not really looking so great, of course. So with that reset just now coming in,
This is sick from Magic's Boy. This second kill is so wonderful, because you could see he kind of like half peeks. It's a little bit of a shoulder peek, and then he's finding himself in cover, and he still manages to get the kill. So it's a really low risk fight to take.
very little chance of getting knocked out there with a good angle that's being played. But then obviously automatic placing basically an impossible situation. So good sort of counter maneuver from those guys too. And Magic's Boy, who I believe was the player that moved out on the T-Ramp too, wins that battle as Stewie tries to push himself over there and really allow Cloud9 to get full control. But it's that overextension, that overreach that ends up being the doom of them. As unfortunately, instead of letting those players sit in the back there and wait for the retake, they move out and so they weaken themselves. They don't. And I don't even think they end up finding a plant in that one. Nah, they don't even end up getting a plant there. So Cloud9 will find themselves in a bit of an awkward situation as far as their buy is concerned here for the 6th round.
Yep, technical pause resolved. Cajun with the AWP in window room. There's that top mid smoke that's... Oh, wow. Stewie, nice shot from him. Drops Cajun. I believe that had to have been through the smoke, just knowing the angle. So really smart play from him. He gets the opening kill again for Cloud9. And can they capitalize? The last round they got 2 picks, and then they weren't able to convert that into a win. Kind of got peeled apart after that. Config, the next one up, picks up the AWP, and Shroud finds him. So, again, a 5-on-3 advantage. This time, Cloud9 definitely cannot let this one go. And here's the danger. Magic's Boy, again, aggressive on that A ramp, of course, all the way already in T spawn. And the bomb is all alone in B halls. If Magic's Boy goes up into B halls, he could end this pretty much before it begins, but he's got the flank mid, and he's not going to be able to find anything. They're all the way up catwalk. It's all on MSL. Who gets 1 kill. Can't get more than that in this flank. It looked promising, but the rest of Dignitas can't delay the hit long enough for it to come to fruition.
And also, too, he has the large chance of getting cut off by Shroud. Is watching for this exact maneuver. Very well played by him. Shuts it down, prevents any further losses on Cloud9's side, and they get through that one really clean, too, knocking out Dignitas, and I think that is going to break them. Yeah, they've got no money left to work with here, so they're going on to the save, and now Cloud9 instantly resuming their chances for a comeback off of that one as we go into an eco for Dignitas. As you see, not much investment on this round.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been a little bit, I mean, they're actually pretty, I mean, knowing that this is going to be a double save, they're actually pretty heavily, I mean, Cajun has decent money, 3,000, so he'll be able to have the AWP in the next one. Imagine at 1,600, but everyone else is pretty much bought out. They're going to get aggressive into Palace. 2 players here for Cloud9. Is the aggression actually going to come in, or are they just going to chill? Magus Boy on top of the balcony again. This time it's a little bit more of an aggressive angle. And he's going to walk right into Automatic, who cannot convert the kill. He gets taken out, but there's the trade. Nothing. There's one more underneath. He's got to be careful. Waiting for the rest of his teammates to come up ramp. Shroud got to clear underneath the balcony, and Shroud gets dinked immediately. He's taken out. Is the trade going to come in? Stewie does find one, but Cajun is still alive underneath until finally nothing and Stewie. They secure the site until one more kill for MSL. A nice shot with the dealer.
MSL still hunting as well for the players putting the bomb on the ground. Shot's not hitting when they need to, and at this point, really looking for a Nook crouch out from that left side of the boxes here, but it won't be found. And MSL, as he moves forward here, he'll have to watch out for the player on his left. He knows he's there, but he doesn't know exactly where he's positioned, whether it's in Sandwich or up on Tetris. Spots it, but it's a little bit too late, and nothing is going to be able to shut things down from inside of that position there. Cloud9 shutting down another round. Of course, still not back into this one just yet, as Dignitas have a decision to make in front of them as to whether they go for it here, but I don't imagine they're going to be doing so. Just half buys, and just why I think investing a little bit more as he can afford it at this point.
Yeah, him and Cajun had a little bit more money than everyone else, so he picks up the UMP, which can also get him some bonus money, and then Cajun, he's 5-7 in armor, just to see if there's anything that can come from this. Rubino gets tagged up, I believe that was from Skadoodle at top mid, and it was. This time, Cloud9, 3 players going to come out Palace. Magus Boy again pushing A ramp. This is so many rounds he's done it, and again he catches him off guard, but the rest of the kills coming in for Cloud9. Stewie, nice adjustment. That's sick. He was about to fall there, just one more second, and he would have been a goner. But again, Magus Boy pushing down A ramp finds more success.
MSL sneaking out here to see if he can find any additional players, really just to pick off. There's not anything to be lost, obviously, by going down, so he'll make the attempt. A valiant one it shall be, but he'll go down pretty quickly there. Automatic finding the final kill, and Cloud9 is walking over that round. Stewie and Automatic picking up the kills once again, but now the investment comes back in. Interesting, though, there's no op in play for Dignitas. Their money, as we saw just based on those last 2 rounds, is in a really delicate spot right now, so they're only going to be able to afford the rifles this time.
Yeah, no AWP, that's going to be tough. And only 1 kit as well, which, I mean, with Mirage, some of the strategy you can employ on the defensive side, the retakes are very popular and very useful at times, depending on the situation. So with only 1 kit, you have to be careful about committing to a retake tactic. This time, Cloud9, Stewie, I mean, they're really employing this 4-1, pretty much a high-density attack in 1 location and just 1 lurker. Stewie's going to be aggressive up mid, and it's going to be 4 Cloud9 members coming through Palace, and you've got to be cautious. 1 to the right. Are they going to check an MSL? He gets the first kill. Continues to spray, hoping for more, and he does. He gets it. Almost a 3rd, but can't find that. Stewie up catwalk, though. He helps open things up. Config's already here. This is the next danger, and he falls as well. Stewie continuing the pressure, but the remaining 2 members are here already.
Cajun B has been hit by one of the op shots coming out from Skadoodle there too. And with MSL lost there, ran out of ammo completely, so wasn't able to hold inside of the apartments any longer. Now Cloud9, they'll get full control, and Dignitas, they won't be able to recontest the bomb sites. They're falling back, but at the same time, Stewie's aware of this. He snuck back over here inside of the connector now. He's going to try to challenge it, but Magus Boy holding back here. The timing on his peek is perfect. As soon as Stewie fires up a volley, he knows exactly where he's positioned, so it's a free peek, a free kill. They knock in another one for the Cloud9 roster, although it's going to be a round for this T side here. The 2 is still up and running for Dignitas, will most definitely be able to save these rifles.
Huge impact for Stewie in that round with those 2 kills, and also I like the decision a lot for him to chase. Keep going for more. I mean, they got to know that the Dignitas economy is so incredibly low. Any guns they can take away at the end there would have been huge. And you can't hunt with the AWP on Skadoodle. You want him to have that weapon, and you don't want to give it away. And Shroud had 10 HP, so Stewie is the only one who could really go chasing. Unfortunately, he doesn't find anything. And it's a tactical, not a technical pause that's coming out now. For Dignitas, as they find themselves in a hole pretty quickly. It was a 4-1 run for them, and now it's a 4-1 run, or a 1-4 run for Cloud9, or 4-1 run for Cloud9. That's a lot of numbers that I just mixed up.
It's way too late for that.
Yeah. Yeah, and Dignitas does have this tactical pause. So we're going to, I don't know. The adjustment's going to be a little bit rough because now, I mean, they showed that they wanted to put some pressure on mid early on, and now, I mean, Cloud9 hitting each of the bomb sites from the extremities. That's gonna make Dignitas think a little bit. So, MSL always touted for his in-game leadership and his ability to lead this team in a tactical sense. He's gonna get tested here now.
All right, guys, we're back into things here now, and we'll take a look and see if Dignitas can throw anything back at the Cloud9 offense, which is showing up really strong now at this point. And again, we are seeing some of the members of Cloud9 find their stride. Automatic, not necessarily being the huge carry that he was to a certain sense in that last map, but Stewie currently leading the way for this team. Both Shroud and Automatic, who were obviously consistent fragging forces, also bringing their best to the table. Cloud9 trying to go for that fast top mid-control, but it doesn't work out. Config in his position, back down below there a little bit. On the aggressive push-out is able to do some great damage, knocking out Automatic, and also from the window position, Shroud is brought down to 17 HP. There's been no response whatsoever from the Cloud9 roster, so with that, they're going to hold great control of the early round here, and there's Magic's Boy shutting out Stewie as he tries to push his way outside of Palace, and nothing if he proceeds forward too. And he also get knocked out in a moment here.
He's the only one really coming up A ramp, and there it is. Gets a nice pick, but he's got to do more. There's 2 players here. Oh, what a recovery. Oh, can't get the third, though. That's a little bit unfortunate. Nothing makes a huge play. Shroud coming up connector. He's got low HP. One on the other side. He knows that he's spamming through, but not dealing the damage, not finding the kill. Skittle with the ult. He can do nothing as Shroud is taken out from behind, and he misses that shot. Tech9 out. That's a nice little untap on MSL, but the rest of Dignitas swarms, and there's an AWP.
Are back into it immediately after that one now. Money for C9, though, Scootle's thinking like 10K. They should easily have enough to be able to buy back into this one. I don't think they're done just yet, and we'll go into the save, and that question will be answered very quickly, as you can see now by the investments rolling in there. So Cloud9 at least one more buy to put forward here to try and stop Dignitas from retaking control of the lead here. But a quick, close game, and this most certainly favors Cloud9 with it being on Mirage, of course, and with the CT side generally being favored here. If they can keep it as competitive as it is now, and of course bring as strong of a CT side as they did on the last map, then things are certainly going to look their way as we switch sides and go into that second half.
Cloud9 has had a lot of success coming up catwalk, hitting this B bomb site, splitting it. This time it's going to be nothing, a little bit more aggressive, and catches that flashbang with his teeth. Hopefully it's not an HE grenade. Using the Molotov, going to try and do some damage. MSL, as he likes to do, playing behind the smoke. This B bomb site. But it's mid-control for Cloud9, so the goal for them is what can they leverage from this? What can they make happen? They've had some success in the past. This time, though, it seems to be a different animal as Dignitas playing passive isn't giving them anything.
Cloud9 pushing themselves forward up to the cat push now. And we still have Stewie in the position in Palace, too, so I don't think anything's been decided just yet, but they're all out of utility for the most part here now. Stewie and Skadoodle just have the 2 Molotovs left to work with, clearing out 1 or 2 spots on these sites. They have nothing left to really get themselves inside and make sure they find the plan. And after an initial peek from Skadoodle, they're boosted up on top of the rocks. They decide to follow back and go into the A site, but they don't isolate Rubino, so he's able to pick up those 2 kills, and Magic's Boy on the site hasn't been touched at all. Granted, he only finds 1, but still, it's evenly traded. Goes into a 2v2, and there's fast rotates already on the way from Dignitas. Cage and B is trying to make sure there's nobody going for the peek back over there in the window room in jungle, and well, there is, so MSL is going to grab that kill. That's Skadoodle being knocked down by MSL, and it's just nothing here now in the 1v2, but he plays it aggressively, goes up on top, and that brings Cage and B down very, very low, just to 15 HP, but he now has to fall back down the T ramp and let Dignitas out a little bit here, seeing if he can edge out a bit of an angle advantage as these players, as they cross over to the site, but won't be finding it, gets the peek there, but little does he know, there's one already on the bomb, and it's going to be Cage and B himself that shuts things down and secures the round for Dignitas.
So good by Cage and B playing the bait. I love the decision from Nothing in that 1-on-2. Get aggressive. He had a chance to get that kill, a little bit more luck his way, and he does bring that into a 1-on-1, but either way, deals massive damage to Cage and B to get an advantage, at least in that fight. But Cage did such a good job of just baiting out the shots, peeking with his teammate. Really, really well played for him not to get picked off there. Cloud9 with that plant, they're going to have another buy. It's 3 AKs, 1 Galil, and a Tech9 on Skadoodle. Meanwhile, the Dignitas side of things, the economy is still not strong, but they're able to bring out a good buy here.
Cloud9 are going to proceed forward a lot more aggressively over here into the apartments area, the back B halls here. At the beginning of the map as they have, and normally it's just been Stewie or one of the others leading the charge, but they've got 3 committed to it, and one of them is going to split up a little bit here. It's going to be Shroud heading over into the underpass, grouping up with the other 2 that are taking top mid control. And again, Dignitas as well, completely split away from it. They're focusing 100% on the sites. MSL and Rubino playing over towards B and almost entirely on the apartments there too. Rubino peeking back and forth to watch out for an Arches push over on Cat. And then the other 3 back over on the A site too, watching for aggression in there. But Seems like Cloud9 have not been met with any aggression. They've got an open field to choose either site here. It's about picking the right one and being able to isolate the rotations from either team here, especially with them being as split up as they are.
Looks like they're going back to, you know, what worked for them, a B split onto the site. Cajun finds a kill. That's from A, so there's still 2 defenders here. They've got to make do. Rubino and MSL, they have a nice crossfire set up. This is not going to work. This is a phenomenal defense from Dignitas, starting with Cajun and finishing with MSL. A nice hold, 7-5, that tactical pause. We mentioned it, MSL as the in-game leader. A lot of praise for him, and once again, he's made the necessary adjustments.
MSL is the only player that even really gets injured there, too, down to like 50 HP, but beyond that, it's essentially a flawless round. So good stuff from them to close it out, and that puts Cloud9 onto a hard eco, as it seems here. Some of them are able to afford up to a half buy at the last moment there. It's automatic, mainly along with Shroud, but everybody else just picking up their pistol and buying little tidbits of utility here and there. But it's a very decisive round once again now. They'll all move in to the back B halls. Seems like they are going to try to push this as quickly as possible. Dignitas still only having 2 players here, and one of them flushing back over there to the cat area. So MSL is going to be the first point of contact whenever Cloud9 chooses to initiate here.
MSL has the information, a little bit blind, but at least he's going to get, I mean, he spots that from so far away. The rotations are going to come in. Either way, no armor, no real arsenal, no weaponry to work with. Cloud9's just going to get mowed down until Shroud silences him, but still, really not a whole lot left they can do. They would love to get, even if you could just do economic damage at this point, it's all gravy, but so far it's not looking like it's going to happen. Although Skadoodle does add 1 more, and Cajun almost gets brought down as well, but an 8th for Dignitas as they go on a little bit of a streak here, a 4-round run for them. And now we see the tactical pause from Cloud9. Finally, they do not have a tactical pause.
So, them finally using one of their tactical pauses here too. Clearly, they were using previously has not been the case anymore. And as we go into the last 2 rounds, you need to make sure that they keep it to the competitive degree as it was back when it was tied around like 5-5 and 1 up. From that point forward, it's been Dignitas just shutting things down. So if they can make this up to 8-7, it's still an absolutely phenomenal half from C9. But if this ends up going like 10-5 or even 9-6, it would be a very, very serious decline from what we were seeing even just a few rounds ago.
Yeah, I mean the tough part for Cloud9 now. This is where all the weaknesses come in, right? Without the experienced leadership, without a coach, is we've always talked about, you know, a little bit of a smaller playbook. What can they actually? They do a lot with that small of a playbook, but the big thing now is, you know, they started out with success towards the B bomb site. Then they've tried a little bit slower, some things towards A, and all of that got shut down. Now they've gone back to B, and that too is now stopped by Dignitas. So they really have to figure something out here. What it's going to work? How are they going to change things? Is it going to be more aggression from Stewie? Is it going to be some kind of a, you know, tell your stars to go make a play? Is it going to try and set Skadoodle up to find a pick? It will be interesting.
Well, we should be getting it unpaused here right about now as both teams are ready to resume the action. That has turned itself into a little bit of a technical pause there, but it seems like the issue...
And everyone holds their breath.
...was fixed in under a minute, so I think it's the quickest one yet.
Not too shabby.
Getting better at it.
Plenty of utility on both of these sides, obviously. Dignitas just all the money built up. And Cloud9 for the moment. Stewie alone towards the A bomb site. The bomb is dropped towards T-spawn as well. And Automatic and Skadoodle, that's going to be their job to get mid control. Config is here, but he doesn't challenge anything. As soon as that smoke at top catwalk goes out, he just falls away. 4 smokes on the map already, and that's just to kind of secure positioning for both teams.
We do have Rubino, of course, sitting up on top in the ladder room here, waiting to see if he can catch into that pressure moving in from underpass. It's been a consistent theme with Shroud specifically, moving out from there and slowly using that to gain ground, but he's going to be first contact again to try and stop some of that. Won't be present, though, since he's been smoked off, so he just kind of falls back over there towards the ladder room, and we'll wait for Cloud9 to eventually make the hit happen. But beyond this, again, bomb still a little bit outside. There's Rubino, though. Quick strike, as he has to change his position slightly, but it does net him the kill into Automatic, and I think that's going to completely kill the B-side pressure. They're immediately switching this over to an A hit, even sending Skadoodle all the way back over to T-spawn to group up with the T-ramp group here.
Not that we should be surprised, but Rubino in these past few rounds has had great impact. That kill there to open things up, and a couple rounds back, coming through that murder hole and getting a double kill as Cloud9 try to stream up connector. So he's doing a very good job. Cajun's the next one tested, and he wins it. Passes that test with flying colors, but he's got more. There goes Config. It's a 4-on-3. Dignitas trying to keep Cloud9 from entering into this bomb site, and look how passive Cloud9 is being. Dignitas is being just so patient with this, with the man advantage, but Shroud gets one more. There's Rubino. Manages to throw alive inside the bomb site. He can only get one. Good trading from Cloud9 as they enter in, and it's nothing again in a 1-on-2, but this time he's shut down quickly by MSL. And Dignitas are looking to end this half strong.
Good stuff from MSL so far in this match as well. It's a little bit, the config, I should say, has been a little bit more quiet than we've seen in some of the previous matches, but MSL has stepped up to account for that in huge regard, especially over on the B bomb site where he has been playing out a little bit. Rotating in there, of course, able to help out with shutting down Cloud9 and being a big key component in ensuring that they keep this lead as strong as it is right now. Cloud9 on the last round, they're by, I mean, they're going to scrape together everything they can, of course, but nothing in Shroud along with Stewie. The only players that can even get rifles, and Stewie is just forcing himself up there. Automatic and Scoodoodle, of course, can't even afford the rifles, so downgraded to pistols. This is going to be a little bit rough, and I mean, look at how aggressively, as we have it on the screen now, Magic Boy is up against the wall here on the T-ramp. He's just going to wait for them to go directly in and see what he can shut out. As soon as he sees the utility rolling in there, he's going to play a smoke, and that holds them back for a few seconds. They don't suspect a thing. One kill, can't chain the second one together, however, as nothing's going to be able to trade that back out. Shroud picking up a second as they move into the bomb site. All of a sudden, things not looking so great for Dignitas, but there's Config and Shroud. Instant taps on a Config. Doesn't even know where he found that from. They're moving into the site. Stewie, in the meantime, jumping into the smokes as he's known for. Takes down Cage and B. It's just left to MSL. He's rotated, but he's got such bad positioning to actually do any damage against these players. He's got one stuck back over there in the trip stack, but that means nothing, as there's still two more, one behind the firebox over there, the third just around the corner from the steps position. He's already been challenged with first, lost half of his HP, and Shroud's going to be able to peek out to finish the job. There you have it. Cloud9 down, but certainly not out, and they will be able to find at least a 6th round there.
Yeah, I mean, even Shroud with that kill through the smoke, even he looked confused about where that came from. So overall, not a bad half for Cloud9, but a phenomenal recovery for Team Dignitas.
And that is going to conclude the first half. Ladies and gentlemen, stick around. We've got more action here at the ESL Pro League Finals coming up in just a few moments. Okay, looks like we're back, guys. Welcome to the action once again as we go into it. We've already got the bomb on the ground. We're in the pistol round, of course. Team Dignitas has found it, but Cloud9, they barely contested it. Nothing's only down at 51 HP, but now, as they move themselves into it, there's a big stack of C9 players wrapped over here by Ticket. They're trying to remain quiet as long as they can, but they can't do it any longer. They've got to push themselves into the site. Stewie's up to bat first here as he looks for his kill, but they've also got flanks coming in, and what is Dignitas doing? They're not resisting this at all. There's the kills, however. Magic Boy along with MSL, and Magic's again finding kills, but Shroud tapping away at this one, trying to keep it back alive, looking every which way, trying to hold this off. They've been forced off the bomb, however, and there's no more time. Even with that kit in hand, Config's going to be able to hold the line, and Dignitas keep their lead going as they win the pistol here in the second half.
Yeah, we've talked about, I mean, it's when you win 2 pistol rounds, your odds obviously increase astronomically of winning this match. So Cloud9 at a severe disadvantage here. Good start for Dig. And there was just really nothing they could do. Shroud was trying to be as big of a hero as humanly possible. Was hitting some nice shots of those 3 kills, but just too many different angles he has to cover Skadoodle from. Now it's going to be a little bit tough for them. They do invest a little bit into self-rated pistols. No utility for this CT side, so hoping that this Deagle and CZ, something's going to come. A little bit of magic that they had against NIP to win some of those force buys.
And slowly, however, with Dignitas, just waiting to see if Cloud9 are going to try anything cheeky here now with their aggression. Automatic specifically, I think, would be in the best position to do that, but still just stuck over here inside of the ladder room, mainly watching out for pushes from top mid over onto Cat. We won't be seeing that with how spread out Dignitas are playing. They've yet to make a decision as far as where they're going to take this hit towards, and Cloud9 are trying their best to get intel, but it's going to be hard to do that with the minimalist buy they currently have on the second round of the half.
Yeah, but Dignitas, and we saw in the first half, they were very, very good at avoiding damage in these kinds of rounds. So still on the T side especially, you can sit far back, you can take things slow. At the moment, they haven't encountered anyone just yet. They are running a little bit low on utility. They got to be careful. I mean, they only have 2 smokes. They have some flashbangs and a nade, but if they run into some trouble, it could be a painful route for them. So smoke goes up in winter room. There's automatic, completely blind. That's a nice flashbang. It does decent damage. MSL down to 10. Rubino at 50. Shroud of the sight. Stewie, nice kill from him. Shroud's got to do a little bit more, though, and they're not exposed to him quite yet. There's Stewie. He's hit something miraculous there, but it's not going to happen. It's all down to nothing. Speaking of which, there's nothing he can do. I'm sorry for that. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Well,
Lord forgive me.
Cajun B is just going to wreck him. Do a nice little backflip there to end the round as well, and Team Dignitas will be closing things down as expected. And as we go into the trash round for Cloud9, this is going to be a bit of a daunting task now for Cloud9 to be able to climb back, as Dignitas, realistically speaking, are going to more than likely double the scoreline of Cloud9, assuming they don't have any problems with this round here.
All pistols again. This time, though, at least Cloud9. I mean, last time with the Deagles with the CZ, they spread out a little bit, and we're trusting that the little bit of extra power in those pistols could pull them into something. But here they're stacking this 8 bomb site. So 5 players here, 1 flashbang out of nothing, and he's the one farthest away in jungle. So the plan is obviously if they hear some noise coming up Ray ramp, or if they see the smokes or execution, a flashbang right in front of the top of that ramp. And everyone pounces and sees what they can find. Hopefully something comes from it. But at the moment, with how slow and methodical Dignitas is being, it doesn't look like they're going to fall into it. And in fact, they haven't even really scouted for information. They're just kind of, this is like a blind call away from the stack. So a little bit of a coin flip. And at the moment, it turns out in Dignitas' favor.
And everybody here on Dignitas stacking away from that A-bomb site too. Nothing trying to rotate into it, but unfortunately, he's not going to find anything on that B side either, as even Dignitas have just started to group up over here towards mid in the event. Things work their way over to the other site for the CTs here, but not finding it. Nothing getting a little bit curious, though, as far as what exactly is going on back over there on mid. Are they actually moving into cat, or are they stacking connector? And I think he spotted something to indicate this, so more rotations are going to be on the way here. Trying to hold off any rotations back over from the connector itself, but the Dignitas member is already well on their way up to the site. MSL is going to destroy nothing. Not a whole lot he can do to resist that, and they are methodically clearing things out at this point. There you go. MSL leaping right in there, getting some nice kills. At least Stewie has something to net into this round, but he'll miss the jump, and that will kill any position to get out. And actually, it's a nice angle here against some of the players that are trying to push back out on Cap, but still goes down before finding anything else. MSL survives that round with just a single HP, but he does get 3 kills to show for it.
Now for the gun round. Let's see what comes from this. Skadoodle with that AWP. Cajun has his as well on the other side. Good utility as well on the Cloud9 side. You know, despite having smoke-rated pistols throughout that, as Cloud9's been doing recently on the second rounds. I mean, they're getting these Deagles, they're getting some of the pistols and utility, but they're not really buying armor. So they are left with like an extra $700-800 than $700 to $1,000 than most teams who are buying on that second round. So not too shabby for them. Nothing inside of connector. And mid-control for Dignitas, and at the moment no one wants to challenge it. Skadoodle playing pretty passively over towards jungle, and he's just going to fall right back.
Dignitas still holding that area over here towards top mid now, and are going to slowly start to sneak up again as the time gets lower, but much more passive play to this one as Cloud9 are going to have much bigger guns to play with, of course, and they're already trying to actively prevent any control from happening back over here towards the window room, and of course with the position in ladder room there too. That's automatic, giving himself a very big role to work with, but also having the support from Shroud. He's not necessarily alone here. Oof. Bit of an unfortunate angle with that Molotov, and it does end up getting wasted. The timing has been off there. So goes to the ground. That's where he starts to come out a little bit there from the CT side, as I think they spotted a player in connector, and the bullets almost connect to a big degree. Not the case, though, and now as they push in, automatic, able to handle the first kill. Config trades in a Shroud, though, and now he's still stuck inside of that room.
Yeah, nothing's in a really awkward spot. He's got automatic covering for his boost, but 35 seconds left. There's still some time to play with on the Dignitas side of things. There's nothing swinging out. Good kill from him. Nice timing. Automatic still alive. When's he going to make his move? He's got to be a little bit cautious with it, but just now he's peeking. Sees one of connector, sees another beneath him, and he just gives up the fight. Not enough HP to take it, but Dignitas have to get into the site quickly. 17 seconds left on the clock, and still Dignitas is just getting whittled down, trying to make their way in. And there goes Magisk. Nothing has 4 kills in the round, and it's a huge stand for him.
And with that, that is going to be a big round from Nothing, of course, there. Bringing out the heroics for Cloud9, able to hold the jungle. Very important, too, considering where Dignitas were trying to send that pressure towards, but it doesn't really end up panning out for them. And off of the heroics of Nothing, it saves Cloud9 from going into the brink there. They are able to buy back into this one, as is Dignitas, though, very importantly. They're going to have to force themselves up a little bit here, as we can see the guns being spread around. Ends up with 1 Galil, but it's not too bad. I think utility is obviously going to be the biggest issue. They got the basics, 4 smokes across the team here, and 2 Molotovs there. Not flashbangs as well, so not necessarily missing a whole lot, but we we'll wait and see if that ends up affecting them later on in the round. It's a much more decisive stack winning in this round compared to the more spread strategy we've been seeing before this.
Well, this time it's not Skadoodle with the AWP. They make him. They change his position. He's going to be over at the A bomb site. Last time we saw him pretty passively in window before falling away, and this time they want to try and mix things up, see if Dignitas will get caught off guard. But again, it's a 3-man control of mid from those top boxes. And Magisk, as we've seen him do, he did this against FaZe as well. Every once in a while they call a round where they just say, all right, Magisk, just go do your thing at B. Just see what you like, do whatever you feel like, see what kind of play you feel like making with what you're presented with. And this time he sees nothing. He doesn't really hear anything, doesn't have any information. He doesn't want to take the fight this early in the round, so not too bad. This is a very important round for the Dignitas economy. Very, very low. Same with Cloud9. And Config is in position to be a lurker or cut off rotations, and it's going to be an A hit.
Wrap themselves around. Config looking for this player, but it's a nice bait as nothing's able to push directly back outside with that. Shuts down Config. The attention was drawn perfectly, and now Cloud9 have the edge once again. Skadoodle waiting for that peek. KGB tries to surprise, but he's waiting for it. Picks up that kill. Looking for the second one. It's going to be a little bit harder, however, as he misses the shot. Trying to spot players pushing up Tetris. Won't be catching that either. And Stewie grabbing that kill under Rubina. Whoa, no. MSL tried to go for the plant. Stewie leaped across. He saw it, but he wasn't expecting the re-peek there. Decided to stick the plan, and that is the ultimate mistake. Now Magic's left alone, and Shroud is going to be able to close him out before he gets any more kills.
I'm not going to lie, it doesn't feel like Dignitas in these past couple rounds have really done anything. The strategy they're coming up with is default across the map. They're being very passive, and they're not really pressuring anything until, you know, less than a minute left in the round. And even then, I mean, at times, I think that execution is closer to like 35, 40 seconds left on the clock, and by that point, it just seems like Cloud9 has so many opportunities to be aggressive. When you mentioned nothing with that peek in window, Stewie was there as well. So I mean, that was a double peek. That was great teamwork, and it grabs information. They're able to rotate from there. So Dignitas maybe needing to be a little bit more aggressive, I think, in my opinion, at some points earlier on. And Shroud, I mean, speaking of aggression, Shroud's got some a wild Magisk in his face, but he wins that fight all by his lonesome.
And nothing is also going to grab the kill back over into mid there, too. Skadoodle's here. It's just a shooting gallery in this one for Cloud9. No struggles at all. Just a couple taps there onto nothing, and Shroud is the only damage is done by Dignitas. But overall, rounding it up pretty quickly there, and now putting Cloud9 within 3 rounds of a tie game here. Also, as far as the money is concerned here, too, building it up quite nicely. Everybody is good for a full rebuy, and some are good for 2 when you look at players like Shroud and Skadoodle are now at like 6 and 7Ks. That's quite a bit of cash they've been able to stockpile off of just, I believe it's only like 3 rounds straight that they've won for themselves here, too. Dignitas will put themselves into a dangerous situation if they do not correct that soon. At the very least, start doing some damage here against C9, if not outright winning the rounds.
And this time, giving up that full map default, and now it's all 5 members of Dignitas lining up for an execution at this A bomb site. Waiting for that smoke to fade, and here comes the execution. Wall of smokes on top of the stairs over towards jungle. Molotov out Skadoodle, though he's at triple. That's a good fight. He burns the other one. MSL falls. Config lucky to get that spray, but Sui even luckier in the response. Oh, and a second one right through. 2 kills. And Sui has shuts him down blindly. That is disgusting. And Dignitas, I mean, it's just Magisk Boy at this point, and he's just got to fall away.
Minute on the clock, and obviously nothing that he can do, though, in the 1v4. However, nobody from C9's rotated yet, and I imagine Magisk is going to go directly over through mid here to try to get himself onto the site, but he's even expecting a little bit more resistance in this regard. So if he'd gone directly through, he's actually a large chance he might have been able to get to the site and find the plant. But now he's been challenged, and dirty little peek out there from Automatic is going to put a close to things before Magisk can get any further with that. Cloud9, these are looking like very decisive rounds. And again, as you mentioned before, Dignitas just not finding any impact at all here.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we see it now, these A executes at times. I mean, the teams have gotten so good at defending against them at the moment. And still, I mean, obviously it's a little bit unlucky on the Dignitas side of things when Stewie gets 2 kills through the smoke. Like, that just doesn't happen frequently. But also, I mean, a good initial hold. On executes like that, it is all about those first kills. So Skadoodle getting the opening too, that really takes a lot of the danger out of that hit, because it's that front line that can get so close up to CT spawn, so close up to jungle quickly, that can really screw things up for the defense. So when that's eliminated, it gets a lot easier for Cloud9.
Now again, the rest of Team Dignitas are going to try to flood in here with these Tech 9s, but it's just being shut down again and again and again. 5 kills straight for C9 and not a single point of damage until after the round concludes. Goes on to anybody from C9, and a most needed pause is now going to come in from Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, pistol round was won by Dignitas in this half, and they haven't won a single round since. It's been 5 straight for Cloud9. There hasn't even been a plant in those 5 rounds. So phenomenal effort out of Cloud9. I mean, and look at who's showing up. often criticized by myself included, Shroud, 22 and 16 for him. It was automatic in the last map. Shroud this map leading the way. He's had a lot of action go his way over towards the B bomb site. But I mean, even guys like Nothing has had phenomenal rounds. Stewie's had a couple phenomenal impact in the mid rounds on the CT side. Skadoodle as well with that op, you know, wherever he's been positioned at that A bomb site mostly, he's found the opening kill. So it's really good defense all around, all across the map. Dignitas can't find a single weakness.
Dignitas, especially on these ecos, again, just not being able to find anything to punish against C9 whatsoever here. No one really showing up to the table here too, even for Magic's boy. Like, he's not being left with a lot to try and do. He tends to be one of the players that plays more into the back in a lot of these takes, especially when they're the more direct ones. And unfortunately, if we go back like 2 or 3 rounds where they try to push the A side, everybody just gets killed like within 5 seconds of them initiating the hit. And I mean, what's Magic's boy gonna do? It's not like he can. It's not like he can carry the whole team in that sort of situation. There, he has to fall back. He has to try and change the situation up a little bit there. And there's just nothing he can do in those sorts of spots. And especially with Config being a little bit more absent in this match. Him still sitting a little bit further below at like 13 and 17. It's certainly hurting the Dignitas roster at this point.
So where does Dignitas go from here? 5 AKs. They've done the mid control. It hasn't worked. They've done the A execute, and they've done the B hits. Oh, and that's a good find. Stewie just spamming through and throwing the nade. He's getting a lot of kills through smokes, and that's got to be frustrating if you're a Dignitas player or fan tuning in. Nothing. I think there might be a gap around this smoke. They've got to be very careful as they come through. But it's Magic's to find the entry, and there's Shroud. It's going to be a 4-on-3. It's going to have to be a retake. And Dignitas is trying to find the best positioning to defend against this.
Shroud starts it off with another kill again here as he picks off one of the remaining members from Dignitas. And more importantly, it's Magic's boy that gets knocked out here. They try to wait for it, and Shroud just rounds out in the connector, absolutely destroys Cajun B's entire existence. Rubino has this good flank spot over here in T-Ram, but he's not being quiet about it. And oh, gets that first kill. Tries to go for the spray transfer, but he's not going to be able to get it. MSL strikes back, but look at Skadoodle. He's in the smoke, and he's going for the defuse. He's just going to steal it away completely. And although MSL takes down Shroud, it's too late. The round's already been won, and Cloud9 have tied it up at 12 rounds.
All right, well, this is just a game that Shroud is really feeling at. A quick, swift headshot in middle coming up that connector, but then as well on top of that, he makes the smart play while Skadoodle's defusing the bomb, while he's in the smoke. Shroud's getting aggressive. Shroud's occupying MSL's attention that whole time, so MSL can't even attempt to spam into that smoke to stop the defuse. So it's so well done from Shroud in that previous round, and he is doing a phenomenal job. This is the level of Shroud that we want to see on a consistent basis.
And now Dignitas again will be on another gun round here, but they need to try and find something different that works for them. At the very least, they finally were able to get a plan onto the ground that time, but now they actually need to finish the job off here too, as it was very sloppy, especially considering the post-plant situation. Lost like 2 or 3 players on the way into the site, and then there was no follow-up at all. And now Skadoodle, he's just allowed to get these fadeaway shots.
There's that tactic again. It seems like whenever Dignitas is feeling a little bit stuck, they're just saying, all right, Magis, go, you know, you're our star. Go create something. And that time, maybe expecting that flashbang to be a little bit more effective, but the lack of response from Automatic there. Seemed like it, actually, no, it wasn't a lack of response. He actually leg scaged, excuse me. Apologies, Automatic. Nice attempt. But Skadoodle definitely with that opening kill.
He's down to 16 HP, but the shot just rings true a little bit further there for Cajun, and actually Shroud is going to back out from the ladder room there after feeling a little bit safe with his position and config. Dangerous Molotov, but I think he should be good. Already spread once, and unless it goes for it again, he's going to be able to stay in that position there and maintain as the rest of the team slowly starts to push himself back up. Nothing's going to directly contest, and oh, the crouch throws him off there, and Stewie just wraps back out to bring it back into the control of Cloud9, but there's Rubino taking the edge off, shuts down Stewie, evens this out into a 2v2. However, reinforcements are on the way, and the setup could prove dangerous. Look at Shroud just walking right up there, and Cajun's going to get the trade. That allows Skadoodle to pop out from Ticket and shut down the round for C9.
I don't think Cajun was expecting Shroud to just crazily run through the smoke like that and kill the planter, but he misses the shot that would have saved his life. This is getting crazy because Cloud9, I mean, their players, their guys are making all the plays at the moment. Some of these hits seem to be very promising for Dignitas when they're entering the site, but again, Stewie with a phenomenal 2K. I mean, no, I'm sorry again, but Stewie he's had multiple rounds with just 2 kills, whether it's through smoke right there, whether it's just swinging out and just taking the fights. He's just winning them at the moment, and this is slowing Dignitas down so much when they're trying to progress upon the bomb site.
So another tactical pause coming in there from the members of Team Dignitas. It should already be expiring here at any moment since they are rather short now with their duration, and we will get back into the action. But this one is going to happen on what I believe is more likely going to end up being just a half-buy round for Dignitas, and no, it does not appear as though that's the case. They buy up into this one, and it's going to be rather forced due to that. As we take a look at the buy again, 2 AKs for the team, a config, Taking a look at him now, 3750, so we should be able to afford a Galil if they want to go down that route, but they may need the extra utility, in which case he would go for, they have some G-Buy here, which he's going to pick up. One of his other teammates also going for that as well, so we'll see how this works out for them.
Well, they've got to start getting on it, because this is now, what, 7 straight gun rounds for Cloud9.
And the double op setup comes in from Cloud9. Interestingly enough, it's not Stewie picking up the secondary op. It's going to be Automatic this time, wielding it as he goes and plays over here in the B-bomb site. With Skadoodle obviously taking the more traditional route that we see these primary operas go towards. He'll be trying to contest some of that top mid pressure, but Team Dignitas look to want to very quickly set this up for a B hit. The bomb is already with it in the apartments there, and more moving in for cat control. They're trying to smoke this off as quickly as possible, but nothing's watching for it. He spotted both of them. Doesn't look like he's going to get either of these kills. However, Magic's Boy takes the duel, and that's going to give nothing the kill. Convig a little bit of a dip in there, and Connector, he finds it, but then he goes for a long-range duel. That's where Stewie's going to punish. Shroud's able to hold outside of the apartments, takes one of them down. Rubino finds a kill, as does Cajun here. So again, things are not done over, as we do see this being brought into a 2 versus 2. Shroud and Skadoodle the last two alive, and with some good damage to the Shroud, it's essentially even. That's a big miss on Skadoodle, though. Now they know where both these final players here from C9 are going to be at. But Dignitas, their hand is forced. They have to go into this fight, and well, certainly it's going to work out great for them to start things off here. Rubino finding Shroud. It's just Skadoodle, but he's playing it aggressively. He's moving forward now to try and stop them from getting back bomb control. Trying to take these duels one by one.
Yeah, but Rubino's taking another route. He's going to go back up into these B halls. So Skadoo's got to get aggressive and find it, and there it is. Assertive is Skadoodle with the AWP and a 1-on-2. But now, does he realize what's coming? He sets it in one shot! Rubino saving Dignitas from a disaster! And you can see the sigh of relief on Cajun. That is incredible.
You're not going to expect that jump right there, and it ends up working out absolutely perfectly for Team Dignitas, shutting it down. An incredible shot against. It's going to look like he had full control of that one. He has that one shut out, and he's got the last 1v1 all to himself there, essentially, but makes the mistake, goes for the jump up on top of the apartments, and with that, that's going to end it. Dignitas able to steal that round out of the hands of Cloud9. It ends the streak. Cajun moves in. He almost gets the shot onto, I believe it was Stewie over there. Just misses him on the cross, however. And the rest of Cloud9 are going for heavy mid-presence on this round. Just as Dignitas may be going away from it a little bit. It depends on where these three, they're shifting away from T-spawn, head towards here.
Oh, a little bit more pressure on mid this round from Cloud9. As nothing is pushed all the way towards top mid, but Cajun and MSL, they're going to be so calm and calculated. After that kind of a round, you can't give this one up, and you can see they want to be very cautious in how they take it. Nothing's been playing very, very well, but a little bit more work to do here. Flashbangs come out, nothing wins that. Cajun does pick off Skadoodle. And there's Automatic watching his teammates back. Good teamwork, and they both are able to get away. Don't re-peek into the op. Don't give up the advantage you have. And you can see from the Dignitas side of things, they're all split. One in Palace, one in mid, and one in T-spawn at the moment. So advantage for Cloud9. They even have a good read, starting to cheat a third player over towards this A bomb site.
Rubino's got to be a little bit careful too, because he has allowed Stewie to navigate underneath of the platform, and obviously his intentions are going to be revealed in just a second. But at the same time, Automatic backed away. He's no longer able to assist over here in the A bomb site, and obviously nothing is watching out for that connector pressure here too. So Stewie's got a large chance of getting pinches. He doesn't get the support soon, but he takes the initiative. He goes out in the open, is able to find that kill, ducks away. Automatic's now back for support, and just as he has the expiration, the flashbang come out there, he's able to readjust his aim and take down Cajun, who tries to push the steps. Beautiful hold again from Cloud9, and they've got the lead once more.
Shroud and Stewie leading the way for Cloud9. This is huge, and this is the nightmare. I mean, a brilliant clutch in round 26, but now the immediate follow-up from Cloud9. They're looking like they're going to end this quickly. Desperation from Dignitas. They buy out into this round. It's a Tech 9 buyout, but how many times have we seen this successful? Automatic and Shroud surely about to get tested here. Here comes the execution.
And they're going to move in, and once again, very quickly, they've tried this before, then it's been shut down time after time again. Automatic absolutely destroying it. 4 quick kills for him. Shroud chimes in for 1 as well. But Team Dignitas, they've tried that strat so many times, and every single time, it's failed miserably.
I'm telling you, Dignitas, they've just run out. Nothing has worked. I mean, they've only got 1 round, and it was a miraculous shot to do it. It wasn't really tactical. So, I mean, they have no idea how to break this defense of Cloud9. It just appears that there's nowhere for Dignitas to go to really have any kind of crazy. They've only had 1 plant throughout this entire T-half in the gun rounds. The Pisseron had a plant on it, but outside of that, it's only been 1 other, which was defused. So this has been a disaster of an offense for Dignitas, or a miraculous defense for Cloud9, whichever way you want to look at it.
Well, now we can see Dignitas are going to go for their last strat here, and it's with all the Eagles picked up. They're not even checking Sandwich at first, though, so config goes down. Rubino is available for a trade, but up comes Stewie. Peekaboo, 1 kill for him, is able to dive away and keep himself alive. 4v3, and there's Skadoodle chiming in with the op. Shroud burning another one alive, knocks out Magic's Boy. Unless KJP has an absolute miracle, this game is over, and Cloud9 are going to take control. 16-13 will be the final scoreline.
A back and forth affair in the first half, but the second half, all Cloud9. We saw automatic hard carry against NIP earlier today in a win. Now we see Shroud for most of the match, but I think in terms of sheer impact, Stewie, for me, in the middle of some of these executes was phenomenal with multiple double kills, with a couple triple kills, but just getting them in the right moment when they're about to lose control of the round. It was Stewie who showed up. And I also want to point out, I mean, this is a Skadoodle that's been often criticized, has had a lot of bad games, and fairly so. But this kind of game, if he can put just this kind of performance out on a consistent basis, like that's all they need out of Skadoodle. This was a phenomenal game from him, I think, in the context of everything. Hitting some great shots, having some impact kills with that AWP, finding picks, and that's what they need from him.
And with that said, Cloud9 certainly showing up here to the big arena. They will close out their day, I do believe, anyway. We don't know yet, but soon to find out.
Yes, the waiting game begins, doesn't it? Yeah, so I mean, we'll have to see what the other match is looking like, but for the moment, if there's no tiebreakers, this would be the end of the night. Cloud9 showing strong, so not sure how all that's going to go.
I think that depended, I'm trying to remember for myself, but I think that depended on if SK lost, and I think they won their game.
I imagine they won. Who are they playing against? Energy?
I saw a tweet from someone at Energy, and they said they lost.
Yeah, so SK beat Energy 16-10, NIP beat FaZe 16-7. I'm so afraid for NIP. If this is two events in a row where they go out in a round-robin group stage, that would be so depressing.
Yeah, but Cloud9, I mean, that's dangerous too. I think, especially as we move into the semifinals and whatnot, we're going to end up having like 3 really big fraggers for them. And to talk...
Oh, I was going to say, you know who would know? It would be our phenomenal experts on the desk who are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to explain all the different circumstances that these wins and losses would mean for each team. Take it away, Alex.
Thanks, gentlemen. Indeed, I will. We've got it all locked in here. Don't panic. Don't worry. Calling us bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Absolutely spot on. We are feeling fresh and ready to go ahead and give you a 45-minute preview of tomorrow. I'm joking.
Fantastic.
I'm Alex Machine Richardson, Yanko Chad. One final game to go ahead and understand, and of course, it is going to be Cloud9. Oh. Excuse me, my lungs are giving out. For now, though, we can clarify that it is all locked in. I just had the admin run over, and we're going to be having a North American derby tomorrow. It is going to be SK first in Group B, and following that one, we're going to be seeing Cloud9 second and NIP third. So no, as the casters were asking, we're inquiring whether or not we were going to be seeing NIP fall in a very similar fashion to what in Epicenter. Not this time. The NIP will be making those quarterfinals, and those are how the scores are on the doors. That is actually incorrect. No, they're not.
SK is first.
SK is first. Cloud9 second, and NIP.
Yeah. So NIP playing Envy, Optic playing Cloud9, SK and Mouse in the semifinals. Let's go.
SK in the semi-finals, and I mean the fact that Mouse Sports have made it as well. That's not something you see every day, is it, Chad?
No, they've their group was significantly easier on paper. They had to put in a good performance though to get there, beating Envy. Envy looking hot though, you know. Thanks, man. It's nice and warm in this bad boy. You can get this one on the ESL clothing store. I don't know what it's called, but you can find it.
Raffle.gg.esl.com.
Yeah.
God, they turn the lights on? God, you know, it's like when they play us out the music. Now, this is like the venue's way of telling us we should go. Yeah, you know what?
They could start playing the music now.
It's evident that it has been a long and enjoyable day. One final reminder, you know what it is. It's the Score Esports application. If you wanted to go ahead and understand and kind of absorb everything that did happen, of course, we started bright and early at 10 o'clock this morning, and we're finishing the next day. So do be sure to go ahead and just get all of that in one place at the Score Esports application on your smartphone.
But if we started yesterday and finished today, and we start today again,
it's not
did
tomorrow.
We actually finish?
We never finished. We just took a short break. One of my favorite words. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. We'll be coming back in about, what? 8-9 hours time with more CS. In fact, it starts with the Brazilian finals, then we move on in to our playoffs. We're going to be seeing, of course, that North American derby, as well as Envious going up against the boys from NIP. That's coming up tomorrow as well. All right, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. If any of you did make it all the way through, you are incredible. No matter what they say, you are the real MVPs of today. And we hope to see you tomorrow for more of the same. The playoffs kick off here in Brazil tomorrow, and we will definitely be seeing all of you there.
They train.
It's always been about fighting your fears.
They travel.
The thing that I strive for the most is to be able to capture the moment.
They explore.
Constantly trying to push myself and then try to see how far can I go.
To see the world in a different way.
I'm not supposed to go here, but what if I go there anyway? What's gonna happen?
It's interesting to kind of just watch the world go by at your feet.
It's such a liberating experience.
Urbex, an exclusive 8-part series, only on Red Bull TV.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO, delivering the biggest stories and all the scores, stats, and updates you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Even get all the same non-stop amazing coverage on your desktop at thescoreesports.com. The Score Esports. Get it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flaming. Oh!